All Souls by Edith Wharton and read by Christopher Halton. Queer and inexplicable as the business was, on the surface it appeared fairly simple, at the time at least, but with the passing of years, and owing to there not having been a single witness of what happened, except Sarah Claiborne herself, the stories about it have become so exaggerated and often so ridiculously inaccurate that it seems necessary that someone connected with the affair, though not actually present. I repeat that when it happened, my cousin was, or thought she was, quite alone in her house, should record the few facts actually known. In those days I was often at Whitegates, as the place had always been called. I was there, in fact, not long before and almost immediately after the strange happenings of those 36 hours. Jim Claiborne and his widow were both my cousins, and because of that, and of my intimacy with them, both families think I am more likely than anybody else to be able to get at the facts, as far as they can be called facts, and as anybody can get at them. So I have written down, as clearly as I could, the gist of the various talks I had with cousin Sarah, when she could be got to talk, it wasn't often, about what occurred during that mysterious weekend. I read the other day in a book by a fashionable essayist that ghosts went out when electric light came in. What nonsense! The writer, though he is fond of dabbling in a literary way in the supernatural, hasn't even reached the threshold of his subject. As between turreted castles patrolled by headless victims with clanking chains, and the comfortable suburban house with a refrigerator and central heating where you feel, as soon as you're in it, that there's something wrong, give me the latter for sending a chill down the spine. And by the way, haven't you noticed that it's generally not the high-strung and imaginative who see ghosts, but the calm, matter-of-fact people who don't believe in them, and are sure they wouldn't mind if they did see one? Well, that was the case with Sarah Claiborne and her house. The house, in spite of its age, it was built, I believe, about 1780, was open, airy, high-ceilinged, with electricity, central heating, and all the modern appliances. And its mistress was, well, very much like her house. And anyhow, this isn't exactly a ghost story, and I've dragged in the analogy only as a way of showing you what kind of woman my cousin was, and how unlikely it would have seemed that what happened at Whitegates should have happened just there, or to her. When Jim Claiborne died, the family all thought that, as the couple had no children, his widow would give up Whitegates and move either to New York or Boston. For being of good colonial stock, with many relatives and friends, she would have found a place ready for her in either. But Sally Claiborne seldom did what other people expected, and in this case she did exactly the contrary. She stayed at Whitegates. What, turn my back on the old house, tear up all the family roots, and go and hang myself up in a birdcage flat in one of those new skyscrapers in Lexington Avenue, with a bunch of chickweed and a cuttlefish to replace my good Connecticut mutton? No, thank you. Here I belong, and here I stay till my executors hand the place over to Jim's next of kin, that stupid fat Presley boy. Well, don't let's talk about him, but I tell you what, I'll keep him out of here as long as I can. And she did. For being still in the early 50s when her husband died, and a muscular, resolute figure of a woman, she was more than a match for the fat Presley boy, and attended his funeral a few years ago in correct mourning with a faint smile under her veil. Whitegates was a pleasant, hospitable-looking house on a height overlooking the stately windings of the Connecticut River. But it was 5 or 6 miles from Norrington, the nearest town, and its situation would certainly have seemed remote and lonely to modern servants. Luckily, however, Sarah Claiborne had inherited from her mother-in-law 2 or 3 old standbys who seemed as much a part of the family tradition as the roof they lived under. And I never heard of her having any trouble in her domestic arrangements. The house in colonial days had been 4 square, with 4 spacious rooms on the ground floor, an oak-floored hall dividing them, the usual kitchen extension at the back, and a good attic under the roof. But Jim's grandparents, when interest in the colonial began to revive in the early 80s, had added 2 wings at right angles to the south front, so that the old circle before the front door became a grassy court enclosed on 3 sides with a big elm in the middle. Thus the house was turned into a roomy dwelling in which the last 3 generations of Claibornes had exercised a large hospitality. But the architect had respected the character of the old house, and the enlargement made it more comfortable without lessening its simplicity. There was a lot of land about it, and Jim Claiborne, like his fathers before him, farmed it not without profit, and played a considerable and respected part in state politics. The Claibornes were always spoken of as a good influence in the county, and the townspeople were glad when they learned that Sarah did not mean to desert the place, though it must be lonesome winters living all alone up there atop of that hill, they remarked as the days shortened and the first snow began to pile up under the quadruple row of elms along the common. Well, if I've given you a sufficiently clear idea of Whitegates and the Claibornes, who shared with their old house a sort of reassuring orderliness and dignity, I'll efface myself and tell the tale, not in my cousin's words, for they were too confused and fragmentary, but as I built it up gradually out of her half-avowals and nervous reticences. If the thing happened at all, and I must leave you to judge of that, I think it must have happened in this way. The morning had been bitter, with a driving sleet, though it was only the last day of October, but after lunch a watery sun showed for a while through banked-up woolly clouds and tempted Sarah Claiborne out. She was an energetic walker, and given at that season to tramping 3 or 4 miles along the valley road, and coming back by way of Shaker's Wood. She had made her usual round, and was following the main drive to the house when she overtook a plainly dressed woman walking in the same direction. If the scene had not been so lonely, the way to Whitegates at the end of an autumn day was not a frequented one, Mrs. Claiborne might not have paid any attention to the woman, for she was in no way noticeable. But when she caught up with the intruder, my cousin was surprised to find that she was a stranger, for the mistress of Whitegates prided herself on knowing, at least by sight, most of her country neighbours. It was almost dark, and the woman's face was hardly visible, but Mrs. Claiborne told me she recalled her as middle-aged, plain and rather pale. Mrs. Claiborne greeted her and then added, "You're going to the house?" "Yes, ma'am," the woman answered, in a voice that the Connecticut Valley in old days would have called foreign, but that would have been unnoticed by ears used to the modern multiplicity of tongues. "No, I couldn't say where she came from," Sarah always said. "What struck me as queer was that I didn't know her." She asked the woman politely what she wanted, and the woman answered, "Only to see one of the girls." The answer was natural enough, and Mrs. Claiborne nodded and turned off from the drive to the lower part of the gardens, so that she saw no more of the visitor then or afterward. And in fact, a half-hour later something happened which put the stranger entirely out of her mind. The brisk and light-footed Mrs. Claiborne, as she approached the house, slipped on a frozen puddle, turned her ankle and lay suddenly helpless. Price the butler and Agnes, the door-old Scottish maid whom Sarah had inherited from her mother-in-law, of course knew exactly what to do. In no time they had their mistress stretched out on a lounge, and Dr. Selgrove had been called up from Norrington. When he arrived, he ordered Mrs. Claiborne to bed, did the necessary examining and bandaging, and shook his head over her ankle, which he feared was fractured. He thought, however, that if she would swear not to get up or even shift the position of her leg, he could spare her the discomfort of putting it in plaster. Mrs. Claiborne agreed, the more promptly as the doctor warned her that any rash movement would prolong her immobility. Her quick, imperious nature made the prospect trying, and she was annoyed with herself for having been so clumsy. But the mischief was done, and she immediately thought what an opportunity she would have for going over her accounts and catching up with her correspondence. So she settled down resignedly in her bed. "And you won't miss much, you know, if you have to stay there a few days. It's beginning to snow, and it looks as if we were in for a good spell of it," the doctor remarked, glancing through the window as he gathered up his implements. "Well, we don't often get snow here as early as this, but winter's got to begin sometime," he concluded philosophically. At the door he stopped to add, "You don't want me to send up a nurse from Norrington?" "Not to nurse you, you know. There's nothing much to do till I see you again." But this is a pretty lonely place when the snow begins, and I thought maybe—" Sarah Claiborne laughed. "Lonely with my old servants? You forget how many winters I've spent here alone with them. 2 of them were with me in my mother-in-law's time." "That's so," Dr. Selgrove agreed. "You're a good deal luckier than most people that way. Well, let me see. This is Saturday. We'll have to let the inflammation go down before we can X-ray you. Monday morning, first thing, I'll be here with the X-ray man. If you want me sooner, call me up." And he was gone. The foot at first had not been very painful, but towards the small hours, Mrs. Claiborne began to suffer. She was a bad patient, like most healthy and active people. Not being used to pain, she did not know how to bear it, and the hours of wakefulness and immobility seemed endless. Agnes, before leaving her, had made everything as comfortable as possible. She had put a jug of lemonade within reach, and had even, Mrs. Claiborne thought it odd afterward, insisted on bringing in a tray with sandwiches and a thermos of tea. "In case you're hungry in the night, madam." "Thank you, but I'm never hungry in the night, and I certainly shan't be tonight. Only thirsty. I think I'm feverish." "Well, there's the lemonade, madam." "That will do. Take the other things away, please." Sarah had always hated the sight of unwanted food messing about in her room. "Very well, madam. Only you might—" "Please take it away," Mrs. Claiborne repeated irritably. "Very good, madam." But as Agnes went out, her mistress heard her set the tray down softly on a table behind the screen, which shut off the door. Obstinate old goose, she thought, rather touched by the old woman's insistence. Sleep, once it had gone, would not return, and the long black hours moved more and more slowly. How late the dawn came in November. "If only I could move my leg," she grumbled. She lay still and strained her ears for the first steps of the servants. Whitegate's was an early house, its mistress setting the example. It would surely not be long now before one of the women came. She was tempted to ring for Agnes, but refrained. The woman had been up late, and this was Sunday morning, when the household was always allowed a little extra time. Mrs. Claiborne reflected restlessly. "I was a fool not to let her leave the tea beside the bed, as she wanted to. I wonder if I could get up and get it." But she remembered the doctor's warning and dared not move. Anything rather than risk prolonging her imprisonment. Ah, there was the stable clock striking. How loud it sounded in the snowy stillness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Only 5? 3 hours and a quarter more before she could hope to hear the door handle turned. After a while she dozed off again, uncomfortably. Another sound aroused her. Again the stable clock. She listened, but the room was still in deep darkness, and only 6 strokes fell. She thought of reciting something to put her to sleep, but she seldom read poetry, and being naturally a good sleeper, she could not remember any of the usual devices against insomnia. The whole of her leg felt like lead now. The bandages had grown terribly tight. Her ankle must have swollen. She lay staring at the dark windows, watching for the first glimmer of dawn. At last she saw a pale filter of daylight through the shutters. One by one, the objects between the bed and the window recovered first their outline, then their bulk, and seemed to be stealthily regrouping themselves after goodness knows what secret displacements during the night. Who that has lived in an old house could possibly believe that the furniture in it stays still all night? Mrs. Claiborne almost fancied she saw one little slender-legged table slipping hastily back into its place. "It knows Agnes is coming, and it's afraid," she thought whimsically. Her bad night must have made her imaginative, for such nonsense as that about the furniture had never occurred to her before. At length, after hours more as it seemed, the stable clock struck 8. Only another quarter of an hour. She watched the hand moving slowly across the face of the little clock beside her bed. 10 minutes, 5, only 5. Agnes was as punctual as destiny. In 2 minutes now she would come. The 2 minutes passed, and she did not come. Poor Agnes, she had looked pale and tired the night before. She had overslept herself, no doubt, or perhaps she felt ill, and would send the housemaid to replace her. Mrs. Claiborne waited. She waited half an hour. Then she reached up to the bell at the head of the bed. Poor old Agnes! Her mistress felt guilty about waking her. But Agnes did not appear, and after a considerable interval Mrs. Claiborne, now with a certain impatience, rang again. She rang once, twice, 3 times, but still no one came. Once more she waited. Then she said to herself, there must be something wrong with the electricity. Well, she could find out by switching on the bed lamp at her elbow. How admirably the room was equipped with every practical appliance. She switched it on, but no light came. Electric current cut off, and it was Sunday, and nothing could be done about it till the next morning, unless it turned out to be just a burnt-out fuse, which Price could remedy. Well, in a moment now, someone would surely come to her door. It was 9 o'clock before she admitted to herself that something uncommonly strange must have happened in the house. She began to feel a nervous apprehension, but she was not the woman to encourage it. If only she had had the telephone put in her room, instead of out on the landing. She measured mentally the distance to be travelled, remembered Dr. Selgrove's admonition, and wondered if her broken ankle would carry her there. She dreaded the prospect of being put in plaster, but she had to get to the telephone, whatever happened. She wrapped herself in her dressing gown, found a walking stick, and resting heavily on it, dragged herself to the door. In her bedroom the careful Agnes had closed and fastened the shutters, so that it was not much lighter there than at dawn. But outside in the corridor the cold whiteness of the snowy morning seemed almost reassuring. Mysterious things, dreadful things were associated with darkness, and here was the wholesome prosaic daylight come again to banish them. Mrs. Claiborne looked about her and listened. Silence. A deep nocturnal silence in that day-lit house, in which 5 people were presumably coming and going about their work. It was certainly strange. She looked out of the window, hoping to see someone crossing the court or coming along the drive, but no one was in sight, and the snow seemed to have the place to itself. A quiet, steady snow. It was still falling with a business-like regularity, muffling the outer world in layers on layers of thick white velvet, and intensifying the silence within. A noiseless world. Were people so sure that absence of noise was what they wanted? Let them first try a lonely country house in a November snowstorm. She dragged herself along the passage to the telephone. When she unhooked the receiver, she noticed that her hand trembled. She rang up the pantry. No answer. She rang again. Silence. More silence. It seemed to be piling itself up like the snow on the roof and in the gutters. Silence. How many people that she knew had any idea what silence was and how loud it sounded when you really listened to it? Again she waited. Then she rang up Central. No answer. She tried 3 times. After that she tried the pantry again. The telephone was cut off then, like the electric current. Who was at work downstairs, isolating her thus from the world? Her heart began to hammer. Luckily there was a chair near the telephone, and she sat down to recover her strength. Or was it her courage? Agnes and the housemaid slept in the nearest wing. She would certainly get as far as that when she had pulled herself together. Had she the courage? Yes, of course she had. She had always been regarded as a plucky woman, and had so regarded herself. But this silence... It occurred to her that by looking from the window of a neighbouring bathroom, she could see the kitchen chimney. There ought to be smoke coming from it at that hour, and if there were, she thought she would be less afraid to go on. She got as far as the bathroom, and looking through the window saw that no smoke came from the chimney. Her sense of loneliness grew more acute. Whatever had happened below stairs must have happened before the morning's work had begun. The cook had not had time to light the fire. The other servants had not yet begun their round. She sank down on the nearest chair, struggling against her fears. What next would she discover if she carried on her investigations? The pain in her ankle made progress difficult, but she was aware of it now only as an obstacle to haste. No matter what it cost her in physical suffering, she must find out what was happening below stairs, or had happened. But first she would go to the maid's room, and if that were empty, well, somehow she would have to get herself downstairs. She limped along the passage, and on the way steadied herself by resting her hand on a radiator. It was stone cold. Yet in that well-ordered house in winter, the central heating, though damped down at night, was never allowed to go out, and by 8 in the morning a mellow warmth pervaded the rooms. The icy chill of the pipe startled her. It was the chauffeur who looked after the heating, so he too was involved in the mystery, whatever it was, as well as the house servants. But this only deepened the problem. At Agnes's door, Mrs. Claiborne paused and knocked. She expected no answer, and there was none. She opened the door and went in. The room was dark and very cold. She went to the window and flung back the shutters. Then she looked slowly around, vaguely apprehensive of what she might see. The room was empty, but what frightened her was not so much its emptiness as its air of scrupulous and undisturbed order. There was no sign of anyone having lately dressed in it or undressed the night before, and the bed had not been slept in. Mrs. Claiborne leaned against the wall for a moment, then she crossed the floor and opened the cupboard. That was where Agnes kept her dresses, and the dresses were there, neatly hanging in a row. On the shelf above were Agnes's few and unfashionable hats, rearrangements of her mistress's old ones. Mrs. Claiborne, who knew them all, looked at the shelf and saw that one was missing, and so was also the warm winter coat she had given to Agnes the previous winter. The woman was out then, had gone out no doubt the night before, since the bed was unslept in, the dressing and washing appliances untouched. Agnes, who never set foot out of the house after dark, who despised the movies as much as she did the wireless, and could never be persuaded that a little innocent amusement was a necessary element in life, had deserted the house on a snowy winter night, while her mistress lay upstairs, suffering and helpless. Why had she gone, and where had she gone? When she was undressing Mrs. Claiborne the night before, taking her orders, trying to make her more comfortable, was she already planning this mysterious nocturnal escape? Or had something, the mysterious and dreadful something for the clue of which Mrs. Claiborne was still groping, occurred later in the evening, sending the maid downstairs and out of doors into the bitter night? Perhaps one of the men at the garage, where the chauffeur and gardener lived, had been suddenly taken ill, and someone had run up to the house for Agnes. Yes, that must be the explanation. Yet how much it left unexplained. Next to Agnes's room was the linen room. Beyond that was the housemaid's door. Mrs. Claiborne went to it and knocked. "Mary!" No one answered, and she went in. The room was in the same immaculate order as her maid's, and here too the bed was unslept in, and there were no signs of dressing or undressing. The two women had no doubt gone out together. Gone where? More and more the cold, unanswering silence of the house weighed down on Mrs. Claiborne. She had never thought of it as a big house, but now in this snowy winter light it seemed immense and full of ominous corners around which one dared not look. Beyond the housemaid's room were the back stairs. It was the nearest way down, and every step that Mrs. Claiborne took was increasingly painful, but she decided to walk slowly back, the whole length of the passage, and go down by the front stairs. She did not know why she did this, but she felt that at the moment she was past reasoning and had better obey her instinct. More than once she had explored the ground floor alone in the small hours, in search of unwanted midnight noises, but now it was not the idea of noises that frightened her, but that inexorable and hostile silence, the sense that the house had retained in full daylight its nocturnal mystery, and was watching her as she was watching it, that in entering those empty orderly rooms she might be disturbing some unseen confabulation on which beings of flesh and blood had better not intrude. The broad oak stairs were beautifully polished, and so slippery that she had to cling to the rail and let herself down tread by tread. And as she descended, the silence descended with her, heavier, denser, more absolute. She seemed to feel its steps just behind her, softly keeping time with hers. It had a quality she had never been aware of in any other silence, as though it were not merely an absence of sound, a thin barrier between the ear and the surging murmur of life just beyond, but an impenetrable substance made out of the worldwide cessation of all life and all movement. Yes, that was what laid a chill on her. The feeling that there was no limit to this silence, no outer margin, nothing beyond it. By this time she had reached the foot of the stairs and was limping across the hall to the drawing-room. Whatever she found there she was sure would be mute and lifeless, but what would it be? The bodies of her dead servants mown down by some homicidal maniac? And what if it were her turn next? If he were waiting for her behind the heavy curtains of the room she was about to enter? Well, she must find out. She must face whatever lay in wait. Not impelled by bravery, the last drop of courage had oozed out of her, but because anything was better than to remain shut up in that snowbound house without knowing whether she was alone in it or not. "I must find that out, I must find that out," she repeated to herself in a sort of meaningless sing-song. The cold outer light flooded the drawing-room. The shutters had not been closed, nor the curtains drawn. She looked about her. The room was empty and every chair in its usual place. Her armchair was pushed up by the chimney, and the cold hearth was piled with the ashes of the fire at which she had warmed herself before starting on her ill-fated walk. Even her empty coffee cup stood on a table near the armchair. It was evident that the servants had not been in the room since she had left it the day before after luncheon, and suddenly the conviction entered into her that, as she found the drawing-room, so she would find the rest of the house, cold, orderly, and empty. She would find nothing, she would find no one. She no longer felt any dread of ordinary human dangers lurking in those dumb spaces ahead of her. She knew she was utterly alone under her own roof. She sat down to rest her aching ankle and looked slowly about her. There were the other rooms to be visited, and she was determined to go through them all. But she knew in advance that they would give no answer to her question. She knew it seemingly from the quality of the silence which enveloped her. There was no break, no thinnest crack in it anywhere. It had the cold continuity of the snow, which was still falling steadily outside. She had no idea how long she waited before nerving herself to continue her inspection. She no longer felt the pain in her ankle, but was only conscious that she must not bear her weight on it, and therefore moved very slowly, supporting herself on each piece of furniture in her path. On the ground floor no shutter had been closed, no curtain drawn, and she progressed without difficulty from room to room. The library, her morning room, the dining room. In each of them, every piece of furniture was in its usual place. In the dining room, the table had been laid for her dinner of the previous evening, and the candelabra, with candles unlit, stood reflected in the dark mahogany. She was not the kind of woman to nibble a poached egg on a tray when she was alone, but always came down to the dining room and had what she called a civilized meal. The back premises remained to be visited. From the dining room she entered the pantry, and there too everything was in irreproachable order. She opened the door and looked down the back passage with its neat linoleum floor covering. The deep silence accompanied her. She still felt it moving watchfully at her side, as though she were its prisoner, and it might throw itself upon her if she attempted to escape. She limped on towards the kitchen. That, of course, would be empty too, and immaculate, but she must see it. She leaned a minute in the embrasure of a window in the passage. "It's like the Mary Celeste, a Mary Celeste on terra firma," she thought, recalling the unsolved sea mystery of her childhood. No one ever knew what happened on board the Mary Celeste, and perhaps no one will ever know what has happened here. Even I shan't know. At the thought, her latent fear seemed to take on a new quality. It was like an icy liquid running through every vein and lying in a pool about her heart. She understood now that she had never before known what fear was, and that most of the people she had met had probably never known either. For this sensation was something quite different. It absorbed her so completely that she was not aware how long she remained leaning there. But suddenly a new impulse pushed her forward, and she walked on towards the scullery. She went there first because there was a service slide in the wall through which she might peep into the kitchen without being seen, and some indefinable instinct told her that the kitchen held the clue to the mystery. She still felt strongly that whatever had happened in the house must have its source and centre in the kitchen. In the scullery, as she had expected, everything was clean and tidy. Whatever had happened, no one in the house appeared to have been taken by surprise. There was nowhere any sign of confusion or disorder. It looks as if they'd known beforehand and put everything straight, she thought. She glanced at the wall facing the door and saw that the slide was open, and then, as she was approaching it, the silence was broken. A voice was speaking in the kitchen, a man's voice, low but emphatic, and which she had never heard before. She stood still, cold with fear. But this fear was again a different one. Her previous terrors had been speculative, conjectural, a ghostly emanation of the surrounding silence. This was a plain, everyday dread of evildoers. Oh God, why had she not remembered her husband's revolver, which ever since his death had lain in a drawer in her room? She turned to retreat across the smooth, slippery floor, but halfway her stick slipped from her and crashed down on the tiles. The noise seemed to echo on and on through the emptiness, and she stood still, aghast. Now that she had betrayed her presence, flight was useless. Whoever was beyond the kitchen door would be upon her in a second. But to her astonishment, the voice went on speaking. It was as though neither the speaker nor his listeners had heard her. The invisible stranger spoke so low that she could not make out what he was saying, but the tone was passionately earnest, almost threatening. The next moment she realized that he was speaking in a foreign language, a language unknown to her. Once more her terror was surmounted by the urgent desire to know what was going on, so close to her yet unseen. She crept to the slide, peered cautiously through into the kitchen, and saw that it was as orderly and empty as the other rooms. But in the middle of the carefully scoured table stood a portable wireless, and the voice she heard came out of it. She must have fainted then, she supposed. At any rate, she felt so weak and dizzy that her memory of what next happened remained indistinct. But in the course of time she groped her way back to the pantry, and there found a bottle of spirits. Brandy or whiskey, she could not remember which. She found a glass, poured herself a stiff drink, and while it was flushing through her veins, managed, she never knew with how many shuddering delays, to drag herself through the deserted ground floor, up the stairs and down the corridor to her own room. There, apparently, she fell across the threshold, again unconscious. When she came to, she remembered, her first care had been to lock herself in, then to recover her husband's revolver. It was not loaded, but she found some cartridges, and succeeded in loading it. Then she remembered that Agnes, on leaving her the evening before, had refused to carry away the tray with the tea and sandwiches, and she fell on them with a sudden hunger. She recalled also noticing that a flask of brandy had been put beside the thermos, and being vaguely surprised. Agnes's departure, then, had been deliberately planned, and she had known that her mistress, who never touched spirits, might have need of a stimulant before she returned. Mrs. Claiborne poured some of the brandy into her tea and swallowed it greedily. After that, she told me later, she remembered that she had managed to start a fire in her grate, and after warming herself, had got back into her bed, piling on it all the coverings she could find. The afternoon passed in a haze of pain, out of which there emerged now and then a dim shape of fear. The fear that she might lie there alone and untended till she died of cold, and of the terror of her solitude. For she was sure by this time that the house was empty, completely empty from garret to cellar. She knew it was so, she could not tell why, but again she felt that it must be because of the peculiar quality of the silence which had dogged her steps wherever she went, and was now folded down on her like a pall. She was sure that the nearness of any other human being, however dumb and secret, would have made a faint crack in the texture of that silence, floored it as a sheet of glass is floored by a pebble thrown against it. "Is that easier?" the doctor asked, lifting himself from bending over her ankle. He shook his head disapprovingly. "Looks to me as if you'd disobeyed orders, eh? Been moving about, haven't you? And I guess Dr. Selgrove told you to keep quiet till he saw you again, didn't he?" The speaker was a stranger whom Mrs. Claiborne knew only by name. Her own doctor had been called away that morning to the bedside of an old patient in Baltimore, and had asked this young man, who was beginning to be known at Norrington, to replace him. The newcomer was shy and somewhat familiar, as the shy often are, and Mrs. Claiborne decided that she did not much like him. But before she could convey this by the tone of her reply, and she was past mistress of the shades of disapproval, she heard Agnes speaking. Yes, Agnes, the same, the usual Agnes, standing behind the doctor, neat and stern-looking as ever. "Mrs. Claiborne must have got up and walked about in the night instead of ringing for me as she'd ought to," Agnes intervened severely. This was too much. In spite of the pain, which was now exquisite, Mrs. Claiborne laughed. "Ringing for you? How could I, with the electricity cut off?" "The electricity cut off?" Agnes's surprise was masterly. "Why, when was it cut off?" She pressed her finger on the bell beside the bed, and the call tinkled through the quiet room. "I tried that bell before I left you last night, madam, because if there'd been anything wrong with it, I'd have come and slept in the dressing-room sooner than leave you here alone." Mrs. Claiborne lay speechless, staring up at her. "Last night? But last night I was all alone in the house." Agnes's firm features did not alter. She folded her hands resignedly across her trim apron. "Perhaps the pains made you a little confused, madam." She looked at the doctor, who nodded. "The pain in your foot must have been pretty bad," he said. "It was," Mrs. Claiborne replied, "but it was nothing to the horror of being left alone in this empty house since the day before yesterday, with the heat and the electricity cut off, and the telephone not working." The doctor was looking at her in evident wonder. Agnes's sallow face flushed slightly, but only as if in indignation at an unjust charge. "But, madam, I made up your fire with my own hands last night, and look, it's smouldering still. I was getting ready to start it again just now when the doctor came." "That's so. She was down on her knees before it," the doctor corroborated. Again Mrs. Claiborne laughed. Ingeniously as the tissue of lies was being woven about her, she felt she could still break through it. "I made up the fire myself yesterday. There was no one else to do it," she said, addressing the doctor, but keeping her eyes on her maid. "I got up twice to put on more coal, because the house was like a sepulchre. The central heating must have been out since Saturday afternoon." At this incredible statement, Agnes's face expressed only a polite distress, but the new doctor was evidently embarrassed at being drawn into an unintelligible controversy with which he had no time to deal. He said he had brought the X-ray photographer with him, but that the ankle was too much swollen to be photographed at present. He asked Mrs. Claiborne to excuse his haste, as he had all Dr. Selgrove's patients to visit besides his own, and promised to come back that evening to decide whether she could be X-rayed then, and whether, as he evidently feared, the ankle would have to be put in plaster. Then, handing his prescriptions to Agnes, he departed. Mrs. Claiborne spent a feverish and suffering day. She did not feel well enough to carry on the discussion with Agnes. She did not ask to see the other servants. She grew drowsy and understood that her mind was confused with fever. Agnes and the housemaid waited on her as attentively as usual, and by the time the doctor returned in the evening, her temperature had fallen. But she decided not to speak of what was on her mind until Dr. Selgrove reappeared. He was to be back the following evening, and the new doctor preferred to wait for him before deciding to put the ankle in plaster, though he feared this was now inevitable. That afternoon Mrs. Claiborne had me summoned by telephone, and I arrived at Whitegates the following day. My cousin, who looked pale and nervous, merely pointed to her foot, which had been put in plaster, and thanked me for coming to keep her company. She explained that Dr. Selgrove had been taken suddenly ill in Baltimore and would not be back for several days, but that the young man who replaced him seemed fairly competent. She made no allusion to the strange incidents I have set down, but I felt at once that she had received a shock which her accident, however painful, could not explain. Finally, one evening, she told me the story of her strange weekend, as it had presented itself to her unusually clear and accurate mind, and as I have recorded it above. She did not tell me this till several weeks after my arrival, but she was still upstairs at the time, and obliged to divide her days between her bed and a lounge. During those endless intervening weeks, she told me, she had thought the whole matter over, and though the events of the mysterious 36 hours were still vivid to her, they had already lost something of their haunting terror, and she had finally decided not to reopen the question with Agnes, or to touch on it in speaking to the other servants. Dr. Selgrove's illness had been not only serious but prolonged. He had not yet returned, and it was reported that as soon as he was well enough, he would go on a West Indian cruise, and not resume his practice at Norrington till the spring. Dr. Selgrove, as my cousin was perfectly aware, was the only person who could prove that 36 hours had elapsed between his visit and that of his successor, and the latter, a shy young man, burdened by the heavy additional practice suddenly thrown on his shoulders, told me, when I risked a little private talk with him, that in the haste of Dr. Selgrove's departure, the only instructions he had given about Mrs. Claiborne were summed up in the brief memorandum: "Broken ankle, have X-rayed." Knowing my cousin's authoritative character, I was surprised at her decision not to speak to the servants of what had happened, but on thinking it over, I concluded she was right. They were all exactly as they had been before that unexplained episode: efficient, devoted, respectful, and respectable. She was dependent on them, and felt at home with them, and she evidently preferred to put the whole matter out of her mind as far as she could. She was absolutely certain that something strange had happened in her house, and I was more than ever convinced that she had received a shock which the accident of a broken ankle was not sufficient to account for. But in the end I agreed that nothing was to be gained by cross-questioning the servants or the new doctor. I was at Whitegates off and on that winter and during the following summer, and when I went home to New York for good, early in October, I left my cousin in her old health and spirits. Dr. Selgrove had been ordered to Switzerland for the summer, and this further postponement of his return to his practice seemed to have put the happenings of the strange weekend out of her mind. Her life was going on as peacefully and normally as usual, and I left her without anxiety, and indeed without a thought of the mystery, which was now nearly a year old. I was living then in a small flat in New York by myself, and I had hardly settled into it when, very late one evening, on the last day of October, I heard my bell ring. As it was my maid's evening out, and I was alone, I went to the door myself, and on the threshold, to my amazement, I saw Sarah Claiborne. She was wrapped in a fur cloak with a hat drawn down over her forehead, and a face so pale and haggard that I saw something dreadful must have happened to her. "Sarah," I gasped, not knowing what I was saying, "where in the world have you come from at this hour?" "From Whitegates. I missed the last train and came by car." She came in and sat down on the bench near the door. I saw that she could hardly stand, and sat down beside her, putting my arm about her. "For heaven's sake, tell me what's happened." She looked at me without seeming to see me. "I telephoned to Nixon's and hired a car. It took me 5 hours and a quarter to get here." She looked about her. "Can you take me in for the night? I've left my luggage downstairs." "For as many nights as you like, but you look so ill." She shook her head. "No, I'm not ill. I'm only frightened, deathly frightened," she repeated in a whisper. Her voice was so strange, and the hands I was pressing between mine were so cold that I drew her to her feet and led her straight to my little guest room. My flat was in an old-fashioned building, not many stories high, and I was on more human terms with the staff than is possible in one of the modern Babels. I telephoned down to have my cousin's bags brought up, and meanwhile I filled a hot water bottle, warmed the bed, and got her into it as quickly as I could. I had never seen her as unquestioning and submissive, and that alarmed me even more than her pallor. She was not the woman to let herself be undressed and put to bed like a baby, but she submitted without a word, as though aware that she had reached the end of her tether. "It's good to be here," she said in a quieter tone, as I tucked her up and smoothed the pillows. "Don't leave me yet, will you? Not just yet." "I'm not going to leave you for more than a minute just to get you a cup of tea," I reassured her, and she lay still. I left the door open so that she could hear me stirring about in the little pantry across the passage, and when I brought her the tea, she swallowed it gratefully, and a little colour came into her face. I sat with her in silence for some time, but at last she began. "You see, it's exactly a year." I should have preferred to have her put off till the next morning whatever she had to tell me, but I saw from her burning eyes that she was determined to rid her mind of what was burdening it, and that until she had done so it would be useless to proffer the sleeping draught I had ready. "A year since what?" I asked stupidly, not yet associating her precipitate arrival with the mysterious occurrences of the previous year at Whitegates. She looked at me in surprise. "A year since I met that woman. Don't you remember, the strange woman who was coming up the drive the afternoon when I broke my ankle? I didn't think of it at the time, but it was on All Souls' Eve that I met her." "Yes," I said, "I remembered that it was." "Well, and this is All Souls' Eve, isn't it? I'm not as good as you are on church dates, but I thought it was." "Yes, this is All Souls' Eve." "I thought so." "Well, this afternoon I went out for my usual walk. I'd been writing letters and paying bills and didn't start till late, not till it was nearly dusk, but it was a lovely clear evening. And as I got near the gate, there was the woman coming in, the same woman, going toward the house." I pressed my cousin's hand, which was hot and feverish now. "If it was dusk, could you be perfectly sure it was the same woman?" I asked. "Oh, perfectly sure. The evening was so clear. I knew her and she knew me, and I could see she was angry at meeting me. I stopped her and asked, 'Where are you going?' just as I had asked her last year. And she said in the same queer half-foreign voice, 'Only to see one of the girls, as she had before.' Then I felt angry all of a sudden, and I said, 'You shan't set foot in my house again. Do you hear me? I order you to leave.' And she laughed. Yes, she laughed, very low but distinctly. By that time it had got quite dark, as if a sudden storm was sweeping up over the sky, so that though she was so near me I could hardly see her. We were standing by the clump of hemlocks at the turn of the drive, and as I went up to her, furious at her impertinence, she passed behind the hemlocks, and when I followed her she wasn't there. No, I swear to you, she wasn't there. And in the darkness I hurried back to the house, afraid that she would slip by me and get there first. And the queer thing was that as I reached the door, the black cloud vanished, and there was the transparent twilight again. In the house everything seemed as usual, and the servants were busy about their work, but I couldn't get it out of my head that the woman, under the shadow of that cloud, had somehow got there before me. She paused for breath, and began again. In the hall I stopped at the telephone and rang up Nixon and told him to send me a car at once to go to New York, with a man he knew to drive me, and Nixon came with the car himself. Her head sank back on the pillow, and she looked at me like a frightened child. "It was good of Nixon," she said. "Yes, it was very good of him, but when they saw you leaving, the servants I mean." "Yes, well, when I got upstairs to my room I rang for Agnes. She came looking just as cool and quiet as usual, and when I told her I was starting for New York in half an hour, I said it was on account of a sudden business call. Well, then, her presence of mind failed her for the first time. She forgot to look surprised, she even forgot to make an objection, and you know what an objector Agnes is, and as I watched her, I could see a little secret spark of relief in her eyes, though she was so on her guard. And she just said, "Very well, madam," and asked me what I wanted to take with me, just as if I were in the habit of dashing off to New York after dark on an autumn night to meet a business engagement. No, she made a mistake not to show any surprise, and not even to ask me why I didn't take my own car. and her losing her head in that way frightened me more than anything else. For I saw she was so thankful I was going that she hardly dared speak, for fear she should betray herself, or I should change my mind. After that, Mrs. Claiborne lay a long while silent, breathing less unrestfully, and at last she closed her eyes, as though she felt more at ease now that she had spoken, and wanted to sleep. As I got up quietly to leave her, she turned her head a little and murmured, "I shall never go back to Whitegates again." Then she shut her eyes, and I saw that she was falling asleep. I have set down above, I hope without omitting anything essential, the record of my cousin's strange experience as she told it to me. Of what happened at Whitegates, that is all I can personally vouch for. The rest, and of course there is a rest, is pure conjecture, and I give it only as such. My cousin's maid Agnes was from the Isle of Skye, and the Hebrides, as everyone knows, are full of the supernatural, whether in the shape of ghostly presences or the almost ghostlier sense of unseen watchers, people in the long nights of those stormy solitudes. My cousin, at any rate, always regarded Agnes as the, perhaps unconscious, at any rate irresponsible, channel through which communications from the other side of the veil reached the submissive household at Whitegates. Though Agnes had been with Mrs. Claiborne for a long time without any peculiar incident revealing this affinity with the unknown forces, the power to communicate with them may all the while have been latent in the woman, only awaiting a kindred touch. And that touch may have been given by the unknown visitor whom my cousin, 2 years in succession, had met coming up the drive at Whitegates on the eve of All Souls. Certainly the date bears out my hypothesis, for I suppose that even in this unimaginative age, a few people still remember that All Souls' Eve is the night when the dead can walk, and when, by the same token, other spirits, piteous or malevolent, are also freed from the restrictions which secure the earth to the living on the other days of the year. If the recurrence of this date is more than a coincidence, and for my part I think it is, then I take it that the strange woman who twice came up the drive at Whitegates on All Souls' Eve was either a fetch, or else, more probably, and more alarmingly, a living woman inhabited by a witch. The history of witchcraft, as is well known, abounds in such cases, and such a messenger might well have been delegated by the powers who rule in these matters to summon Agnes and her fellow servants to a midnight coven in some neighbouring solitude. To learn what happens at covens, and the reason of the irresistible fascination they exercise over the timorous and superstitious, one need only address oneself to the immense body of literature dealing with these mysterious rites. Anyone who has once felt the faintest curiosity to assist at a coven apparently soon finds the curiosity increased to desire, the desire to an uncontrollable longing, which, when the opportunity presents itself, breaks down all inhibitions. For those who have once taken part in a coven will move heaven and earth to take part again. Such is my conjectural explanation of the strange happenings at Whitegates. My cousin always said she could not believe that incidents which might fit into the desolate landscape of the Hebrides could occur in the cheerful and populous Connecticut Valley. But if she did not believe, she at least feared. Such moral paradoxes are not uncommon, and though she insisted that there must be some natural explanation of the mystery, she never returned to investigate it. "No, no," she said with a little shiver, whenever I touched on the subject of her going back to Whitegates, "I don't want ever to risk seeing that woman again." And she never went back. The end. Afterward by Edith Wharton, and read by Christopher Halton. "Oh, there is one, of course, but you'll never know it." The assertion, laughingly flung out 6 months earlier in a bright June garden, came back to Mary Boyne with a sharp perception of its latent significance as she stood in the December dusk, waiting for the lamps to be brought into the library. The words had been spoken by their friend Alida Stair, as they sat at tea on her lawn at Pangbourne, in reference to the very house of which the library in question was the central, the pivotal feature. Mary Boyne and her husband, in quest of a country place in one of the southern or southwestern counties, had, on their arrival in England, carried their problems straight to Alida Stair, who had successfully solved it in her own case. But it was not until they had rejected, almost capriciously, several practical and judicious suggestions that she threw it out. Well, there's Ling in Dorsetshire. It belongs to Hugo's cousins, and you can get it for a song. The reason she gave for its being obtainable on these terms, its remoteness from a station, its lack of electric light, hot water pipes, and other vulgar necessities, were exactly those pleading in its favour with two romantic Americans perversely in search of the economic drawbacks which were associated, in their tradition, with unusual architectural felicities. I should never believe I was living in an old house unless I was thoroughly uncomfortable, Ned Boyne, the more extravagant of the two, had jocosely insisted. The least hint of convenience would make me think it had been bought out of an exhibition with the pieces numbered and set up again. And they had proceeded to enumerate with humorous precision their various suspicions and exactions, refusing to believe that the house their cousin recommended was really Tudor till they learned it had no heating system, or that the village church was literally in the grounds till she assured them of the deplorable uncertainty of the water supply. It's too uncomfortable to be true. Edward Boyne had continued to exult as the avowal of each disadvantage was successively wrung from her. But he had cut short his rhapsody to ask, with a sudden relapse to distrust, "And the ghost? You've been concealing from us the fact that there is no ghost." Mary at the moment had laughed with him, yet almost with her laugh, being possessed of several sets of independent perceptions, had noted a sudden flatness of tone in Alida's answering hilarity. "Oh, Dorsetshire is full of ghosts, you know. Yes, but that won't do. I don't want to have to drive 10 miles to see somebody else's ghost. I want one of my own on the premises. Is there a ghost at Ling?" His rejoinder had made Alida laugh again, and it was then that she had flung back tantalizingly, "Oh, there is one, of course, but you'll never know it." "Never know it?" Boyne pulled her up. "But what in the world constitutes a ghost except the fact of its being known for one?" "I can't say, but that's the story. That there's a ghost, but that nobody knows it's a ghost. Well, not till afterward, at any rate." "Till afterward? Not till long, long afterward. But if it's once been identified as an unearthly visitant, why hasn't its signalment been handed down in the family? How has it managed to preserve its incognito?" Alida could only shake her head. "Don't ask me, but it has." And then suddenly Mary spoke up as if from some cavernous depth of divination. Suddenly, long afterward, one says to oneself, "That was it." She was oddly startled at the sepulchral sound with which her question fell on the banter of the other two, and she saw the shadow of the same surprise flit across Alida's clear pupils. "I suppose so. One just has to wait." "Oh, hang waiting," Ned broke in. "Life's too short for a ghost who can only be enjoyed in retrospect. Can't we do better than that, Mary?" But it turned out that in the event they were not destined to, for within 3 months of their conversation with Mrs. Stair, they were established at Ling, and the life they had yearned for to the point of planning it out in all its daily details had actually begun for them. It was to sit in the thick December dusk by just such a wide-hooded fireplace, under just such black oak rafters, with the sense that beyond the mullion panes the downs were darkening to a deeper solitude. It was for the ultimate indulgence in such sensations that Mary Boyne had endured for nearly 14 years the soul-deadening ugliness of the Middle West, and that Boyne had ground on doggedly at his engineering till, with a suddenness that still made her blink, the prodigious windfall of the Blue Star mine had put them at a stroke in possession of life and the leisure to taste it. They had never for a moment meant their new state to be one of idleness, but they meant to give themselves only to harmonious activities. She had her vision of painting and gardening, against a background of grey walls. He dreamed of the production of his long-planned book on the economic basis of culture, and with such absorbing work ahead, no existence could be too sequestered. They could not get far enough from the world, or plunge deep enough into the past. Dorsetshire had attracted them from the first by a semblance of remoteness out of all proportion to its geographical position. But to the Boynes it was one of the ever-recurring wonders of the whole incredibly compressed island, a nest of counties, as they put it, that for the production of its effects so little of a given quality went so far, that so few miles made a distance, and so short a distance a difference. "It's that," Ned had once enthusiastically explained, "that gives such depth to their effects, such relief to their least contrasts. They've been able to lay the butter so thick on every exquisite mouthful." The butter had certainly been laid on thick at Ling. The old grey house, hidden under a shoulder of the downs, had almost all the finer marks of commerce with a protracted past. The mere fact that it was neither large nor exceptional made it, to the Boynes, abound the more richly in its special sense, the sense of having been for centuries a deep, dim reservoir of life. The life had probably not been of the most vivid order. For long periods, no doubt, it had fallen as noiselessly into the past as the quiet drizzle of autumn fell hour after hour into the green fish pond between the yews. But these backwaters of existence sometimes breed, in their sluggish depth, strange acuities of emotion, and Mary Boyne had felt from the first the occasional brush of an intenser memory. The feeling had never been stronger than on the December afternoon, when, waiting in the library for the belated lamps, she rose from her seat and stood among the shadows of the hearth. Her husband had gone off after luncheon for one of his long tramps on the downs. She had noticed of late that he preferred to be unaccompanied on these occasions, and in the tried security of their personal relations, had been driven to conclude that his book was bothering him, and that he needed the afternoons to turn over in solitude the problems left from the morning's work. Certainly the book was not going as smoothly as she had imagined it would, and the lines of perplexity between his eyes had never been there in his engineering days. Then he had often looked fagged to the verge of illness, but the native demon of worry had never branded his brow. Yet the few pages he had so far read to her, the introduction and a synopsis of the opening chapter, gave evidences of a firm possession of his subject and a deepening confidence in his powers. The fact threw her into deeper perplexity, since, now that he had done with business and its disturbing contingencies, the one other possible element of anxiety was eliminated. Unless it were his health, then. But physically he had gained since they had come to Dorsetshire, grown robuster, ruddier, and fresher-eyed. It was only within a week that she had felt in him the undefinable change that made her restless in his absence and as tongue-tied in his presence as though it were she who had a secret to keep from him. The thought that there was a secret somewhere between them struck her with a sudden smart rap of wonder, and she looked about her down the dim, long room. "Can it be the house?" she mused. The room itself might have been full of secrets. They seemed to be piling themselves up as evening fell, like the layers and layers of velvet shadow dropping from the low ceiling, the dusky walls of books, the smoke-blurred sculpture of the hooded hearth. "Why, of course, the house is haunted," she reflected. The ghost, Alida's imperceptible ghost, after figuring largely in the banter of their first month or two at Ling, had been gradually discarded as too ineffectual for imaginative use. Mary had indeed, as became the tenant of a haunted house, made the customary inquiries among her few rural neighbours, but beyond a vague, "They do say so, mum," the villagers had nothing to impart. The elusive spectre had apparently never had sufficient identity for a legend to crystallise about it, and after a time the Boynes had laughingly set the matter down to their profit and loss account, agreeing that Ling was one of the few houses good enough in itself to dispense with supernatural enhancements. "And I suppose, poor ineffectual demon, that's why it beats its beautiful wings in vain in the void," Mary had laughingly concluded. Or rather, Ned answered in the same strain, why, amid so much that's ghostly, it can never affirm its separate existence as the ghost. and thereupon their invisible housemate had finally dropped out of their references, which were numerous enough to make them promptly unaware of the loss. Now, as she stood on the hearth, the subject of their earlier curiosity revived in her with a new sense of its meaning, a sense gradually acquired through close daily contact with the scene of the lurking mystery. It was the house itself, of course, that possessed the ghost-seeing faculty that communed visually but secretly with its own past, and if one could only get into close enough communion with the house, one might surprise its secret and acquire the ghost sight on one's own account. Perhaps in his long solitary hours in this very room, where she never trespassed till the afternoon, her husband had acquired it already, and was silently carrying the dread weight of whatever it had revealed to him. Mary was too well versed in the code of the spectral world not to know that one could not talk about the ghosts one saw. To do so was almost as great a breach of good breeding as to name a lady in a club. But this explanation did not really satisfy her. What, after all, except for the fun of the frisson, she reflected, would he really care for any of their old ghosts? And thence she was thrown back once more on the fundamental dilemma, the fact that one's greater or less susceptibility to spectral influences had no particular bearing on the case, since when one did see a ghost at Ling, one did not know it. Not till long afterward, Alida Stair had said. Well, supposing Ned had seen one when they first came, and had known only within the last week what had happened to him. More and more under the spell of the hour, she threw back her searching thoughts to the early days of their tenancy, but at first only to recall a gay confusion of unpacking, settling, arranging of books, and calling to each other from remote corners of the house as treasure after treasure of their habitation revealed itself to them. It was in this particular connection that she presently recalled a certain soft afternoon of the previous October, when, passing from the first rapturous flurry of exploration to a detailed inspection of the old house, she had pressed, like a novel heroine, a panel that opened at her touch on a narrow flight of stairs leading to an unsuspected flat ledge of the roof which from below seemed to slope away on all sides too abruptly for any but practised feet to scale. The view from this hidden coign was enchanting, and she had flown down to snatch Ned from his papers and give him the freedom of her discovery. She remembered still how, standing on the narrow ledge, he had passed his arm about her while their gaze flew to the long tossed horizon line of the downs, and then dropped contentedly back to trace the arabesque of yew hedges about the fish pond and the shadow of the cedar on the lawn. "And now the other way," he had said, gently turning her about within his arm, and closely pressed to him, she had absorbed, like some long satisfying draught, the picture of the grey-walled court, the squat lions on the gates, and the lime avenue reaching up to the high road under the downs. It was just then, while they gazed and held each other, that she had felt his arm relax and heard a sharp hello that made her turn to glance at him. Distinctly, yes, she now recalled she had seen, as she glanced, a shadow of anxiety, of perplexity rather, fall across his face, and following his eyes had beheld the figure of a man in loose greyish clothes as it appeared to her, who was sauntering down the lime avenue to the court with the tentative gait of a stranger seeking his way. Her short-sighted eyes had given her but a blurred impression of slightness and greyness, with something foreign, or at least unlocal, in the cut of the figure or its garb. But her husband had apparently seen more, seen enough to make him push past her with a sharp "Wait!" and dash down the twisting stairs without pausing to give her a hand for the descent. A slight tendency to dizziness obliged her, after a provisional clutch at the chimney against which they had been leaning, to follow him down more cautiously, and when she had reached the attic landing, she paused again for a less definite reason, leaning over the oak banister to strain her eyes through the silence of the brown sun-flecked depths below. She lingered there till, somewhere in those depths, she heard the closing of a door. Then, mechanically impelled, she went down the shallow flights of steps till she reached the lower hall. The front door stood open on the mild sunlight of the court, and hall and court were empty. The library door was open too, and after listening in vain for any sound of voices within, she quickly crossed the threshold and found her husband alone, vaguely fingering the papers on his desk. He looked up as if surprised at her precipitate entrance, but the shadow of anxiety had passed from his face, leaving it even, as she fancied, a little brighter and clearer than usual. "What was it? Who was it?" she asked. "Who?" he repeated, with the surprise still all on his side. "The man we saw coming towards the house." He seemed honestly to reflect. "The man? Why, I thought I saw Peters. I dashed after him to say a word about the stable drains, but he had disappeared before I could get down." Disappeared? Why, he seemed to be walking so slowly when we saw him. Boyne shrugged his shoulders. "So I thought, but he must have got up steam in the interval. What do you say to our trying a scramble up Meldon Steep before sunset?" That was all. At the time, the occurrence had been less than nothing, had indeed been immediately obliterated by the magic of their first vision from Meldon Steep, a height which they had dreamed of climbing ever since they had first seen its bare spine heaving itself above the low roof of Ling. Doubtless it was the mere fact of the other incidents having occurred on the very day of their ascent to Meldon that had kept it stored away in the unconscious fold of association from which it now emerged, for in itself it had no mark of the portentous. At the moment there could have been nothing more natural than that Ned should dash himself from the roof in the pursuit of dilatory tradesmen. It was the period when they were always on the watch for one or the other of the specialists employed about the place, always lying in wait for them, and dashing out at them with questions, reproaches, or reminders. And certainly in the distance the grey figure had looked like Peter's. Yet now, as she reviewed the rapid scene, she felt her husband's explanation of it to have been invalidated by the look of anxiety on his face. Why had the familiar appearance of Peter's made him anxious? Why, above all, if it was of such prime necessity to confer with that authority on the subject of the stable drains, had the failure to find him produced such a look of relief? Mary could not say that any one of these considerations had occurred to her at the time, yet from the promptness with which they now marshalled themselves at her summons, she had a sudden sense that they must all along have been there waiting their hour. Weary with her thoughts, she moved towards the window. The library was now completely dark, and she was surprised to see how much faint light the outer world still held. As she peered out into it across the court, a figure shaped itself in the tapering perspective of bare lines. It looked a mere blot of deeper grey in the greyness, and for an instant, as it moved toward her, her heart thumped to the thought, "It's the ghost!" She had time in that long instant to feel suddenly that the man of whom, 2 months earlier, she had a brief distant vision from the roof, was now, at his predestined hour, about to reveal himself as not having been Peter's, and her spirit sank under the impending fear of the disclosure. But almost with the next tick of the clock, the ambiguous figure, gaining substance and character, showed itself even to her weak sight as her husband's, and she turned away to meet him as he entered, with the confession of her folly. "It's really too absurd," she laughed out from the threshold, "but I never can remember." "Remember what?" Boyne questioned as they drew together. "That when one sees the Ling ghost one never knows it." Her hand was on his sleeve, and he kept it there, but with no response in his gesture or in the lines of his fagged, preoccupied face. "Did you think you'd seen it?" he asked, after an appreciable interval. "Why, I actually took you for it, my dear, in my mad determination to spot it." "Me, just now!" His arm dropped away, and he turned from her with a faint echo of her laugh. "Really, dearest, you'd better give it up, if that's the best you can do." "Yes, I give it up, I give it up. Have you?" she asked, turning round on him abruptly. The parlour-maid had entered with letters and a lamp, and the light struck up into Boyne's face as he bent above the tray she presented. "Have you?" Mary perversely insisted, when the servant had disappeared on her errand of illumination. "Have I what?" he rejoined absently, the light bringing out the sharp stamp of worry between his brows as he turned over the letters. "Given up trying to see the ghost?" Her heart beat a little at the experiment she was making. Her husband, laying his letters aside, moved away into the shadow of the hearth. "I never tried," he said, tearing open the wrapper of a newspaper. "Well, of course," Mary persisted. "The exasperating thing is that there's no use trying, since one can't be sure till so long afterward." He was unfolding the paper as if he had hardly heard her, but after a pause during which the sheets rustled spasmodically between his hands, he lifted his head to say abruptly, "Have you any idea how long?" Mary had sunk into a low chair beside the fireplace. From her seat she looked up startled at her husband's profile, which was darkly projected against the circle of lamplight. "No, none. Have you?" she retorted, repeating her former phrase with an added keenness of intention. Boyne crumpled the paper into a bunch, and then inconsequently turned back with it towards the lamp. "Lord, no, I only meant," he explained, with a faint tinge of impatience, "is there any legend, any tradition as to that?" "Not that I know of," she answered, but the impulse to add, "What makes you ask?" was checked by the reappearance of the parlour-maid with tea and a second lamp. With the dispersal of shadows and the repetition of the daily domestic office, Mary Boyne felt herself less oppressed by that sense of something mutely imminent which had darkened her solitary afternoon. For a few moments she gave herself silently to the details of her task, and when she looked up from it she was struck to the point of bewilderment by the change in her husband's face. He had seated himself near the farther lamp, and was absorbed in the perusal of his letters, but was it something he had found in them, or merely the shifting of her own point of view, that had restored his features to their normal aspect? The longer she looked, the more definitely the change affirmed itself. The lines of painful tension had vanished, and such traces of fatigue as lingered were of the kind easily attributable to steady mental effort. He glanced up as if drawn by her gaze and met her eyes with a smile. "I'm dying for my tea, you know, and here's a letter for you," he said. She took the letter he held out in exchange for the cup she proffered him, and returning to her seat, broke the seal with the languid gesture of the reader whose interests are all enclosed in the circle of one cherished presence. Her next conscious motion was that of starting to her feet, the letter falling to them as she rose, while she held out to her husband a long newspaper clipping. "Ned, what's this? What does it mean?" He had risen at the same instant, almost as if hearing her cry before she uttered it, and for a perceptible space of time he and she studied each other like adversaries watching for an advantage across the space between her chair and his desk. "What's what? You fairly made me jump," Boyne said at length, moving toward her with a sudden half-exasperated laugh. The shadow of apprehension was on his face again. Not now a look of fixed foreboding, but a shifting vigilance of lips and eyes that gave her the sense of his feeling himself invisibly surrounded. Her hand shook so that she could hardly give him the clipping. "This article from the Waukesha Sentinel, that a man named Elwell has brought suit against you, that there was something wrong about the Blue Star Mine. I can't understand more than half." They continued to face each other as she spoke, and to her astonishment she saw that her words had the almost immediate effect of dissipating the strained watchfulness of his look. "Oh, that!" He glanced down the printed slip, and then folded it with the gesture of one who handles something harmless and familiar. "What's the matter with you this afternoon, Mary? I thought you'd got bad news." She stood before him with her undefinable terror subsiding slowly under the reassuring touch of his composure. "You knew about this, then? It's all right?" "Certainly I knew about it, and it's all right." "But what is it? I don't understand. What does this man accuse you of?" "Oh, pretty nearly every crime in the calendar." Boyne had tossed the clipping down and thrown himself comfortably into an armchair near the fire. "Do you want to hear the story? It's not particularly interesting. Just a squabble over interests in the Blue Star." "But who is this Elwell? I don't know the name." "Oh, he's a fellow I put into it. Gave him a hand up. I told you all about him at the time." "I dare say I must have forgotten. Vainly she strained back among her memories. But if you helped him, why does he make this return? Oh, probably some shyster lawyer got hold of him and talked him over. It's all rather technical and complicated. I thought that kind of thing bored you. His wife felt a sting of compunction. Theoretically, she deprecated the American wife's detachment from her husband's professional interests, but in practice she had always found it difficult to fix her attention on Boyne's report of the transactions in which his varied interests involved him. Besides, she had felt from the first that in a community where the amenities of living could be obtained only at the cost of efforts as arduous as her husband's professional labours, such brief leisure as they could command should be used as an escape from immediate preoccupations, a flight to the life they always dreamed of living. Once or twice, now that this new life had actually drawn its magic circle about them, she had asked herself if she had done right. But hitherto such conjectures had been no more than the retrospective excursions of an active fancy. Now, for the first time, it startled her a little to find how little she knew of the material foundation on which her happiness was built. She glanced again at her husband and was reassured by the composure of his face, yet she felt the need of more definite grounds for her reassurance. "But doesn't this suit worry you? Why have you never spoken to me about it?" He answered both questions at once. "I didn't speak of it at first because it did worry me, annoyed me rather, but it's all ancient history now. Your correspondent must have got hold of a back number of the Sentinel." She felt a quick thrill of relief. "You mean it's over? He's lost his case?" There was a just perceptible delay in Boyne's reply. "The suit's been withdrawn, that's all." But she persisted, as if to exonerate herself from the inward charge of being too easily put off. Withdrawn because he saw he had no chance? "Oh, he had no chance," Boyne answered. She was still struggling with a dimly felt perplexity at the back of her thoughts. How long ago was it withdrawn? He paused as if with a slight return of his former uncertainty. "I've just had the news now, but I've been expecting it." "Just now, in one of your letters?" "Yes, in one of my letters." She made no answer and was aware only after a short interval of waiting that he had risen and, strolling across the room, had placed himself on the sofa at her side. She felt him, as he did so, pass an arm about her. She felt his hand seek hers and clasp it, and turning slowly, drawn by the warmth of his cheek, she met the smiling clearness of his eyes. It's all right," she questioned, through the flood of her dissolving doubts. "And I give you my word, it never was righter." He laughed back at her, holding her close. One of the strangest things she was afterward to recall out of all the next day's incredible strangeness was the sudden and complete recovery of her sense of security. It was in the air when she woke in her low-ceilinged, dusky room. It accompanied her downstairs to the breakfast table, flashed out at her from the fire, and reduplicated itself brightly from the flanks of the urn and the sturdy flutings of the Georgian teapot. It was as if, in some roundabout way, all her diffused apprehensions of the previous day, with their moment of sharp concentration about the newspaper article, as if this dim questioning of the future and startled return upon the past had between them liquidated the arrears of some haunting moral obligation. If she had indeed been careless of her husband's affairs, it was, her new state seemed to prove, because her faith in him instinctively justified such carelessness, and his right to her faith had overwhelmingly affirmed itself in the very face of menace and suspicion. She had never seen him more untroubled, more naturally and unconsciously in possession of himself, than after the cross-examination to which she had subjected him. It was almost as if he had been aware of her lurking doubts, and had wanted the air cleared as much as she did. It was as clear, thank heaven, as the bright outer light that surprised her almost with a touch of summer when she issued from the house for her daily round of the gardens. She had left Boyne at his desk, indulging herself as she passed the library door by a last peep at his quiet face, where he bent, pipe in his mouth, above his papers, and now she had her own morning's task to perform. The task involved on such charm winter days almost as much delighted loitering about the different quarters of her domain as if spring were already at work on shrubs and borders. There were such inexhaustible possibilities still before her, such opportunities to bring out the latent graces of the old place without a single irreverent touch of alteration, that the winter months were all too short to plan what spring and autumn executed. And her recovered sense of safety gave on this particular morning a peculiar zest to her progress through the sweet still place. She went first to the kitchen garden, where the espaliered pear trees drew complicated patterns on the walls, and pigeons were fluttering and preening about the silvery slated roof of their cot. There was something wrong about the piping of the hothouse, and she was expecting an authority from Dorchester, who was to drive out between trains and make a diagnosis of the boiler. But when she dipped into the damp heat of the greenhouses, among the spiced scents and waxy pinks and reds of old-fashioned exotics, even the flora of Ling was in the note. She learned that the great man had not arrived, and the day being too rare to waste in an artificial atmosphere, she came out again and paced slowly along the springy turf of the bowling green to the gardens behind the house. At their farther end rose a grass terrace, commanding over the fish pond and the yew hedges a view of the long house front, with its twisted chimney stacks and the blue shadows of its roof angles, all drenched in the pale gold moisture of the air. Seen thus across the level tracery of the yews, under the suffused mild light, it sent her from its open windows and hospitably smoking chimneys the look of some warm human presence, of a mind slowly ripened on a sunny wall of experience. She had never before had so deep a sense of her intimacy with it, such a conviction that its secrets were all beneficent, kept, as they said to children, for one's good, so complete a trust in its power to gather up her life and Ned's into the harmonious pattern of the long, long story it sat there weaving in the sun. She heard steps behind her and turned, expecting to see the gardener accompanied by the engineer from Dorchester, but only one figure was in sight, that of a youngish, slightly built man, who, for reasons she could not on the spot have specified, did not remotely resemble her preconceived notion of an authority on hothouse boilers. The newcomer, on seeing her, lifted his hat and paused with the air of a gentleman, perhaps a traveller desirous of having it immediately known that his intrusion is involuntary. The local fame of Ling occasionally attracted the more intelligent sightseer, and Mary half expected to see the stranger dissemble a camera or justify his presence by producing it. But he made no gesture of any sort, and after a moment she asked, in a tone responding to the courteous deprecation of his attitude, "Is there anyone you wish to see?" "I came to see Mr. Boyne," he replied. His intonation, rather than his accent, was faintly American, and Mary, at the familiar note, looked at him more closely. The brim of his soft felt hat cast a shade on his face, which, thus obscured, wore to her short-sighted gaze a look of seriousness, as of a person arriving on business, and civilly but firmly aware of his rights. Past experience had made Mary equally sensible to such claims, but she was jealous of her husband's morning hours, and doubtful of his having given anyone the right to intrude on them. "Have you an appointment with Mr. Boyne?" she asked. He hesitated, as if unprepared for the question. "Not exactly an appointment," he replied. "Then I'm afraid, this being his working time, that he can't receive you now. Will you give me a message or come back later?" The visitor, again lifting his hat, briefly replied that he would come back later, and walked away, as if to regain the front of the house. As his figure receded down the walk between the yew hedges, Mary saw him pause and look up an instant at the peaceful house front bathed in faint winter sunshine. And it struck her, with a tardy touch of compunction, that it would have been more humane to ask if he had come from a distance, and to offer, in that case, to inquire if her husband could receive him. But as the thought occurred to her, he passed out of sight behind a pyramidal yew, and at the same moment her attention was distracted by the approach of the gardener, attended by the bearded pepper and salt figure of the boilermaker from Dorchester. The encounter with this authority led to such far-reaching issues that they resulted in his finding it expedient to ignore his train, and beguiled Mary into spending the remainder of the morning in absorbed confabulation among the greenhouses. She was startled to find, when the colloquy ended, that it was nearly luncheon time, and she half expected, as she hurried back to the house, to see her husband coming out to meet her. But she found no one in the court but an under-gardener raking the gravel, and the hall, when she entered it, was so silent that she guessed Boyne to be still at work behind the closed door of the library. Not wishing to disturb him, she turned into the drawing-room, and there at her writing table lost herself in renewed calculations of the outlay to which the morning's conference had committed her. The knowledge that she could permit herself such follies had not yet lost its novelty, and somehow, in contrast to the vague apprehensions of the previous days, it now seemed an element of her recovered security, of the sense that, as Ned had said, things in general had never been righter. She was still luxuriating in a lavish play of figures when the parlour-maid from the threshold roused her with a dubiously worded inquiry as to the expediency of serving luncheon. It was one of their jokes that Trimmel announced luncheon as if she were divulging a state secret, and Mary, intent upon her papers, merely murmured an absent-minded assent. She felt Trimmel wavering expressively on the threshold, as if in rebuke of such off-hand acquiescence. Then her retreating steps sounded down the passage, and Mary, pushing away her papers, crossed the hall and went to the library door. It was still closed, and she wavered in her turn, disliking to disturb her husband, yet anxious that he should not exceed his normal measure of work. As she stood there balancing her impulses, the esoteric Trimmel returned with the announcement of luncheon, and Mary, thus impelled, opened the door and went into the library. Boyne was not at his desk, and she peered about her, expecting to discover him at the bookshelves somewhere down the length of the room, but her call brought no response, and gradually it became clear to her that he was not in the library. She turned back to the parlour-maid. "Mr. Boyne must be upstairs. Please tell him that luncheon is ready." The parlour-maid appeared to hesitate between the obvious duty of obeying orders and an equally obvious conviction of the foolishness of the injunction laid upon her. The struggle resulted in her saying doubtfully, "If you please, madam, Mr. Boyne's not upstairs." "Not in his room? Are you sure?" "I'm sure, madam." Mary consulted the clock. "Where is he then?" "He's gone out," Trimmel announced, with the superior air of one who has respectfully waited for the question that a well-ordered mind would have first propounded. Mary's previous conjecture had been right then. Boyne must have gone to the gardens to meet her, and since she had missed him, it was clear that he had taken the shorter way by the south door, instead of going around to the court. She crossed the hall to the glass portal opening directly on the yew garden, but the parlour-maid, after another moment of inner conflict, decided to bring out recklessly, "Please, madam, Mr. Boyne didn't go that way." Mary turned back. "Where did he go, and when—" "He went out of the front door, up the drive, madam." It was a matter of principle with Trimmel never to answer more than one question at a time. Up the drive? At this hour? Mary went to the door herself and glanced across the court through the long tunnel of bare limes, but its perspective was as empty as when she had scanned it on entering the house. "Did Mr. Boyne leave no message?" she asked. Trimmel seemed to surrender herself to a last struggle with the forces of chaos. "No, madam, he just went out with the gentleman." "The gentleman? What gentleman?" Mary wheeled about as if to front this new factor. "The gentleman who called, madam," said Trimmel resignedly. "When did a gentleman call? Do explain yourself, Trimmel." Only the fact that Mary was very hungry, and that she wanted to consult her husband about the greenhouses, would have caused her to lay so unusual an injunction on her attendant, and even now she was detached enough to note in Trimmel's eye the dawning defiance of the respectful subordinate who has been pressed too hard. "I couldn't exactly say the hour, madam, because I didn't let the gentleman in," she replied, with the air of magnanimously ignoring the irregularity of her mistress's course. "You didn't let him in?" "No, madam. When the bell rang I was dressing, and Agnes—" "Go and ask Agnes then," Mary interjected. Trimmle still wore her look of patient magnanimity. "Agnes would not know, madam, for she had unfortunately burnt her hand in trying the wick of the new lamp from town." Trimmle, as Mary was aware, had always been opposed to the new lamp, and so Mrs. Dockett sent the kitchen maid instead. Mary looked again at the clock. "It's after 2. Go and ask the kitchen maid if Mr. Boyne left any word." She went into luncheon without waiting, and Trimmle presently brought her there the kitchen maid's statement that the gentleman had called about 1 o'clock, that Mr. Boyne had gone out with him without leaving any message. The kitchen maid did not even know the caller's name, for he had written it on a slip of paper, which he had folded and handed to her, with the injunction to deliver it at once to Mr. Boyne. Mary finished her luncheon, still wondering, and when it was over and Trimmle had brought the coffee to the drawing-room, her wonder had deepened to a first faint tinge of disquietude. It was unlike Boyne to absent himself without explanation at so unwonted an hour, and the difficulty of identifying the visitor whose summons he had apparently obeyed made his disappearance the more unaccountable. Mary Boyne's experience as the wife of a busy engineer, subject to sudden calls and compelled to keep irregular hours, had trained her to the philosophic acceptance of surprises, but since Boyne's withdrawal from business he had adopted a Benedictine regularity of life, as if to make up for the dispersed and agitated years, with their stand-up lunches and dinners rattled down to the joltings of the dining car. He cultivated the last refinements of punctuality and monotony, discouraging his wife's fancy for the unexpected, and declaring that to a delicate taste there were infinite gradations of pleasure in the fixed recurrences of habit. Still, since no life can completely defend itself from the unforeseen, it was evident that all Boyne's precautions would sooner or later prove unavailable, and Mary concluded that he had cut short a tiresome visit by walking with his caller to the station, or at least accompanying him for part of the way. This conclusion relieved her from farther preoccupation, and she went out herself to take up her conference with the gardener. Thence she walked to the village post office a mile or so away, and when she turned towards home the early twilight was setting in. She had taken a footpath across the downs, and as Boyne meanwhile had probably returned from the station by the high road, there was little likelihood of their meeting on the way. She felt sure, however, of his having reached the house before her, so sure that when she entered it herself, without even pausing to inquire of Trimmle, she made directly for the library. But the library was still empty, and with an unwonted precision of visual memory, she immediately observed that the papers on her husband's desk lay precisely as they had lain when she had gone in to call him to luncheon. Then, of a sudden, she was seized by a vague dread of the unknown. She had closed the door behind her on entering, and as she stood alone in the long, silent, shadowy room, her dread seemed to take shape and sound, to be there audibly breathing and lurking among the shadows. Her short-sighted eyes strained through them, half discerning an actual presence, something aloof that watched and knew, and in the recoil from that intangible propinquity she threw herself suddenly on the bell rope and gave it a desperate pull. The long quavering summons brought Trimmle in precipitately with a lamp, and Mary breathed again at this sobering reappearance of the usual. "You may bring tea if Mr. Boyne is in," she said to justify her ring. "Very well, madam, but Mr. Boyne is not in," said Trimmle, putting down the lamp. "Not in? You mean he's come back and gone out again?" "No, madam, he's never been back." The dread stirred again, and Mary knew that now it had her fast. Not since he went out with the gentleman. Not since he went out with the gentleman. "But who was the gentleman?" Mary gasped out, with the sharp note of someone trying to be heard through a confusion of meaningless noises. "That I couldn't say, madam." Trimble, standing there by the lamp, seemed suddenly to grow less round and rosy, as though eclipsed by the same creeping shade of apprehension. "But the kitchen maid knows. Wasn't it the kitchen maid who let him in?" "She doesn't know either, madam, for he wrote his name on a folded paper." Mary, through her agitation, was aware that they were both designating the unknown visitor by a vague pronoun instead of the conventional formula which, till then, had kept their allusions within the bounds of custom, and at the same moment her mind caught at the suggestion of the folded paper. "But he must have a name. Where is the paper?" She moved to the desk and began to turn over the scattered documents that littered it. The first that caught her eye was an unfinished letter in her husband's hand, with his pen lying across it as though dropped there at a sudden summons. "My dear Parvis." Who was Parvis? "I have just received your letter announcing Elwell's death, and while I suppose there is now no farther risk of trouble, it might be safer." She tossed the sheet aside and continued her search, but no folded paper was discoverable among the letters and pages of manuscript which had been swept together in a promiscuous heap, as if by a hurried or a startled gesture. But the kitchen maid saw him. "Send her here," she commanded, wondering at her dullness in not thinking sooner of so simple a solution. Trimble, at the behest, vanished in a flash, as if thankful to be out of the room, and when she reappeared, conducting the agitated underling, Mary had regained her self-possession and had her questions pat. The gentleman was a stranger, yes, and that she understood. But what had he said? And above all, what had he looked like? The first question was easily enough answered for the disconcerting reason that he had said so little, had merely asked for Mr. Boyne, and, scribbling something on a bit of paper, had requested that it should at once be carried in to him. "Then you don't know what he wrote? You're not sure it was his name?" The kitchen maid was not sure, but supposed it was, since he had written it in answer to her inquiry as to whom she should announce. "And when you carried the paper into Mr. Boyne, what did he say?" The kitchen maid did not think that Mr. Boyne had said anything, but she could not be sure, for just as she had handed him the paper and he was opening it, she had become aware that the visitor had followed her into the library, and she had slipped out, leaving the two gentlemen together. "But then, if you left them in the library, how do you know that they went out of the house?" This question plunged the witness into momentary inarticulateness, from which she was rescued by Trimble, who, by means of ingenious circumlocutions, elicited the statement that before she could cross the hall to the back passage, she had heard the gentleman behind her, and had seen them go out of the front door together. "Then if you saw the gentleman twice, you must be able to tell me what he looked like." But with this final challenge to her powers of expression, it became clear that the limit of the kitchen maid's endurance had been reached. The obligation of going to the front door to show in a visitor was in itself so subversive of the fundamental order of things that it had thrown her faculties into hopeless disarray, and she could only stammer out after various panting efforts at evocation, "His hat, mum, was different like, as you might say." "Different? How different?" Mary flashed out at her own mind in the same instant, leaping back to an image left on it that morning, but temporarily lost under layers of subsequent impressions. "His hat had a wide brim, you mean, and his face was pale, a youngish face." Mary pressed her with a white-lipped intensity of interrogation, but if the kitchen maid found any adequate answer to this challenge, it was swept away for her listener down the rushing current of her own convictions. The stranger in the garden! Why had Mary not thought of him before? She needed no one now to tell her that it was he who had called for her husband and gone away with him. But who was he, and why had Boyne obeyed his call? It leaped out at her suddenly, like a grin out of the dark, that they had often called England so little, such a confoundedly hard place to get lost in. A confoundedly hard place to get lost in, that had been her husband's phrase, and now with the whole machinery of official investigation sweeping its flashlights from shore to shore and across the dividing straits, Now with Boyne's name blazing from the walls of every town and village, his portrait, how that wrung her, hawked up and down the country like the image of a hunted criminal. Now the little compact populous island, so policed, surveyed and administered, revealed itself as a sphinx-like guardian of abysmal mysteries, staring back into his wife's anguished eyes, as if with the malicious joy of knowing something they would never know. In the fortnight since Boyne's disappearance there had been no word of him, no trace of his movements. Even the usual misleading reports that raise expectancy in tortured bosoms had been few and fleeting. No one but the bewildered kitchen maid had seen him leave the house, and no one else had seen the gentleman who accompanied him. All inquiries in the neighbourhood failed to elicit the memory of a stranger's presence that day in the neighbourhood of Ling, and no one had met Edward Boyne, either alone or in company, in any of the neighbouring villages, or on the road across the downs, or at either of the local railway stations. The sunny English noon had swallowed him as completely as if he had gone out into Cimmerian night. Mary, while every external means of investigation was working at its highest pressure, had ransacked her husband's papers for any trace of antecedent complications, of entanglements or obligations unknown to her, that might throw a faint ray into the darkness. But if any such had existed in the background of Boyne's life, they had disappeared as completely as the slip of paper on which the visitor had written his name. There remained no possible thread of guidance except, if it were indeed an exception, the letter which Boyne had apparently been in the act of writing when he received his mysterious summons. That letter, read and reread by his wife and submitted by her to the police, yielded little enough for conjecture to feed on. I have just heard of Elwell's death, and while I suppose there is now no farther risk of trouble, it might be safer. That was all. The risk of trouble was easily explained by the newspaper clipping which had apprised Mary of the suit brought against her husband by one of his associates in the Blue Star enterprise. The only new information conveyed in the letter was the fact of its showing Boyne, when he wrote it, to be still apprehensive of the results of the suit, though he had assured his wife that it had been withdrawn, and though the letter itself declared that the plaintiff was dead. It took several weeks of exhaustive cabling to fix the identity of the parvis to whom the fragmentary communication was addressed, but even after these inquiries had shown him to be a Waukesha lawyer, no new facts concerning the Elwell suit were elicited. He appeared to have had no direct concern in it, but to have been conversant with the facts merely as an acquaintance and possible intermediary, and he declared himself unable to divine with what object Boyne intended to seek his assistance. This negative information, sole fruit of the first fortnight's feverish search, was not increased by a jot during the slow weeks that followed. Mary knew that the investigations were still being carried on, but she had a vague sense of their gradually slackening as the actual march of time seemed to slacken. It was as though the days, flying horror-struck from the shrouded image of the one inscrutable day, gained assurance as the distance lengthened, till at last they fell back into their normal gait. And so with the human imaginations at work on the dark event. No doubt it occupied them still, but week by week and hour by hour it grew less absorbing, took up less space, was slowly but inevitably crowded out of the foreground of consciousness by the new problems perpetually bubbling up from the vaporous cauldron of human experience. Even Mary Boyne's consciousness gradually felt the same lowering of velocity. It still swayed with the incessant oscillations of conjecture, but they were slower, more rhythmical in their beat. There were moments of overwhelming lassitude when, like the victim of some poison which leaves the brain clear, but holds the body motionless, she saw herself domesticated with the horror, accepting its perpetual presence as one of the fixed conditions of life. These moments lengthened into hours and days, till she passed into a phase of stolid acquiescence. She watched the familiar routine of life with the incurious eye of a savage, on whom the meaningless processes of civilization make but the faintest impression. She had come to regard herself as part of the routine, a spoke of the wheel, revolving with its motion. She felt almost like the furniture of the room in which she sat, an insensate object to be dusted and pushed about with the chairs and tables. And this deepening apathy held her fast at Ling, in spite of the urgent entreaties of friends and the usual medical recommendation of change. Her friends supposed that her refusal to move was inspired by the belief that her husband would one day return to the spot from which he had vanished, and a beautiful legend grew up about this imaginary state of waiting. But in reality she had no such belief. The depths of anguish enclosing her were no longer lighted by flashes of hope. She was sure that Boyne would never come back, that he had gone out of her sight as completely as if death itself had waited that day on the threshold. She had even renounced one by one the various theories as to his disappearance, which had been advanced by the press, the police, and her own agonized imagination. In sheer lassitude her mind turned from these alternatives of horror and sank back into the blank fact that he was gone. No, she would never know what had become of him. No one would ever know. But the house knew, the library in which she spent her long lonely evenings knew, for it was here that the last scene had been enacted, here that the stranger had come and spoken the word which had caused Boyne to rise and follow him. The floor she trod had felt his tread, the books on the shelves had seen his face, and there were moments when the intense consciousness of the old dusky walls seemed about to break out into some audible revelation of their secret. But the revelation never came, and she knew it would never come. Ling was not one of the garrulous old houses that betray the secrets entrusted to them. Its very legend proved that it had always been the mute accomplice, the incorruptible custodian of the mysteries it had surprised, and Mary Boyne, sitting face to face with its portentous silence, felt the futility of seeking to break it by any human means. "I don't say it wasn't straight, yet don't say it was straight. It was business." Mary, at the words, lifted her head with a start and looked intently at the speaker. When, half an hour before, a card with Mr. Parvis on it had been brought up to her, she had been immediately aware that the name had been a part of her consciousness ever since she had read it at the head of Boyne's unfinished letter. In the library she had found awaiting her a small neutral-tinted man, with a bald head and gold eyeglasses, and it sent a strange tremor through her to know that this was the person to whom her husband's last known thought had been directed. Parvis, civilly but without vain preamble, in the manner of a man who has his watch in his hand, had set forth the object of his visit. He had run over to England on business, and finding himself in the neighbourhood of Dorchester, had not wished to leave it without paying his respects to Mrs. Boyne, without asking her, if the occasion offered, what she meant to do about Bob Elwell's family. The words touched the spring of some obscure dread in Mary's bosom. Did her visitor, after all, know what Boyne had meant by his unfinished phrase? She asked for an elucidation of his question, and noticed at once that he seemed surprised at her continued ignorance of the subject. Was it possible that she really knew as little as she said? "I know nothing, you must tell me," she faltered out, and her visitor thereupon proceeded to unfold his story. It threw, even to her confused perceptions and imperfectly initiated vision, a lurid glare on the whole hazy episode of the Blue Star Mine. Her husband had made his money in that brilliant speculation at the cost of getting ahead of someone less alert to seize the chance. The victim of his ingenuity was young Robert Elwell, who had put him on to the Blue Star scheme. Parvis, at Mary's first startled cry, had thrown her a sobering glance through his impartial glasses. Bob Elwell wasn't smart enough, that's all. If he had been, he might have turned round and served Boyne the same way. It's the kind of thing that happens every day in business. I guess it's what the scientists call the survival of the fittest, said Mr. Parvis, evidently pleased with the aptness of his analogy. Mary felt her physical shrinking from the next question she tried to frame. It was as though the words on her lips had a taste that nauseated her. But then, you accuse my husband of doing something dishonourable. Mr. Parvis surveyed the question dispassionately. Oh, no, I don't. I don't even say it wasn't straight. He glanced up and down the long lines of books as if one of them might have supplied him with the definition he sought. I don't say it wasn't straight, and yet I don't say it was straight. It was business. After all, no definition in his category could be more comprehensive than that. Mary sat staring at him with a look of terror. He seemed to her like the indifferent, implacable emissary of some dark, formless power. But Mr. Elwell's lawyers apparently did not take your view, since I suppose the suit was withdrawn by their advice. Oh yes, they knew he hadn't a leg to stand on technically. It was when they advised him to withdraw the suit that he got desperate. You see, he'd borrowed most of the money he lost in the Blue Star, and he was up a tree. That's why he shot himself when they told him he had no show. The horror was sweeping over Mary in great deafening waves. He shot himself? He killed himself because of that? Well, he didn't kill himself exactly. He dragged on 2 months before he died. Parvis emitted the statement as unemotionally as a gramophone grinding out its record. You mean that he tried to kill himself and failed, and tried again? Oh, he didn't have to try again, said Parvis grimly. They sat opposite each other in silence, he swinging his eyeglass thoughtfully about his finger, she motionless, her arms stretched along her knees in an attitude of rigid tension. But if you knew all this, she began at length, hardly able to force her voice above a whisper, how is it that when I wrote you at the time of my husband's disappearance, you said you didn't understand his letter? Parvis received this without perceptible discomfiture. Why, I didn't understand it, strictly speaking, and it wasn't the time to talk about it if I had. The Elwell business was settled when the suit was withdrawn. Nothing I could have told you would have helped you to find your husband. Mary continued to scrutinize him. Then why are you telling me now? Still Parvis did not hesitate. Well, to begin with, I supposed you knew more than you appear to. I mean about the circumstances of Elwell's death. And then people are talking of it now. The whole matter's been raked up again. And I thought, if you didn't know, you ought to... She remained silent, and he continued. You see, it's only come out lately what a bad state Elwell's affairs were in. His wife's a proud woman, and she fought on as long as she could, going out to work and taking sewing at home when she got too sick, something with the heart, I believe. But she had his bedridden mother to look after, and the children, and she broke down under it, and finally had to ask for help. That attracted attention to the case, and the papers took it up, and a subscription was started. Everybody out there liked Bob Elwell, and most of the prominent names in the place are down on the list, and people began to wonder why. Parvis broke off to fumble in an inner pocket. Here, he continued, here's an account of the whole thing from the Sentinel. A little sensational, of course, but I guess you'd better look it over. He held out a newspaper to Mary, who unfolded it slowly, remembering as she did so the evening when, in that same room, the perusal of a clipping from the Sentinel had first shaken the depths of her security. As she opened the paper, her eyes shrinking from the glaring headlines, "Widow of Boyne's victim forced to appeal for aid," ran down the column of text to 2 portraits inserted in it. The first was her husband's, taken from a photograph made the year they had come to England. It was the picture of him that she liked best, the one that stood on the writing table upstairs in her bedroom. As the eyes in the photograph met hers, she felt it would be impossible to read what was said of him, and closed her lids with the sharpness of the pain. I thought if you felt disposed to put your name down, she heard Parvis continue. She opened her eyes with an effort, and they fell on the other portrait. It was that of a youngish man, slightly built in rough clothes, with features somewhat blurred by the shadow of a projecting hat brim. Where had she seen that outline before? She stared at it confusedly, her heart hammering in her throat and ears. Then she gave a cry. "This is the man who came for my husband!" She heard Parvis start to his feet. and was dimly aware that she had slipped backward into the corner of the sofa and that he was bending above her in alarm. With an intense effort she straightened herself and reached out for the paper, which she had dropped. "It's the man! I should know him anywhere," she cried in a voice that sounded in her own ears like a scream. Parvis's voice seemed to come to her from far off, down endless fog-muffled windings. "Mrs. Boyne, you're not very well. Shall I call somebody? Shall I get a glass of water?" "No, no, no!" She threw herself towards him, her hand frantically clenching the newspaper. "I tell you, it's the man. I know him. He spoke to me in the garden." Parvis took the journal from her, directing his glasses to the portrait. "It can't be, Mrs. Boyne. It's Robert Elwell." Robert Elwell! Her white stare seemed to travel into space. Then it was Robert Elwell who came for him. Came for Boyne the day he went away. Parvis's voice dropped as hers rose. He bent over, laying a fraternal hand on her, as if to coax her gently back into her seat. "Why, Elwell was dead. Don't you remember?" Mary sat with her eyes fixed on the picture, unconscious of what he was saying. "Don't you remember Boyne's unfinished letter to me, the one you found on his desk that day? It was written just after he'd heard of Elwell's death." She noticed an odd shake in Parvis's unemotional voice. "Surely you remember that," he urged her. Yes, she remembered. That was the profoundest horror of it. Elwell had died the day before her husband's disappearance, and this was Elwell's portrait. And it was the portrait of the man who had spoken to her in the garden. She lifted her head and looked slowly about the library. The library could have borne witness that it was also the portrait of the man who had come in that day to call Boyne from his unfinished letter. Through the misty surgings of her brain she heard the faint boom of half-forgotten words. Words spoken by Alida Stair on the lawn at Pangbourne before Boyne and his wife had ever seen the house at Ling, or had imagined that they might one day live there. "This was the man who spoke to me," she repeated. She looked again at Parvis. He was trying to conceal his disturbance under what he imagined to be an expression of indulgent commiseration, but the edges of his lips were blue. "He thinks me mad, but I'm not mad," she reflected, and suddenly there flashed upon her a way of justifying her strange affirmation. She sat quiet, controlling the quiver of her lips, and waiting till she could trust her voice to keep its habitual level. Then she said, looking straight at Parvis, "Will you answer me one question, please? When was it that Robert Elwell tried to kill himself?" When? Parvis stammered. "Yes, the date. Please try to remember." She saw that he was growing still more afraid of her. "I have a reason," she insisted gently. Yes, only I can't remember. About 2 months before, I should say." "I want the date," she repeated. Parvis picked up the newspaper. "We might see here," he said, still humouring her. He ran his eyes down the page. "Here it is. Last October, She caught the words from him. "The 20th, wasn't it?" With a sharp look at her, he verified. "Yes, the 20th. Then you did know." "I know now." Her white stare continued to travel past him. "Sunday the 20th. That was the day he came first." Parvis's voice was almost inaudible. "Came here first?" "Yes." "You saw him twice, then?" "Yes, twice." She breathed it at him with dilated eyes. "He came first on the 20th of October. I remember the date because it was the day we went up Meldon Steep for the first time." She felt a faint gasp of inward laughter at the thought that, but for that, she might have forgotten. Parvis continued to scrutinize her, as if trying to intercept her gaze. "We saw him from the roof," she went on. "He came down the Lime Avenue toward the house. He was dressed just as he is in that picture. My husband saw him first. He was frightened and ran down ahead of me, but there was no one there. He had vanished." "Elwell had vanished?" Parvis faltered. "Yes." Their two whispers seemed to grope for each other. "I couldn't think what had happened. I see now. He tried to come then, but he wasn't dead enough. He couldn't reach us. He had to wait for 2 months, and then he came back again, and Ned went with him. She nodded at Parvis with the look of triumph of a child who has successfully worked out a difficult puzzle, but suddenly she lifted her hands with a desperate gesture, pressing them to her bursting temples. "Oh my God, I sent him to Ned. I told him where to go. I sent him to this room," she screamed out. She felt the walls of the room rush toward her, like inward falling ruins, and she heard Parvis, a long way off, as if through the ruins, crying to her and struggling to get at her. But she was numb to his touch. She did not know what he was saying. Through the tumult she heard but one clear note, the voice of Alida Stair, speaking on the lawn at Pangbourne. "You won't know till afterward," it said. "You won't know till long, long afterward." The End. The Eyes by Edith Wharton and read by Christopher Halton. We had been put in the mood for ghosts that evening after an excellent dinner at our old friend Colwyn's by a tale of Fred Murchard's, the narrative of a strange personal visitation, seen through the haze of our cigars and by the drowsy gleam of a coal fire. Colwyn's library, with its oak walls and dark old bindings, made a good setting for such evocations and ghostly experiences at first hand. Being, after Murchard's opening, the only kind acceptable to us, we proceeded to take stock of our group and tax each member for a contribution. There were 8 of us, and 7 contrived, in a manner more or less adequate to fulfil the condition imposed. It surprised us all to find that we could muster such a show of supernatural impressions, for none of us, excepting Murchard himself and young Phil Frenham, whose story was the slightest of the lot, had the habit of sending our souls into the invisible, so that on the whole we had every reason to be proud of our 7 exhibits, and none of us would have dreamed of expecting an 8th from our host. Our old friend Mr. Andrew Colwyn, who had sat back in his armchair, listening and blinking through the smoke circles with the cheerful tolerance of a wise old idol, was not the kind of man likely to be favoured with such contacts, though he had imagination enough to enjoy, without envying, the superior privileges of his guests. By age and by education he belonged to the stout positivist tradition, and his habit of thought had been formed in the days of the epic struggle between physics and metaphysics. But he had been then and always essentially a spectator, a humorous detached observer of the immense muddled variety show of life, slipping out of his seat now and then for a brief dip into the convivialities at the back of the house, but never, as far as one knew, showing the least desire to jump on the stage and do a turn. Among his contemporaries there lingered a vague tradition of his having, at a remote period, and in a romantic clime, been wounded in a duel. But this legend no more tallied with what we younger men knew of his character than my mother's assertion that he had once been a charming little man with nice eyes corresponded to any possible reconstitution of his physiognomy. "He never can have looked like anything but a bundle of sticks," Murchard had once said of him. "Or a phosphorescent log, rather," someone else amended, and we recognized the happiness of this description of his small squat trunk, with the red blink of the eyes in a face like mottled bark. He had always been possessed of a leisure which he had nursed and protected, instead of squandering it in vain activities. His carefully guarded hours had been devoted to the cultivation of a fine intelligence and a few judiciously chosen habits, and none of the disturbances common to human experience seemed to have crossed his sky. Nevertheless, his dispassionate survey of the universe had not raised his opinion of that costly experiment, and his study of the human race seemed to have resulted in the conclusion that all men were superfluous, and women necessary only because someone had to do the cooking. On the importance of this point, his convictions were absolute, and gastronomy was the only science which he revered as a dogma. It must be owned that his little dinners were a strong argument in favour of this view, besides being a reason, though not the main one, for the fidelity of his friends. Mentally he exercised a hospitality less seductive but no less stimulating. His mind was like a forum or some open meeting place for the exchange of ideas, somewhat cold and draughty, but light, spacious and orderly. A kind of academic grove from which all the leaves have fallen. In this privileged area, a dozen of us were wont to stretch our muscles and expand our lungs, and as if to prolong as much as possible the tradition of what we felt to be a vanishing institution, one or two neophytes were now and then added to our band. Young Phil Frenham was the last and the most interesting of these recruits, and a good example of Murchard's somewhat morbid assertion that our old friend liked 'em juicy. It was indeed a fact that Colwyn, for all his dryness, specially tasted the lyric qualities in youth. As he was far too good an Epicurean to nip the flowers of soul which he gathered for his garden, his friendship was not a disintegrating influence. On the contrary, it forced the young idea to robuster bloom. And in Phil Frenham he had a good subject for experimentation. The boy was really intelligent, and the soundness of his nature was like the pure paste under a fine glaze. Colwyn had fished him out of a fog of family dullness and pulled him up to a peak in Darien, and the adventure hadn't hurt him a bit. Indeed, the skill with which Colwyn had contrived to stimulate his curiosities without robbing them of their bloom of awe seemed to me a sufficient answer to Murchard's ogreish metaphor. There was nothing hectic in Frenham's efflorescence, and his old friend had not laid even a fingertip on the sacred stupidities. One wanted no better proof of that than the fact that Frenham still reverenced them in Colwyn. "There's a side of him you fellows don't see. I believe that story about the duel," he declared, and it was of the very essence of this belief that it should impel him, just as our little party was dispersing, to turn back to our host with the joking demand, "And now you've got to tell us about your ghost." The outer door had closed on Murchard and the others. Only Frenham and I remained, and the devoted servant who presided over Colwyn's destinies, having brought a fresh supply of soda water, had been laconically ordered to bed. Colwyn's sociability was a night-blooming flower, and we knew that he expected the nucleus of his group to tighten around him after midnight. But Frenham's appeal seemed to disconcert him comically, and he rose from the chair in which he had just reseated himself after his farewells in the hall. "My ghost, do you suppose I'm fool enough to go to the expense of keeping one of my own, when there are so many charming ones in my friends' closets? Take another cigar," he said, revolving towards me with a laugh. Frenham laughed too, pulling up his slender height before the chimney-piece as he turned to face his short, bristling friend. "Oh," he said, "you'd never be content to share if you met one you really liked." Colwyn had dropped back into his armchair, his shock head embedded in the hollow of worn leather, his little eyes glimmering over a fresh cigar. Liked, good Lord," he growled. "Ah, you have then." Frenham pounced on him in the same instant, with a side glance of victory at me, but Colwyn cowered gnome-like among his cushions, dissembling himself in a protective cloud of smoke. "What's the use of denying it? You've seen everything, so of course you've seen a ghost." His young friend persisted, talking intrepidly into the cloud. "Or, if you haven't seen one, it's only because you've seen two." The form of the challenge seemed to strike our host. He shot his head out of the mist with a queer tortoise-like motion he sometimes had, and blinked approvingly at Frenham. "That's it," he flung at us on a shrill jerk of laughter. "It's only because I've seen two." The words were so unexpected that they dropped down and down into a deep silence, while we continued to stare at each other over Colwyn's head, and Colwyn stared at his ghosts. At length Frenham, without speaking, threw himself into the chair on the other side of the hearth, and leaned forward with his listening smile. "Oh, of course they're not show ghosts. A collector wouldn't think anything of them. Don't let me raise your hopes. Their one merit is their numerical strength, the exceptional fact of there being two. But, as against this, I'm bound to admit that at any moment I could probably have exorcised them both by asking my doctor for a prescription or my oculist for a pair of spectacles. only as I never could make up my mind whether to go to the doctor or the oculist, whether I was afflicted by an optical or a digestive delusion, I left them to pursue their interesting double life, though at times they made mine exceedingly uncomfortable. Yes, uncomfortable, and you know how I hate to be uncomfortable, but it was part of my stupid pride when the thing began, not to admit that I could be disturbed by the trifling matter of seeing two. And then I'd no reason really to suppose I was ill. As far as I knew, I was simply bored, horribly bored. But it was part of my boredom, I remember, that I was feeling so uncommonly well and didn't know how on earth to work off my surplus energy. I had come back from a long journey down in South America and Mexico and had settled down for the winter near New York with an old aunt who had known Washington Irving and corresponded with M.P. Willis. She lived not far from Irvington in a damp Gothic villa overhung by Norway spruces and looking exactly like a memorial emblem done in hair. Her personal appearance was in keeping with this image, and her own hair, of which there was little left, might have been sacrificed to the manufacture of the emblem. I had just reached the end of an agitated year, with considerable arrears to make up in money and emotion, and theoretically it seemed as though my aunt's mild hospitality would be as beneficial to my nerves as to my purse. But the deuce of it was that as soon as I felt myself safe and sheltered, my energy began to revive. And how was I to work it off inside of a memorial emblem? I had at that time the illusion that sustained intellectual effort could engage a man's whole activity, and I decided to write a great book. I forget about what. My aunt, impressed by my plan, gave up to me her Gothic library, filled with classics bound in black cloth and daguerreotypes of faded celebrities, and I sat down at my desk to win myself a place among their number. And to facilitate my task, she lent me a cousin to copy my manuscript. The cousin was a nice girl, and I had an idea that a nice girl was just what I needed to restore my faith in human nature, and principally in myself. She was neither beautiful nor intelligent, poor Alice Nowell, but it interested me to see any woman content to be so uninteresting, and I wanted to find out the secret of her content. In doing this, I handled it rather rashly and put it out of joint. Oh, just for a moment. There's no fatuity in telling you this, for the poor girl had never seen anyone but cousins. Well, I was sorry for what I'd done, of course, and confusedly bothered as to how I should put it straight. She was staying in the house, and one evening after my aunt had gone to bed, she came down to the library to fetch a book she'd mislaid, like any artless heroine on the shelves behind us. She was pink-nosed and flustered, and it suddenly occurred to me that her hair, though it was fairly thick and pretty, would look exactly like my aunt's when she grew older. I was glad I had noticed this, for it made it easier for me to decide to do what was right. And when I had found the book she hadn't lost, I told her I was leaving for Europe that week. Europe was terribly far off in those days, and Alice knew at once what I meant. She didn't take it in the least as I'd expected. It would have been easier if she had. She held her book very tight and turned away a moment to wind up the lamp on my desk. It had a ground glass shade with vine leaves and glass drops around the edge. I remember. Then she came back, held out her hand and said, "Goodbye." And as she said it, she looked straight at me and kissed me. I had never felt anything as fresh and shy and brave as her kiss. It was worse than any reproach, and it made me ashamed to deserve a reproach from her. I said to myself, I'll marry her, and when my aunt dies, she'll leave us this house, and I'll sit here at the desk and go on with my book. And Alice will sit over there with her embroidery and look at me as she's looking now. And life will go on like that for any number of years. The prospect frightened me a little, but at the time it didn't frighten me as much as doing anything to hurt her. And 10 minutes later she had my seal ring on her finger, and my promise that when I went abroad she should go with me. You'll wonder why I'm enlarging on this incident. It's because the evening on which it took place was the very evening on which I first saw the queer sight I've spoken of. Being at that time an ardent believer in a necessary sequence between cause and effect, I naturally tried to trace some kind of link between what had just happened to me in my aunt's library and what was to happen a few hours later on the same night. And so the coincidence between the two events always remained in my mind. I went up to bed with rather a heavy heart, for I was bowed under the weight of the first good action I had ever consciously committed, and young as I was, I saw the gravity of my situation. Don't imagine from this that I had hitherto been an instrument of destruction. I had been merely a harmless young man who had followed his bent and declined all collaboration with Providence. Now I had suddenly undertaken to promote the moral order of the world, and I felt a good deal like the trustful spectator who has given his gold watch to the conjurer and doesn't know in what shape he'll get it back when the trick is over. Still, a glow of self-righteousness tempered my fears, and I said to myself as I undressed that when I'd got used to being good, it probably wouldn't make me as nervous as it did at the start. And by the time I was in bed and had blown out my candle, I felt that I really was getting used to it, and that, as far as I'd got, it was not unlike sinking down into one of my aunt's very softest wool mattresses. I closed my eyes on this image, and when I opened them it must have been a good deal later, for my room had grown cold and intensely still. I was waked by the queer feeling we all know, the feeling that there was something in the room that hadn't been there when I fell asleep. I sat up and strained my eyes into the darkness. The room was pitch black, and at first I saw nothing, but gradually a vague glimmer at the foot of the bed turned into two eyes staring back at me. I couldn't distinguish the features attached to them, but as I looked the eyes grew more and more distinct. They gave out a light of their own. The sensation of being thus gazed at was far from pleasant, and you might suppose that my first impulse would have been to jump out of bed and hurl myself on the invisible figure attached to the eyes. But it wasn't. My impulse was simply to lie still. I can't say whether this was due to an immediate sense of the uncanny nature of the apparition, to the certainty that if I did jump out of bed I should hurl myself on nothing, or merely to the benumbing effect of the eyes themselves. They were the very worst eyes I've ever seen. A man's eyes. But what a man! My first thought was that he must be frightfully old. The orbits were sunk, and the thick red-lined lids hung over the eyeballs like blinds of which the cords are broken. One lid drooped a little lower than the other with the effect of a crooked leer. And between these folds of flesh, with their scant bristle of lashes, the eyes themselves, small glassy discs with an agate-like rim, looked like sea pebbles in the grip of a starfish. But the age of the eyes was not the most unpleasant thing about them. What turned me sick was their expression of vicious security. I don't know how else to describe the fact that they seemed to belong to a man who had done a lot of harm in his life, but had always kept just inside the danger lines. They were not the eyes of a coward, but of someone much too clever to take risks, and my gorge rose at their look of base astuteness. Yet even that wasn't the worst, for as we continued to scan each other I saw in them a tinge of derision, and felt myself to be its object. At that I was seized by an impulse of rage that jerked me to my feet and pitched me straight at the unseen figure. But of course there wasn't any figure there, and my fist struck at emptiness. Ashamed and cold, I groped about for a match and lit the candles. The room looked just as usual, as I had known it would, and I crawled back to bed and blew out the lights. As soon as the room was dark again, the eyes reappeared, and I now applied myself to explaining them on scientific principles. At first I thought the illusion might have been caused by the glow of the last embers in the chimney, but the fireplace was on the other side of my bed, and so placed that the fire could not be reflected in my toilet glass, which was the only mirror in the room. Then it struck me that I might have been tricked by the reflection of the embers in some polished bit of wood or metal, and though I couldn't discover any object of the sort in my line of vision, I got up again groped my way to the hearth, and covered what was left of the fire. But as soon as I was back in bed, the eyes were back at its foot. They were an hallucination then, that was plain. But the fact that they were not due to any external dupery didn't make them a bit pleasanter. For if they were a projection of my inner consciousness, what the deuce was the matter with that organ? I had gone deeply enough into the mystery of morbid pathological states to picture the conditions under which an exploring mind might lay itself open to such a midnight admonition, but I couldn't fit it to my present case. I had never felt more normal mentally and physically, and the only unusual fact in my situation, that of having assured happiness of an amiable girl, did not seem of a kind to summon unclean spirits about my pillow. But there were the eyes still looking at me. I shut mine and tried to evoke a vision of Alice Nowell's. They were not remarkable eyes, but they were as wholesome as fresh water, and if she had had more imagination or longer lashes, their expression might have been interesting. As it was, they did not prove very efficacious, and in a few moments I perceived that they had mysteriously changed into the eyes at the foot of the bed. It exasperated me more to feel these glaring at me through my shut lids than to see them, and I opened my eyes again and looked straight into their hateful stare. And so it went on all night. I can't tell you what that night was like, nor how long it lasted. Have you ever lain in bed, hopelessly wide awake, and tried to keep your eyes shut, knowing that if you opened them you'd see something you dreaded and loathed? It sounds easy, but it's devilish hard. Those eyes hung there and drew me. I had the vertige de l'abîme, and their red lids were the edge of my abyss. I had known nervous hours before, hours when I'd felt the wind of danger in my neck, but never this kind of strain. It wasn't that the eyes were awful, they hadn't the majesty of the powers of darkness, but they had, how shall I say, a physical effect that was the equivalent of a bad smell. Their look left a smear like a snail's, and I didn't see what business they had with me anyhow, and I stared and stared, trying to find out. I don't know what effect they were trying to produce, but the effect they did produce was that of making me pack my portmanteau and bolt to town early the next morning. I left a note for my aunt explaining that I was ill and had gone to see my doctor, and as a matter of fact, I did feel uncommonly ill. The night seemed to have pumped all the blood out of me, but when I reached town, I didn't go to the doctor's. I went to a friend's rooms and threw myself on a bed and slept for 10 heavenly hours. When I woke, it was the middle of the night, and I turned cold at the thought of what might be waiting for me. I sat up, shaking, and stared into the darkness, but there wasn't a break in its blessed surface, and when I saw that the eyes were not there, I dropped back into another long sleep. I had left no word for Alice when I fled, because I meant to go back the next morning, but the next morning I was too exhausted to stir. As the day went on, the exhaustion increased, instead of wearing off like the fatigue left by an ordinary night of insomnia. The effect of the eyes seemed to be cumulative, and the thought of seeing them again grew intolerable. For 2 days I fought my dread, and on the third evening I pulled myself together and decided to go back the next morning. I felt a good deal happier as soon as I'd decided, for I knew that my abrupt disappearance and the strangeness of my not writing must have been very distressing to poor Alice. I went to bed with an easy mind and fell asleep at once, but in the middle of the night I woke and there were the eyes. Well, I simply couldn't face them, and instead of going back to my aunt's, I bundled a few things into a trunk and jumped aboard the first steamer for England. I was so dead tired when I got on board that I crawled straight into my berth and slept most of the way over. And I can't tell you the bliss it was to wake from those long dreamless stretches and look fearlessly into the dark, knowing that I shouldn't see the eyes. I stayed abroad for a year, and then I stayed for another, and during that time I never had a glimpse of them. That was enough reason for prolonging my stay if I'd been on a desert island. Another was, of course, that I had perfectly come to see on the voyage over, the complete impossibility of my marrying Alice Nowell. The fact that I had been so slow in making this discovery annoyed me and made me want to avoid explanations. The bliss of escaping at one stroke from the eyes and from this other embarrassment gave my freedom an extraordinary zest, and the longer I savoured it, the better I liked its taste. The eyes had burned such a hole in my consciousness that for a long time I went on puzzling over the nature of the apparition and wondering if it would ever come back. But as time passed, I lost this dread and retained only the precision of the image. Then that faded in its turn. The second year found me settled in Rome, where I was planning, I believe, to write another great book, a definitive work on Etruscan influences in Italian art. At any rate, I had found some pretext of the kind for taking a sunny apartment in the Piazza di Spagna and dabbling about in the Forum. And there, one morning, a charming youth came to me. As he stood there in the warm light, slender and smooth and hyacinthine, he might have stepped from a ruined altar, one to Antinous, say, but he'd come instead from New York with a letter of all people from Alice Nowell. The letter, the first I'd had from her since our break, was simply a line introducing her young cousin, Gilbert Noyes, and appealing to me to befriend him. It appeared, poor lad, that he had talent and wanted to write, and an obdurate family having insisted that his calligraphy should take the form of double entry, Alice had intervened to win him 6 months' respite, during which he was to travel abroad on a meagre pittance and somehow prove his ability to increase it by his pen. The quaint conditions of the test struck me first. It seemed about as conclusive as a medieval ordeal. Then I was touched by her having sent him to me. I had always wanted to do her some service, to justify myself in my own eyes rather than hers, and here was a beautiful occasion. I imagine it's safe to lay down the general principle that predestined geniuses don't as a rule appear before one in the spring sunshine of the Forum, looking like one of its banished gods. At any rate, poor Noyes wasn't a predestined genius, but he was beautiful to see and charming as a comrade. It was only when he began to talk literature that my heart failed me. I knew all the symptoms so well, the things he had in him, and the things outside him that impinged. There's the real test, after all. It was always, punctually, inevitably, with the inexorableness of a mechanical law, it was always the wrong thing that struck him. I grew to find a certain fascination in deciding in advance exactly which wrong thing he'd select, and I acquired an astonishing skill at the game. The worst of it was that his bêtise wasn't of the too obvious sort. Ladies who met him at picnics thought him intellectual, and even at dinners he passed for clever. I, who had him under the microscope, fancied now and then that he might develop some kind of a slim talent, something that he could make do and be happy on, and wasn't that, after all, what I was concerned with? He was so charming, he continued to be so charming, that he called forth all my charity in support of this argument, and for the first few months I really believed there was a chance for him. Those months were delightful. Noyes was constantly with me, and the more I saw of him, the better I liked him. His stupidity was a natural grace. It was as beautiful, really, as his eyelashes, and he was so gay, so affectionate, and so happy with me, that telling him the truth would have been about as pleasant as slitting the throat of some gentle animal. At first I used to wonder what had put into that radiant head the detestable delusion that it held a brain. Then I began to see that it was simply protective mimicry, an instinctive ruse to get away from family life and an office desk. Not that Gilbert didn't, dear lad, believe in himself. There wasn't a trace of hypocrisy in him. He was sure that his call was irresistible, while to me it was the saving grace of his situation that it wasn't, and that a little money, a little leisure, a little pleasure would have turned him into an inoffensive idler. Unluckily, however, there was no hope of money, and with the alternative of the office desk before him, he couldn't postpone his attempt at literature. The stuff he turned out was deplorable, and I see now that I knew it from the first. Still, the absurdity of deciding a man's whole future on a first trial seemed to justify me in withholding my verdict, and perhaps even in encouraging him a little, on the ground that the human plant generally needs warmth to flower. At any rate, I proceeded on that principle and carried it to the point of getting his term of probation extended. When I left Rome, he went with me, and we idled away a delicious summer between Capri and Venice. I said to myself, if he has anything in him, it will come out now. And it did. He was never more enchanting and enchanted. There were moments of our pilgrimage when beauty born of murmuring sound seemed actually to pass into his face, but only to issue forth in a flood of the palest ink. Well, the time came to turn off the tap, and I knew there was no hand but mine to do it. We were back in Rome, and I had taken him to stay with me, not wanting him to be alone in his pension when he had to face the necessity of renouncing his ambition. I hadn't, of course, relied solely on my own judgment in deciding to advise him to drop literature. I had sent his stuff to various people, editors and critics, and they had always sent it back with the same chilling lack of comment. Really, there was nothing on earth to say. I confess I never felt more shabbily than I did on the day when I decided to have it out with Gilbert. It was well enough to tell myself that it was my duty to knock the poor boy's hopes into splinters, but I'd like to know what act of gratuitous cruelty hasn't been justified on that plea. I've always shrunk from usurping the functions of Providence, and when I have to exercise them, I decidedly prefer that it shouldn't be on an errand of destruction. Besides, in the last issue, who was I to decide, even after a year's trial, if poor Gilbert had it in him or not? The more I looked at the part I'd resolved to play, the less I liked it, and I liked it still less when Gilbert sat opposite me, with his head thrown back in the lamplight, just as Phil's is now. I'd been going over his last manuscript, and he knew it, and he knew that his future hung on my verdict. We'd tacitly agreed to that. The manuscript lay between us, on my table, a novel, his first novel, if you please, and he reached over and laid his hand on it, and looked up at me with all his life in the look. I stood up and cleared my throat, trying to keep my eyes away from his face and on the manuscript. "The fact is, my dear Gilbert," I began. I saw him turn pale, but he was up and facing me in an instant. "Oh, look here, don't take on so, my dear fellow. I'm not so awfully cut up as all that." His hands were on my shoulders, and he was laughing down on me from his full height, with a kind of mortally stricken gaiety that drove the knife into my side. He was too beautifully brave for me to keep up any humbug about my duty, and it came over me suddenly how I should hurt others in hurting him. Myself first, since sending him home meant losing him, but more particularly poor Alice Nowell, to whom I had so longed to prove my good faith and my desire to serve her. It really seemed like failing her twice to fail Gilbert. But my intuition was like one of those lightning flashes that encircle the whole horizon, and in the same instant I saw what I might be letting myself in for if I didn't tell the truth. I said to myself, I shall have him for life. And I'd never yet seen anyone, man or woman, whom I was quite sure of wanting on those terms. Well, this impulse of egotism decided me. I was ashamed of it, and to get away from it, I took a leap that landed me straight in Gilbert's arms. "The thing's all right, and you're all wrong," I shouted up at him, and as he hugged me and I laughed and shook in his clutch, I had for a minute the sense of self-complacency that is supposed to attend the footsteps of the just. Hang it all, making people happy has its charms. Gilbert, of course, was for celebrating his emancipation in some spectacular manner, but I sent him away alone to explode his emotions and went to bed to sleep off mine. As I undressed, I began to wonder what their aftertaste would be. So many of the finest don't keep. Still, I wasn't sorry, and I meant to empty the bottle, even if it did turn a trifle flat. After I got into bed, I lay for a long time, smiling at the memory of his eyes, his blissful eyes. Then I fell asleep, and when I woke the room was deathly cold. I sat up with a jerk, and there were the other eyes. It was 3 years since I'd seen them, but I'd thought of them so often that I fancied they could never take me unawares again. Now, with their red sneer on me, I knew that I had never really believed they would come back, and that I was as defenceless as ever against them. As before, it was the insane irrelevance of their coming that made it so horrible. What the deuce were they after, to leap out at me at such a time? I had lived more or less carelessly in the years since I'd seen them, though my worst indiscretions were not dark enough to invite the searchings of their infernal glare. But at this particular moment I was really in what might have been called a state of grace, and I can't tell you how the fact added to their horror. But it's not enough to say they were as bad as before. They were worse. Worse by just so much as I'd learned of life in the interval, by all the damnable implications my wider experience read into them. I saw now what I hadn't seen before, that they were eyes which had grown hideous gradually, which had built up their baseness coral-wise, bit by bit, out of a series of small turpitudes slowly accumulated through the industrious years. Yes, it came to me that what made them so bad was that they had grown bad so slowly. There they hung in the darkness, their swollen lids dropped across the little watery bulbs rolling loose in the orbits and the puff of flesh making a muddy shadow underneath. And as their stare moved with my movements, there came over me a sense of their tacit complicity, of a deep hidden understanding between us that was worse than the first shock of their strangeness. Not that I understood them, but that they made it so clear that some day I should. Yes, that was the worst part of it, decidedly, and it was the feeling that became stronger each time they came back. For they got into the damnable habit of coming back. They reminded me of vampires with a taste for young flesh. They seemed so to gloat over the taste of a good conscience. Every night for a month they came to claim their morsel of mine. Since I'd made Gilbert happy, they simply wouldn't loosen their fangs. The coincidence almost made me hate him, poor lad, fortuitous as I felt it to be. I puzzled over it a good deal, but couldn't find any hint of an explanation, except in the chance of his association with Alice Nowell. But then the eyes had let up on me the moment I had abandoned her, so they could hardly be the emissaries of a woman scorned, even if one could have pictured poor Alice charging such spirits to avenge her. That set me thinking, and I began to wonder if they would let up on me if I abandoned Gilbert. The temptation was insidious, and I had to stiffen myself against it. But really, dear boy, he was too charming to be sacrificed to such demons, and so, after all, I never found out what they wanted. The fire crumbled, sending up a flash which threw into relief the narrator's gnarled face under its grey-black stubble. Pressed into the hollow of the chair-back, it stood out an instant like an intaglio of yellowish, red-veined stone, with spots of enamel for the eyes. Then the fire sank, and it became once more a dim, Rembrandtish blur. Phil Frenham, sitting in a low chair on the opposite side of the hearth, one long arm propped on the table behind him, one hand supporting his thrown-back head, and his eyes fixed on his old friend's face, had not moved since the tale began. He continued to maintain his silent immobility after Colwyn had ceased to speak, and it was I who, with a vague sense of disappointment at the sudden drop of the story, finally asked, "But how long did you keep on seeing them?" Colwyn, so sunk into his chair that he seemed like a heap of his own empty clothes, stirred a little, as if in surprise at my question. He appeared to have half forgotten what he had been telling us. How long? Oh, off and on all that winter. It was infernal. I never got used to them. I grew really ill. Frenham shifted his attitude, and as he did so, his elbow struck against a small mirror in a bronze frame, standing on the table behind him. He turned and changed its angle slightly. Then he resumed his former attitude, his dark head thrown back on his lifted palm, his eyes intent on Colwyn's face. Something in his silent gaze embarrassed me, and as if to divert attention from it, I pressed on with another question. "And you never tried sacrificing Noise?" "Oh, no, the fact is I didn't have to. He did it for me, poor boy." "Did it for you? How do you mean?" "He wore me out, wore everybody out. He kept on pouring out his lamentable twaddle and hawking it up and down the place till he became a thing of terror. I tried to wean him from writing, oh, ever so gently, you understand, by throwing him with agreeable people, giving him a chance to make himself felt, to come to a sense of what he really had to give. I'd foreseen this solution from the beginning, felt sure that once the first ardour of authorship was quenched, he'd drop into his place as a charming parasitic thing, the kind of chronic cherubino for whom, in old societies, there's always a seat at table and a shelter behind the ladies' skirts. I saw him take his place as the poet who doesn't write. One knows the type in every drawing room. Living in that way doesn't cost much. I'd worked it all out in my mind and felt sure that with a little help he could manage it for the next few years, and meanwhile he'd be sure to marry. I saw him married to a widow rather older with a good cook and a well-run house, and I actually had my eye on the widow. Meanwhile I did everything to help the transition, lent him money to ease his conscience, introduced him to pretty women to make him forget his vows. But nothing would do him. He had but one idea in his beautiful, obstinate head. He wanted the laurel and not the rose, and he kept on repeating Gautier's axiom and battering and filing at his limp prose till he'd spread it out over Lord knows how many 100 pages. Now and then he would send a barrelful to a publisher, and of course it would always come back. At first it didn't matter. He thought he was misunderstood. He took the attitudes of genius, and whenever an opus came home, he wrote another to keep it company. Then he had a reaction of despair, and accused me of deceiving him, and Lord knows what. I got angry at that, and told him it was he who had deceived himself. He'd come to me determined to write, and I'd done my best to help him. That was the extent of my offence, and I'd done it for his cousin's sake, not his. That seemed to strike home, and he didn't answer for a minute. Then he said, "My time's up and my money's up. What do you think I'd better do?" "I think you'd better not be an ass," I said. "What do you mean by being an ass?" he asked. I took a letter from my desk and held it out to him. "I mean refusing this offer of Mrs. Ellinger's, to be her secretary at a salary of $5,000. There may be a lot more in it than that." He flung out his hand with a violence that struck the letter from mine. "Oh, I know well enough what's in it," he said, red to the roots of his hair. "And what's the answer, if you know?" I asked. He made none at the minute, but turned away slowly to the door. There, with his hand on the threshold, he stopped to say, almost under his breath, "Then you really think my stuff's no good?" I was tired and exasperated, and I laughed. I don't defend my laugh, it was in wretched taste, but I must plead in extenuation that the boy was a fool, and that I had done my best for him. I really had. He went out of the room, shutting the door quietly after him. That afternoon I left for Frascati, where I'd promised to spend the Sunday with some friends. I was glad to escape from Gilbert, and by the same token, as I learned that night, I had also escaped from the eyes. I dropped into the same lethargic sleep that had come to me before when I left off seeing them, and when I woke the next morning in my peaceful room above the ilexes, I felt the utter weariness and deep relief that always followed on that sleep. I put in 2 blessed nights at Frascati, and when I got back to my rooms in Rome, I found that Gilbert had gone. Oh, nothing tragic had happened. The episode never rose to that. He'd simply packed his manuscripts and left for America, for his family on the Wall Street desk. He left a decent enough note to tell me of his decision, and behaved altogether in the circumstances as little like a fool as it's possible for a fool to behave. Colwyn paused again, and Frenham still sat motionless, the dusky contour of his young head reflected in the mirror at his back. "And what became of Noise afterward?" I finally asked, still disquieted by a sense of incompleteness, by the need of some connecting thread between the parallel lines of the tale. Colwyn twitched his shoulders. Oh, nothing became of him, because he became nothing. There could be no question of becoming about it. He vegetated in an office, I believe, and finally got a clerkship in a consulate and married drearily in China. I saw him once in Hong Kong, years afterward. He was fat and hadn't shaved. I was told he drank. He didn't recognize me. And the eyes? I asked after another pause, which Frenham's continued silence made oppressive. Colwyn, stroking his chin, blinked at me meditatively through the shadows. I never saw them after my last talk with Gilbert. Put two and two together if you can. For my part, I haven't found the link. He rose, his hands in his pockets, and walked stiffly over to the table on which reviving drinks had been set out. You must be parched after this dry tale. Here, help yourself, my dear fellow. Here, Phil. He turned back to the hearth. Frenham made no response to his host's hospitable summons. He still sat in his low chair without moving, but as Colwyn advanced toward him, their eyes met in a long look, after which the young man, turning suddenly, flung his arms across the table behind him and dropped his face upon them. Colwyn, at the unexpected gesture, stopped short, a flush on his face. "Phil, what the deuce? Why have the eyes scared you, my dear boy, my dear fellow? I never had such a tribute to my literary ability, never." He broke into a chuckle at the thought and halted on the hearthrug, his hands still in his pockets, gazing down at the youth's bowed head. Then, as Frenham still made no answer, he moved a step or two nearer. "Cheer up, my dear Phil. It's years since I've seen them. Apparently I've done nothing lately bad enough to call them out of chaos, unless my present evocation of them has made you see them, which would be their worst stroke yet." His bantering appeal quivered off into an uneasy laugh, and he moved still nearer, bending over Frenham and laying his gouty hands on the lad's shoulders. "Phil, my dear boy, really, what's the matter? Why don't you answer? Have you seen the eyes?" Frenham's face was still hidden, and from where I stood behind Colwyn I saw the latter, as if under the rebuff of this unaccountable attitude, draw back slowly from his friend. As he did so, the light of the lamp on the table fell full on his congested face, and I caught its reflection in the mirror behind Frenham's head. Colwyn saw the reflection also. He paused, his face level with the mirror, as if scarcely recognizing the countenance in it as his own. But as he looked, his expression gradually changed, and for an appreciable space of time, he and the image in the glass confronted each other with a glare of slowly gathering hate. Then Colwyn let go on Frenham's shoulders and drew back a step. Frenham, his face still hidden, did not stir. The end. End. The Lady's Maid's Bell by Edith Wharton and read by Christopher Halton. It was the autumn after I had the typhoid. I'd been 3 months in hospital, and when I came out I looked so weak and tottery that the 2 or 3 ladies I applied to were afraid to engage me. Most of my money was gone, and after I'd boarded for 2 months, hanging about the employment agencies and answering any advertisement that looked anyway respectable, I pretty nearly lost heart, for fretting hadn't made me fatter, and I didn't see why my luck should ever turn. It did though, or I thought so at the time. A Mrs. Rowton, a friend of the lady that first brought me out to the States, met me one day and stopped to speak to me. She was one that had always a friendly way with her. She asked me what ailed me to look so white, and when I told her, "Why, Hartley," says she, "I believe I've got the very place for you. Come in tomorrow and we'll talk about it." The next day, when I called, she told me the lady she'd in mind was a niece of hers, a Mrs. Brimpton, a youngish lady, but something of an invalid, who lived all the year round at her country place on the Hudson, owing to not being able to stand the fatigue of town life. "Now, Hartley," Mrs. Rowton said, in that cheery way that always made me feel things must be going to take a turn for the better, Now understand me, it's not a cheerful place I'm sending you to. The house is big and gloomy. My niece is nervous, vapourish. Her husband, well, he's generally away, and the 2 children are dead. A year ago I would as soon have thought of shutting a rosy, active girl like you into a vault. But you're not particularly brisk yourself just now, are you? And a quiet place, with country air and wholesome food and early hours, ought to be the very thing for you. Don't mistake me, she added, for I suppose I looked a trifle downcast. You may find it dull, but you won't be unhappy. My niece is an angel. Her former maid, who died last spring, had been with her 20 years and worshipped the ground she walked on. She's a kind mistress to all, and where the mistress is kind, as you know, the servants are generally good-humoured, so you'll probably get on well enough with the rest of the household. And you're the very woman I want for my niece. Quiet, well-mannered and educated, above your station. You read aloud well, I think. That's a good thing. My niece likes to be read to. She wants a maid that can be something of a companion. Her last was, and I can't say how she misses her. It's a lonely life. Well, have you decided? Why, ma'am, I said, I'm not afraid of solitude. Well then, go. My niece will take you on my recommendation. I'll telegraph her at once, and you can take the afternoon train. She has no one to wait on her at present, and I don't want you to lose any time. I was ready enough to start, yet something in me hung back. And to gain time, I asked, "And the gentleman, ma'am?" "The gentleman's almost always away, I tell you," said Mrs. Ralston, quick-like. "And when he's there," says she suddenly, "you've only to keep out of his way." I took the afternoon train and got out at D station at about 4 o'clock. A groom in a dog-cart was waiting, and we drove off at a smart pace. It was a dull October day, with rain hanging close overhead, and by the time we turned into the Brimpton Place woods, the daylight was almost gone. The drive wound through the woods for a mile or 2, and came out on a gravel court shut in with thickets of tall, black-looking shrubs. There were no lights in the windows, and the house did look a bit gloomy. I had asked no questions of the groom, for I never was one to get my notion of new masters from their other servants. I prefer to wait and see for myself. But I could tell by the look of everything that I had got into the right kind of house, and that things were done handsomely. A pleasant-faced cook met me at the back door and called the housemaid to show me up to my room. "You'll see Madam later," she said. "Mrs. Brimpton has a visitor." I hadn't fancied Mrs. Brimpton was a lady to have many visitors, and somehow the words cheered me. I followed the housemaid upstairs and saw, through a door on the upper landing, that the main part of the house seemed well furnished, with dark panelling and a number of old portraits. Another flight of stairs led us up to the servants' wing. It was almost dark now, and the housemaid excused herself for not having brought a light. "But there's matches in your room," she said, "and if you go careful, you'll be all right. Mind the step at the end of the passage. Your room is just beyond." I looked ahead as she spoke, and halfway down the passage I saw a woman standing. She drew back into a doorway as we passed, and the housemaid didn't appear to notice her. She was a thin woman, with a white face and a darkish stuff gown and apron. I took her for the housekeeper, and thought it odd that she didn't speak, but just gave me a long look as she went by. My room opened into a square hall at the end of the passage. Facing my door was another which stood open. The housemaid exclaimed when she saw it. "There, Mrs. Blinder's left that door open again," said she, closing it. "Is Mrs. Blinder the housekeeper?" "There's no housekeeper. Mrs. Blinder's the cook." "And is that her room?" "Laws, no," said the housemaid cross-like. "That's nobody's room. It's empty, I mean, and the door hadn't ought to be open. Mrs. Brimpton wants it kept locked." She opened my door and led me into a neat room, nicely furnished, with a picture or 2 on the walls, and having lit a candle, she took leave, telling me that the servants' hall tea was at 6, and that Mrs. Brimpton would see me afterward. I found them a pleasant-spoken set in the servants' hall, and by what they let fall I gathered that, as Mrs. Railton had said, Mrs. Brimpton was the kindest of ladies. But I didn't take much notice of their talk, for I was watching to see the pale woman in the dark gown come in. She didn't show herself, however, and I wondered if she ate apart. But if she wasn't the housekeeper, why should she? Suddenly it struck me that she might be a trained nurse, and in that case her meals would of course be served in her room. If Mrs. Brimpton was an invalid, it was likely enough she had a nurse. The idea annoyed me, I own, for they're not always the easiest to get on with, and if I'd known, I shouldn't have taken the place. But there I was, and there was no use pulling a long face over it, and not being one to ask questions, I waited to see what would turn up. When tea was over, the housemaid said to the footman, "Has Mr. Ramford gone?" And when he said yes, she told me to come up with her to Mrs. Brimpton. Mrs. Brimpton was lying down in her bedroom. Her lounge stood near the fire, and beside it was a shaded lamp. She was a delicate-looking lady, but when she smiled, I felt there was nothing I wouldn't do for her. She spoke very pleasantly in a low voice, asking me my name and age and so on, and if I had everything I wanted, and if I wasn't afraid of feeling lonely in the country. "Not with you, I wouldn't be, madam," I said, and the words surprised me when I'd spoken them, for I'm not an impulsive person, but it was just as if I'd thought aloud. She seemed pleased at that and said she hoped I'd continue in the same mind. Then she gave me a few directions about her toilet, and said Agnes, the housemaid, would show me next morning where things were kept. "I'm tired tonight and shall dine upstairs," she said. "Agnes will bring me my tray, that you may have time to unpack and settle yourself, and later you may come and undress me." "Very well, ma'am," I said. "You'll ring, I suppose?" I thought she looked odd. "No, Agnes will fetch you," said she quickly, and took up her book again. Well, that was certainly strange, a lady's maid having to be fetched by the housemaid whenever her lady wanted her. I wondered if there were no bells in the house, but the next day I satisfied myself that there was one in every room, and a special one ringing from my mistress's room to mine. And after that it did strike me as queer that whenever Mrs. Brimpton wanted anything, she rang for Agnes, who had to walk the whole length of the servants' wing to call me. But that wasn't the only queer thing in the house. The very next day I found out that Mrs. Brimpton had no nurse, and then I asked Agnes about the woman I had seen in the passage the afternoon before. Agnes said she had seen no one, and I saw that she thought I was dreaming. To be sure, it was dusk when we went down the passage, and she had excused herself for not bringing a light. But I had seen the woman plain enough to know her again if we should meet. I decided that she must have been a friend of the cook's, or of one of the other women servants. Perhaps she had come down from town for a night's visit, and the servants wanted it kept secret. Some ladies are very stiff about having their servants' friends in the house overnight. At any rate, I made up my mind to ask no more questions. In a day or two, another odd thing happened. I was chatting one afternoon with Mrs. Blinder, who was a friendly disposed woman, and had been longer in the house than the other servants, and she asked me if I was quite comfortable and had everything I needed. I said I had no fault to find with my place or with my mistress, but I thought it odd that in so large a house there was no sewing room for the lady's maid. "Why," says she, "there is one. The room you're in is the old sewing room." "Oh," said I, "and where did the other lady's maid sleep?" At that she grew confused and said hurriedly that the servants' rooms had all been changed about last year, and she didn't rightly remember. That struck me as peculiar, but I went on as if I hadn't noticed. "Well, there's a vacant room opposite mine, and I mean to ask Mrs. Brimpton if I mayn't use that as a sewing room." To my astonishment, Mrs. Blinder went white and gave my hand a kind of squeeze. "Don't do that, my dear," said she, trembling like. "To tell you the truth, that was Emma Saxon's room, and my mistress has kept it closed ever since her death." "And who was Emma Saxon?" "Mrs. Brimpton's former maid." "The one that was with her so many years," said I, remembering what Mrs. Railton had told me. Mrs. Blinder nodded. "What sort of woman was she?" "No better walked the earth," said Mrs. Blinder. "My mistress loved her like a sister." "But I mean, what did she look like?" Mrs. Blinder got up and gave me a kind of angry stare. "I'm no great hand at describing," she said, "and I believe my pastry's rising," and she walked off into the kitchen and shut the door after her. I had been near a week at Brimpton before I saw my master. Word came that he was arriving one afternoon, and a change passed over the whole household. It was plain that nobody loved him below stairs. Mrs. Blinder took uncommon care with the dinner that night, but she snapped at the kitchen maid in a way quite unusual with her. And Mr. Wace, the butler, a serious, slow-spoken man, went about his duties as if he'd been getting ready for a funeral. He was a great Bible reader, Mr. Wace was, and had a beautiful assortment of texts at his command. But that day he used such dreadful language that I was about to leave the table when he assured me it was all out of Isaiah. And I noticed that whenever the master came, Mr. Wace took to the prophets. About 7, Agnes called me to my mistress's room, and there I found Mr. Brimpton. He was standing on the hearth, a big fair bull-necked man with a red face and little bad-tempered blue eyes. The kind of man a young simpleton might have thought handsome, and would have been like to pay dear for thinking it. He swung about when I came in, and looked me over in a trice. I knew what the look meant from having experienced it once or twice in my former places. Then he turned his back on me and went on talking to his wife, and I knew what that meant too. I was not the kind of morsel he was after. The typhoid had served me well enough in one way. It kept that kind of gentleman at arm's length. "This is my new maid, Hartley," says Mrs. Brimpton in her kind voice, and he nodded and went on with what he was saying. In a minute or two he went off and left my mistress to dress for dinner, and I noticed as I waited on her that she was white and chilled to the touch. Mr. Brimpton took himself off the next morning, and the whole house drew a long breath when he drove away. As for my mistress, she put on a hat and furs, for it was a fine winter morning, and went out for a walk in the gardens, coming back quite fresh and rosy, so that for a minute before her colour faded, I could guess what a pretty young lady she must have been, and not so long ago either. She had met Mr. Ranford in the grounds, and the two came back together, I remember, smiling and talking as they walked along the terrace under my window. That was the first time I saw Mr. Ranford, though I had often heard his name mentioned in the hall. He was a neighbour, it appeared, living a mile or two beyond Brimpton, at the end of the village, and as he was in the habit of spending his winters in the country, he was almost the only company my mistress had at that season. He was a slight, tall gentleman of about 30, and I thought him rather melancholy-looking till I saw his smile, which had a kind of surprise in it, like the first warm day in spring. He was a great reader, I heard, like my mistress, and the two were forever borrowing books of one another, and sometimes, Mr. Wace told me, he would read aloud to Mrs. Brimpton by the hour in the big dark library where she sat in the winter afternoons. The servants all liked him, and perhaps that's more of a compliment than the master's suspect. He had a friendly word for every one of us, and we were all glad to think that Mrs. Brimpton had a pleasant, companionable gentleman like that to keep her company when the master was away. Mr. Ranford seemed on excellent terms with Mr. Brimpton too, though I couldn't but wonder that two gentlemen so unlike each other should be so friendly. But then I knew how the real quality can keep their feelings to themselves. As for Mr. Brimpton, he came and went, never staying more than a day or two, cursing the dullness and the solitude, grumbling at everything, and, as I soon found out, drinking a deal more than was good for him. After Mrs. Brimpton left the table, he would sit half the night over the old Brimpton port and Madeira, and once, as I was leaving my mistress's room rather later than usual, I met him coming up the stairs in such a state that I turned sick to think of what some ladies have to endure and hold their tongues about. The servants said very little about their master, but from what they let drop I could see it had been an unhappy match from the beginning. Mr. Brimpton was coarse, loud and pleasure-loving, My mistress quiet, retiring, and perhaps a trifle cold. Not that she was not always pleasant spoken to him. I thought her wonderfully forbearing. But to a gentleman as free as Mr. Brimpton, I dare say she seemed a little offish. Well, things went on quietly for several weeks. My mistress was kind, my duties were light, and I got on well with the other servants. In short, I had nothing to complain of, yet there was always a weight on me. I can't say why it was so, but I know it was not the loneliness that I felt. I soon got used to that, and being still languid from the fever, I was thankful for the quiet and the good country air. Nevertheless, I was never quite easy in my mind. My mistress, knowing I had been ill, insisted that I should take my walk regular, and often invented errands for me. A yard of ribbon to be fetched from the village, a letter posted, or a book returned to Mr. Ranford. As soon as I was out of doors, my spirits rose, and I looked forward to my walks through the bare, moist-smelling woods. But the moment I caught sight of the house again, my heart dropped down like a stone in a well. It was not a gloomy house exactly, yet I never entered it, but a feeling of gloom came over me. Mrs. Brimpton seldom went out in winter. Only on the finest days did she walk an hour at noon on the south terrace. Excepting Mr. Ranford, we had no visitors but the doctor, who drove over from D. About once a week. He sent for me once or twice to give me some trifling direction about my mistress, and though he never told me what her illness was, I thought from a waxy look she had now and then of a morning that it might be the heart that ailed her. The season was soft and unwholesome, and in January we had a long spell of rain. That was a sore trial to me, I own, for I couldn't go out, and sitting over my sewing all day, listening to the drip-drip of the eaves, I grew so nervous that the least sound made me jump. Somehow the thought of that locked room across the passage began to weigh on me. Once or twice in the long rainy nights I fancied I heard noises there, but that was nonsense, of course, and the daylight drove such notions out of my head. Well, one morning Mrs. Brimpton gave me quite a start of pleasure by telling me she wished me to go to town for some shopping. I hadn't known till then how low my spirits had fallen. I set off in high glee, and my first sight of the crowded streets and the cheerful-looking shops quite took me out of myself. Toward afternoon, however, the noise and confusion began to tire me, and I was actually looking forward to the quiet of Brimpton, and thinking how I should enjoy the drive home through the dark woods, when I ran across an old acquaintance, a maid I had once been in service with. We had lost sight of each other for a number of years, and I had to stop and tell her what had happened to me in the interval. When I mentioned where I was living, she rolled up her eyes and pulled a long face. "What? The Mrs. Brimpton that lives all the year at her place on the Hudson? My dear, you won't stay there 3 months. "Oh, but I don't mind the country," says I, offended somehow at her tone. "Since the fever, I'm glad to be quiet." She shook her head. "It's not the country I'm thinking of. All I know is she's had 4 maids in the last 6 months, and the last one, who was a friend of mine, told me nobody could stay in the house." "Did she say why?" I asked. "No, she wouldn't give me her reason, but she says to me, Mrs. Anstey, she says, if ever a young woman as you know of thinks of going there, you tell her it's not worth while to unpack her boxes." "Is she young and handsome?" said I, thinking of Mr. Brimpton. "Not her. She's the kind that mothers engage when they've gay young gentlemen at college." Well, though I knew the woman was an idle gossip, the words stuck in my head, and my heart sank lower than ever as I drove up to Brimpton in the dusk. There was something about the house. I was sure of it now. When I went into tea, I heard that Mr. Brimpton had arrived, and I saw at a glance that there had been a disturbance of some kind. Mrs. Blinder's hand shook so that she could hardly pour the tea, and Mr. Wace quoted the most dreadful text full of brimstone. Nobody said a word to me then, but when I went up to my room, Mrs. Blinder followed me. "Oh, my dear," says she, taking my hand, "I am so glad and thankful you've come back to us." That struck me, as you may imagine. Why, said I, did you think I was leaving for good? No, no, to be sure, said she, a little confused. But I can't abear to have Madam left alone for a day even. She pressed my hand hard, and, oh, Miss Hartley, says she, be good to your mistress, as you're a Christian woman. And with that she hurried away and left me staring. A moment later Agnes called me to Mrs. Brimpton. Hearing Mr. Brimpton's voice in her room, I went round by the dressing room, thinking I would lay out her dinner gown before going in. The dressing room is a large room with a window over the portico that looks towards the gardens. Mr. Brimpton's apartments are beyond. When I went in, the door into the bedroom was ajar, and I heard Mr. Brimpton saying angrily, "One would suppose he was the only person fit for you to talk to." "I don't have many visitors in winter," Mrs. Brimpton answered quietly. "You have me," he flung at her, sneering. "You are here so seldom," said she. "Well, whose fault is that? You make the place about as lively as a family vault." With that I rattled the toilet things to give my mistress warning, and she rose and called me in. The two dined alone as usual, and I knew by Mr. Wace's manner at supper that things must be going badly. He quoted the prophets something terrible, and worked on the kitchen maid so that she declared she wouldn't go down alone to put the cold meat in the icebox. I felt nervous myself, and after I had put my mistress to bed, I was half tempted to go down again and persuade Mrs. Blinder to sit up a while over a game of cards. But I heard her door closing for the night, and so I went on to my own room. The rain had begun again, and the drip, drip, drip seemed to be dropping into my brain. I lay awake listening to it and turning over what my friend in town had said, and what puzzled me was that it was always the maids who left. After a while I slept, but suddenly a loud noise wakened me. My bell had rung. I sat up, terrified by the unusual sound, which seemed to go on jangling through the darkness. My hands shook so that I couldn't find the matches. At length I struck a light and jumped out of bed. I began to think I must have been dreaming, but I looked at the bell against the wall, and there was the little hammer still quivering. I was just beginning to huddle on my clothes when I heard another sound. This time it was the door of the locked room opposite mine, softly opening and closing. I heard the sound distinctly, and it frightened me so that I stood stock still. Then I heard a footstep hurrying down the passage toward the main house. The floor being carpeted, the sound was very faint, but I was quite sure it was a woman's step. I turned cold with the thought of it, and for a minute or two I dursn't breathe or move. Then I came to my senses. "Alice Hartley," says I to myself, "someone left that room just now and ran down the passage ahead of you. The idea isn't pleasant, but you may as well face it. Your mistress has rung for you, and to answer her bell you've got to go the way that other woman has gone." Well, I did it. I never walked faster in my life. Yet I thought I should never get to the end of the passage or reach Mrs. Brimpton's room. On the way I heard nothing and saw nothing. All was dark and quiet as the grave. When I reached my mistress's door, the silence was so deep that I began to think I must be dreaming, and was half-minded to turn back. Then a panic seized me, and I knocked. There was no answer, and I knocked again, loudly. To my astonishment, the door was opened by Mr. Brimpton. He started back when he saw me, and in the light of my candle, his face looked red and savage. "You!" he said in a queer voice. "How many of you are there in God's name?" At that I felt the ground give under me, but I said to myself that he had been drinking, and answered as steadily as I could. "May I go in, sir? Mrs. Brimpton has rung for me." "You may all go in for what I care," says he, and pushing by me walked down the hall to his own bedroom. I looked after him as he went, and to my surprise I saw that he walked as straight as a sober man. I found my mistress lying very weak and still, but she forced a smile when she saw me and signed to me to pour out some drops for her. After that she lay without speaking, her breath coming quick and her eyes closed. Suddenly she groped out with her hand, and "Emma," says she faintly. "It's Hartley, madam," I said. "Do you want anything?" She opened her eyes wide and gave me a startled look. "I was dreaming," she said. "You may go now, Hartley, and thank you kindly. I'm quite well again, you see," and she turned her face away from me. There was no more sleep for me that night, and I was thankful when daylight came. Soon afterward, Agnes called me to Mrs. Brimpton. I was afraid she was ill again, for she seldom sent for me before 9, but I found her sitting up in bed, pale and drawn-looking, but quite herself. "Hartley," says she quickly, "will you put on your things at once and go down to the village for me? I want this prescription made up." Here she hesitated a minute and blushed. "And I should like you to be back again before Mr. Brimpton is up." "Certainly, madam," I said, and "Stay a moment," she called me back as if an idea had just struck her. "While you're waiting for the mixture, you'll have time to go on to Mr. Ramford's with this note." It was a 2-mile walk to the village, and on my way I had time to turn things over in my mind. It struck me as peculiar that my mistress should wish the prescription made up without Mr. Brimpton's knowledge, and putting this together with the scene of the night before and with much else that I had noticed and suspected, I began to wonder if the poor lady was weary of her life and had come to the mad resolve of ending it. The idea took such hold on me that I reached the village on a run and dropped breathless into a chair before the chemist's counter. The good man, who was just taking down his shutters, stared at me so hard that it brought me to myself. "Mr. Limmel," I says, trying to speak indifferent, "will you run your eye over this and tell me if it's quite right?" He put on his spectacles and studied the prescription. "Why, it's one of Dr. Wharton's," says he. "What should be wrong with it?" "Well, is it dangerous to take?" "Dangerous? How do you mean?" I could have shaken the man for his stupidity. "I mean if a person was to take too much of it, by mistake of course," says I, my heart in my throat. "Lord bless you, no, it's only lime water. You might feed it to a baby by the bottleful." I gave a great sigh of relief and hurried on to Mr. Ranford's. But on the way another thought struck me. If there was nothing to conceal about my visit to the chemist's, was it my other errand that Mrs. Brimpton wished me to keep private? Somehow that thought frightened me worse than the other. Yet the two gentlemen seemed fast friends, and I would have staked my head on my mistress's goodness. I felt ashamed of my suspicions, and concluded that I was still disturbed by the strange events of the night. I left the note at Mr. Ranford's, and hurrying back to Brimpton, slipped in by a side door without being seen, as I thought. An hour later, however, as I was carrying in my mistress's breakfast, I was stopped in the hall by Mr. Brimpton. "What were you doing out so early?" he says, looking hard at me. "Early, me sir?" I said in a tremble. Come, come," he says, an angry red spot coming out on his forehead. "Didn't I see you scuttling home through the shrubbery an hour or more ago?" I'm a truthful woman by nature, but at that a lie popped out ready-made. "No, sir, you didn't," said I, and looked straight back at him. He shrugged his shoulders and gave a sullen laugh. "I suppose you think I was drunk last night?" he asked suddenly. "No, sir, I don't," I answered, this time truthfully enough. He turned away with another shrug. "A pretty notion my servants have of me," I heard him mutter as he walked off. Not till I had settled down to my afternoon sewing did I realize how the events of the night had shaken me. I couldn't pass that locked door without a shiver. I knew I had heard someone come out of it and walk down the passage ahead of me. I thought of speaking to Mrs. Blinder or to Mr. Wace, the only two in the house who appeared to have an inkling of what was going on, but I had a feeling that if I questioned them, they would deny everything, and that I might learn more by holding my tongue and keeping my eyes open. The idea of spending another night opposite the locked room sickened me, and once I was seized with the notion of packing my trunk and taking the first train to town. But it wasn't in me to throw over a kind mistress in that manner, and I tried to go on with my sewing as if nothing had happened. I hadn't worked 10 minutes before the sewing machine broke down. It was one I had found in the house, A good machine, but a trifle out of order. Mrs. Blinder said it had never been used since Emma Saxon's death. I stopped to see what was wrong, and as I was working at the machine, a drawer which I had never been able to open slid forward and a photograph fell out. I picked it up and sat looking at it in a maze. It was a woman's likeness, and I knew I had seen the face somewhere. The eyes had an asking look that I had felt on me before, and suddenly I remembered the pale woman in the passage. I stood up, cold all over, and ran out of the room. My heart seemed to be thumping in the top of my head, and I felt as if I should never get away from the look in those eyes. I went straight to Mrs. Blinder. She was taking her afternoon nap and sat up with a jump when I came in. "Mrs. Blinder," said I, "who is that?" And I held out the photograph. She rubbed her eyes and stared. "Why, Emma Saxon," says she, "where did you find it?" I looked hard at her for a minute. "Mrs. Blinder," I said, "I've seen that face before." Mrs. Blinder got up and walked over to the looking-glass. "Dear me, I must have been asleep," she says. "My front is all over one ear. And now do run along, Miss Hartley dear, for I hear the clock striking 4, and I must go down this very minute and put on the Virginia ham for Mr. Brimpton's dinner." To all appearances, things went on as usual for a week or two. The only difference was that Mr. Brimpton stayed on instead of going off as he usually did, and that Mr. Ranford never showed himself. I heard Mr. Brimpton remark on this one afternoon when he was sitting in my mistress's room before dinner. "Where's Ranford?" says he. "He hasn't been near the house for a week. Does he keep away because I'm here?" Mrs. Brimpton spoke so low that I couldn't catch her answer. "Well," he went on, "two's company and three's trumpery. I'm sorry to be in Ranford's way, and I suppose I shall have to take myself off again in a day or two and give him a show." And he laughed at his own joke. The very next day, as it happened, Mr. Ranford called. The footman said the three were very merry over their tea in the library, and Mr. Brimpton strolled down to the gate with Mr. Ranford when he left. I have said that things went on as usual, and so they did with the rest of the household. But as for myself, I had never been the same since the night my bell had rung. Night after night I used to lie awake, listening for it to ring again, and for the door of the locked room to open stealthily. But the bell never rang, and I heard no sound across the passage. At last the silence began to be more dreadful to me than the most mysterious sounds. I felt that someone were cowering there behind the locked door, watching and listening as I watched and listened, and I could almost have cried out, "Whoever you are, come out and let me see you face to face, but don't lurk there and spy on me in the darkness." Feeling as I did, you may wonder I didn't give warning. Once I very nearly did so, but at the last moment something held me back. Whether it was compassion for my mistress, who had grown more and more dependent on me, or unwillingness to try a new place, or some other feeling that I couldn't put a name to, I lingered on as if spellbound, though every night was dreadful to me, and the days but little better. For one thing, I didn't like Mrs. Brimpton's looks. She had never been the same since that night, no more than I had. I thought she would brighten up after Mr. Brimpton left, but though she seemed easier in her mind, her spirits didn't revive, nor her strength either. She had grown attached to me and seemed to like to have me about. And Agnes told me one day that since Emma Saxon's death, I was the only maid her mistress had taken to. This gave me a warm feeling for the poor lady, though after all there was little I could do to help her. After Mr. Brimpton's departure, Mr. Ranford took to coming again, though less often than formerly. I met him once or twice in the grounds or in the village, and I couldn't but think there was a change in him too. But I set it down to my disordered fancy. The weeks passed, and Mr. Brimpton had now been a month absent. We heard he was cruising with a friend in the West Indies, and Mr. Wace said that was a long way off. But though you had the wings of a dove and went to the uttermost parts of the earth, you couldn't get away from the Almighty. Agnes said that as long as he stayed away from Brimpton, the Almighty might have him, and welcome, and this raised a laugh. though Mrs. Blinder tried to look shocked, and Mr. Wace said the bears would eat us. We were all glad to hear that the West Indies were a long way off, and I remember that in spite of Mr. Wace's solemn looks, we had a very merry dinner that day in the hall. I don't know if it was because of my being in better spirits, but I fancied Mrs. Brimpton looked better too, and seemed more cheerful in her manner. She had been for a walk in the morning, and after luncheon she lay down in her room, and I read aloud to her. When she dismissed me, I went to my own room, feeling quite bright and happy, and for the first time in weeks walked past the locked door without thinking of it. As I sat down to my work, I looked out and saw a few snowflakes falling. The sight was pleasanter than the eternal rain, and I pictured to myself how pretty the bare gardens would look in their white mantle. It seemed to me as if the snow would cover up all the dreariness, indoors as well as out. The fancy had hardly crossed my mind when I heard a step at my side. I looked up, thinking it was Agnes. "Well, Agnes," said I, and the words froze on my tongue, for there, in the door, stood Emma Saxon. I don't know how long she stood there. I only know I couldn't stir or take my eyes from her. Afterward, I was terribly frightened, but at the time it wasn't fear I felt, but something deeper and quieter. She looked at me long and long, and her face was just one dumb prayer to me. But how in the world was I to help her? Suddenly she turned, and I heard her walk down the passage. This time I wasn't afraid to follow. I felt that I must know what she wanted. I sprang up and ran out. She was at the other end of the passage, and I expected her to take the turn towards my mistress's room. But instead of that, she pushed open the door that led to the back stairs. I followed her down the stairs and across the passageway to the back door. The kitchen and hall were empty at that hour, the servants being off duty except for the footman, who was in the pantry. At the door she stood still a moment with another look at me. Then she turned the handle and stepped out. For a minute I hesitated. Where was she leading me to? The door had closed softly after her, and I opened it and looked out, half expecting to find that she had disappeared. But I saw her a few yards off, hurrying across the courtyard to the path through the woods. Her figure looked black and lonely in the snow, and for a second my heart failed me, and I thought of turning back. But all the while she was drawing me after her, and catching up an old shawl of Mrs. Blinder's, I ran out into the open. Emma Saxon was in the wood path now. She walked on steadily, and I followed at the same pace, till we passed out of the gates and reached the high road. Then she struck across the open fields to the village. By this time the ground was white, and as she climbed the slope of a bare hill ahead of me, I noticed that she left no footprints behind her. At sight of that, my heart shriveled up within me, and my knees were water. Somehow, it was worse here than indoors. She made the whole countryside seem lonely as the grave, with none but us two in it, and no help in the wide world. Once I tried to go back, but she turned and looked at me, and it was as if she had dragged me with ropes. After that, I followed her like a dog. We came to the village, and she led me through it, past the church and the blacksmith's shop, and down the lane to Mr. Ranford's. Mr. Ranford's house stands close to the road, a plain old-fashioned building, with a flagged path leading to the door between box borders. The lane was deserted, and as I turned into it, I saw Emma Saxon pause under the old elm by the gate. And now another fear came over me. I saw that we had reached the end of our journey, and that it was my turn to act. All the way from Brimpton I had been asking myself what she wanted of me, but I had followed in a trance, as it were, and not till I saw her stop at Mr. Ranford's gate did my brain begin to clear itself. It stood a little way off in the snow, my heart beating fit to strangle me, and my feet frozen to the ground, and she stood under the elm and watched me. I knew well enough that she hadn't led me there for nothing. I felt there was something I ought to say or do. But how was I to guess what it was? I had never thought harm of my mistress and Mr. Ranford, But I was sure now that from one cause or another some dreadful thing hung over them. She knew what it was. She would tell me if she could. Perhaps she would answer if I questioned her. It turned me faint to think of speaking to her, but I plucked up heart and dragged myself across the few yards between us. As I did so, I heard the house door open and saw Mr. Ranford approaching. He looked handsome and cheerful, as my mistress had looked that morning, and at sight of him the blood began to flow again in my veins. "Why, Hartley," said he, "what's the matter? I saw you coming down the lane just now, and came out to see if you had taken root in the snow." He stopped and stared at me. "What are you looking at?" he says. I turned towards the elm as he spoke, and his eyes followed me. But there was no one there. The lane was empty as far as the eye could reach. A sense of helplessness came over me. She was gone, and I had not been able to guess what she wanted. Her last look had pierced me to the marrow, and yet it had not told me. All at once I felt more desolate than when she had stood there watching me. It seemed as if she had left me all alone to carry the weight of the secret I couldn't guess. The snow went round me in great circles, and the ground fell away from me. A drop of brandy and the warmth of Mr. Ranford's fire soon brought me to, and I insisted on being driven back at once to Brimpton. It was nearly dark, and I was afraid my mistress might be wanting me. I explained to Mr. Ranford that I had been out for a walk and had been taken with a fit of giddiness as I passed his gate. This was true enough, yet I never felt more like a liar than when I said it. When I dressed Mrs. Brimpton for dinner, she remarked on my pale looks and asked what ailed me. I told her I had a headache, and she said she would not require me again that evening and advised me to go to bed. It was a fact that I could scarcely keep on my feet, yet I had no fancy to spend a solitary evening in my room. I sat downstairs in the hall as long as I could hold my head up, but by 9 I crept upstairs, too weary to care what happened if I could but get my head on a pillow. The rest of the household went to bed soon afterward. They kept early hours when the master was away, and before 10 I heard Mrs. Blinder's door close, and Mr. Wace's soon after. It was a very still night, earth and air all muffled in snow. Once in bed I felt easier, and lay quiet, listening to the strange noises that come out in a house after dark. Once I thought I heard a door open and close again below. It might have been the glass door that led to the gardens. I got up and peered out of the window, but it was in the dark of the moon, and nothing visible outside but the streaking of snow against the panes. I went back to bed and must have dozed, for I jumped awake to the furious ringing of my bell. Before my head was clear I had sprung out of bed and was dragging on my clothes. "It is going to happen now," I heard myself saying, but what I meant I had no notion. My hands seemed to be covered with glue. I thought I should never get into my clothes. At last I opened my door and peered down the passage. As far as my candle flame carried, I could see nothing unusual ahead of me. I hurried on breathless, but as I pushed open the baize door leading to the main hall, my heart stood still. For there at the head of the stairs was Emma Saxon peering dreadfully down into the darkness. For a second I couldn't stir, but my hand slipped from the door, and as it swung shut, the figure vanished. At the same instant there came another sound from below stairs, a stealthy, mysterious sound, as of a latchkey turning in the house door. I ran to Mrs. Brimpton's room and knocked. There was no answer, and I knocked again. This time I heard someone moving in the room. The bolt slipped back and my mistress stood before me. To my surprise I saw that she had not undressed for the night. She gave me a startled look. "What is this, Hartley?" she says in a whisper. "Are you ill? What are you doing here at this hour?" "I am not ill, madam, but my bell rang." At that she turned pale and seemed about to fall. "You are mistaken," she said harshly. "I didn't ring. You must have been dreaming." I had never heard her speak in such a tone. "Go back to bed," she said, closing the door on me. But as she spoke, I heard sounds again in the hall below. A man's step this time, and the truth leapt out on me. "Madam," I said, pushing past her, "there is someone in the house." "Someone?" "Mr. Brimpton, I think. I hear his step below." A dreadful look came over her, and without a word she dropped flat at my feet. I fell on my knees and tried to lift her. By the way she breathed, I saw it was no common faint. But as I raised her head, there came quick steps on the stairs and across the hall. The door was flung open, and there stood Mr. Brimpton, in his travelling clothes, the snow dripping from him. He drew back with a start as he saw me kneeling by my mistress. "What the devil is this?" he shouted. He was less high-coloured than usual, and the red spot came out on his forehead. "Mrs. Brimpton has fainted, sir," said I. He laughed unsteadily and pushed by me. "It's a pity she didn't choose a more convenient moment. I'm sorry to disturb her, but—" I raised myself up, aghast at the man's action. "Sir," said I, "are you mad? What are you doing?" "Going to meet a friend," said he, and seemed to make for the dressing room. At that my heart turned over. I don't know what I thought or feared, but I sprang up and caught him by the sleeve. Sir," said I, "for pity's sake, look at your wife." He shook me off furiously. "It seems that's done for me," says he, and caught hold of the dressing-room door. At that moment I heard a slight noise inside. Slight as it was, he heard it too, and tore the door open, but as he did so, he dropped back. On the threshold stood Emma Saxon. All was dark behind her, but I saw her plainly, and so did he. He threw up his hands as if to hide his face from her, and when I looked again, she was gone. He stood motionless, as if the strength had run out of him, and in the stillness my mistress suddenly raised herself, and opening her eyes, fixed a look on him. Then she fell back, and I saw the death flutter pass over her. We buried her on the third day in a driving snowstorm. There were few people in the church, for it was bad weather to come from town, and I've a notion my mistress was one that hadn't many near friends. Mr. Ramford was among the last to come, just before they carried her up the aisle. He was in black, of course, being such a friend of the family, and I never saw a gentleman so pale. As he passed me, I noticed that he leaned a trifle on a stick he carried, and I fancy Mr. Brimpton noticed it too, for the red spot came out sharp on his forehead, and all through the service he kept staring across the church at Mr. Ranford, instead of following the prayers as a mourner should. When it was over and we went out to the graveyard, Mr. Ranford had disappeared, and as soon as my poor mistress's body was underground, Mr. Brimpton jumped into the carriage nearest the gate and drove off without a word to any of us. I heard him call out, "To the station," and we servants went back alone to the house. The end. Pomegranate Seed by Edith Wharton and read by Christopher Halton. Charlotte Ashby paused on her doorstep. Dark had descended on the brilliancy of the March afternoon, and the grinding, rasping street life of the city was at its highest. She turned her back on it, standing for a moment in the old-fashioned marble-flagged vestibule before she inserted her key in the lock. The sash curtains drawn across the panes of the inner door softened the light within to a warm blur through which no detail showed. It was the hour when, in the first months of her marriage to Kenneth Ashby, she had most liked to return to that quiet house in a street long since deserted by business and fashion. The contrast between the soulless roar of New York, its devouring blaze of lights, the oppression of its congested traffic, congested houses, lives, minds, and this veiled sanctuary she called home, always stirred her profoundly. In the very heart of the hurricane she had found her tiny islet, or thought she had, and now in the last months everything was changed, and she always wavered on the doorstep and had to force herself to enter. While she stood there, she called up the scene within. The hall hung with old prints, the ladder-like stairs, and on the left her husband's long, shabby library, full of books and pipes and worn armchairs, inviting to meditation. How she had loved that room. Then, upstairs, her own drawing-room, in which, since the death of Kenneth's first wife, Neither furniture nor hangings had been changed, because there had never been money enough, but which Charlotte had made her own by moving furniture about and adding more books, another lamp, a table for the new reviews. Even on the occasion of her only visit to the first Mrs. Ashby, a distant self-centred woman whom she had known very slightly, she had looked about her with an innocent envy, feeling it to be exactly the drawing-room she would have liked for herself. And now, for more than a year, it had been hers to deal with as she chose. The room to which she hastened back at dusk on winter days, where she sat reading by the fire, or answering notes at the pleasant roomy desk, or going over her stepchildren's copybooks till she heard her husband's step. Sometimes friends dropped in, sometimes oftener she was alone, and she liked that best, since it was another way of being with Kenneth, thinking over what he had said when they parted in the morning, imagining what he would say when he sprang up the stairs, found her by herself, and caught her to him. Now, instead of this, she thought of one thing only, the letter she might or might not find on the hall table. Until she had made sure whether or not it was there, her mind had no room for anything else. The letter was always the same, a square greyish envelope with Kenneth Ashby Esquire written on it in bold but faint characters. From the first it had struck Charlotte as peculiar that anyone who wrote such a firm hand should trace the letters so lightly. The address was always written as though there were not enough ink in the pen, or the writer's wrist were too weak to bear upon it. Another curious thing was that, in spite of its masculine curves, the writing was so visibly feminine. Some hands are sexless, some masculine at first glance. The writing on the grey envelope, for all its strength and assurance, was without doubt a woman's. The envelope never bore anything but the recipient's name. No stamp, no address. The letter was presumably delivered by hand, but by whose? No doubt it was slipped into the letter-box, whence the parlour-maid, when she closed the shutters and lit the lights, probably extracted it. At any rate, it was always in the evening after dark that Charlotte saw it lying there. She thought of the letter in the singular as it because, though there had been several since her marriage, 7 to be exact, they were so alike in appearance that they had become merged in one another in her mind, become one letter, become it. The first had come the day after their return from their honeymoon, a journey prolonged to the West Indies, from which they had returned to New York after an absence of more than 2 months. Re-entering the house with her husband, late on that first evening they had dined at his mother's, she had seen alone on the hall table the grey envelope. Her eye fell on it before Kenneth's, and her first thought was, "Why, I've seen that writing before," but where she could not recall. The memory was just definite enough for her to identify the script whenever it looked up at her faintly from the same pale envelope. But on that first day she would have thought no more of the letter if, when her husband's glance lit on it, she had not chanced to be looking at him. It all happened in a flash. His seeing the letter, putting out his hand for it, raising it to his short-sighted eyes to decipher the faint writing, and then abruptly withdrawing the arm he had slipped through Charlotte's, and moving away to the hanging light, his back turned to her. She had waited for a sound, an exclamation, waited for him to open the letter, but he had slipped it into his pocket without a word, and followed her into the library. And there they had sat down by the fire and lit their cigarettes, and he had remained silent, his head thrown back broodingly against the armchair, his eyes fixed on the hearth, and presently had passed his hand over his forehead and said, "Wasn't it unusually hot at my mother's tonight? I've got a splitting head. Mind if I take myself off to bed?" That was the first time. Since then, Charlotte had never been present when he had received the letter. It usually came before he got home from his office, and she had to go upstairs and leave it lying there. But even if she had not seen it, she would have known it had come by the change in his face when he joined her, which on those evenings he seldom did before they met for dinner. Evidently, whatever the letter contained, he wanted to be by himself to deal with it, and when he reappeared he looked years older, looked emptied of life and courage, and hardly conscious of her presence. Sometimes he was silent for the rest of the evening. and if he spoke, it was usually to hint some criticism of her household arrangements, suggest some change in the domestic administration, to ask, a little nervously, if she didn't think Joyce's nursery governess was rather young and flighty, or if she herself always saw to it that Peter, whose throat was delicate, was properly wrapped up when he went to school. At such times Charlotte would remember the friendly warnings she had received when she became engaged to Kenneth Ashby. Marrying a heartbroken widower, isn't that rather risky? You know, Elsie Ashby absolutely dominated him. And how she had jokingly replied, he may be glad of a little liberty for a change. And in this respect she had been right. She had needed no one to tell her during the first months that her husband was perfectly happy with her. When they came back from their protracted honeymoon, the same friend said, "What have you done to Kenneth? He looks 20 years younger." And this time she answered with careless joy, "I suppose I've got him out of his groove." But what she noticed after the grey letters began to come was not so much his nervous tentative fault-finding, which always seemed to be uttered against his will, as the look in his eyes when he joined her after receiving one of the letters. The look was not unloving, not even indifferent. It was the look of a man who had been so far away from ordinary events that when he returns to familiar things, they seem strange. She minded that more than the fault-finding, though she had been sure from the first that the handwriting on the grey envelope was a woman's. It was long before she associated the mysterious letters with any sentimental secret. She was too sure of her husband's love, too confident of filling his life for such an idea to occur to her. It seemed far more likely that the letters, which certainly did not appear to cause him any sentimental pleasure, were addressed to the busy lawyer than to the private person. Probably they were from some tiresome client. Women, he had often told her, were nearly always tiresome as clients, who did not want her letters opened by his secretary, and therefore had them carried to his house. Yes, but in that case the unknown female must be unusually troublesome, judging from the effect her letters produced. Then again, though his professional discretion was exemplary, it was odd that he had never uttered an impatient comment, never remarked to Charlotte in a moment of expansion that there was a nuisance of a woman who kept badgering him about a case that had gone against her. He had made more than one semi-confidence of the kind, of course without giving names or details, but concerning this mysterious correspondent, his lips were sealed. There was another possibility, what is euphemistically called an old entanglement. Charlotte Ashby was a sophisticated woman. She had few illusions about the intricacies of the human heart. She knew that there were often old entanglements, but when she had married Kenneth Ashby, her friends, instead of hinting at such a possibility, had said, "You've got your work cut out for you. Marrying a Don Juan is a sinecure to it." Kenneth never looked at another woman since he first saw Elsie Corder. During all the years of their marriage, he was more like an unhappy lover than a comfortably contented husband. He'll never let you move an armchair or change the place of a lamp. And whatever you venture to do, he'll mentally compare with what Elsie would have done in your place. Except for an occasional nervous mistrust as to her ability to manage the children, a mistrust gradually dispelled by her good humour and the children's obvious fondness for her, none of these forebodings had come true. The desolate widower, of whom his nearest friends said that only his absorbing professional interests had kept him from suicide after his first wife's death, had fallen in love 2 years later with Charlotte Gorse, and after an impetuous wooing had married her and carried her off on a tropical honeymoon. And ever since he had been as tender and lover-like as during those first radiant weeks. Before asking her to marry him, he had spoken to her frankly of his great love for his first wife and his despair after her sudden death. But even then he had assumed no stricken attitude or implied that life offered no possibility of renewal. He had been perfectly simple and natural, and had confessed to Charlotte that from the beginning he had hoped the future held new gifts for him. And when, after their marriage, they returned to the house where his 12 years with his first wife had been spent, He had told Charlotte at once that he was sorry he couldn't afford to do the place over for her, but that he knew every woman had her own views about furniture and all sorts of household arrangements a man would never notice, and had begged her to make any changes she saw fit without bothering to consult him. As a result, she made as few as possible, but his way of beginning their new life in the old setting was so frank and unembarrassed that it put her immediately at her ease, and she was almost sorry to find that the portrait of Elsie Ashby, which used to hang over the desk in his library, had been transferred in their absence to the children's nursery. Knowing herself to be the indirect cause of this banishment, she spoke of it to her husband, but he answered, "Oh, I thought they ought to grow up with her looking down on them." The answer moved Charlotte and satisfied her, and as time went by, she had to confess that she felt more at home in her house, more at ease and in confidence with her husband, since that long, coldly beautiful face on the library wall no longer followed her with guarded eyes. It was as if Kenneth's love had penetrated to the secret she hardly acknowledged to her own heart, her passionate need to feel herself the sovereign even of his past. With all this stored-up happiness to sustain her, it was curious that she had lately found herself yielding to a nervous apprehension. But there the apprehension was, and on this particular afternoon, perhaps because she was more tired than usual, or because of the trouble of finding a new cook, or for some other ridiculously trivial reason, moral or physical, she found herself unable to react against the feeling. Latchkey in hand, she looked back down the silent street to the whirl and illumination of the great thoroughfare beyond, and up at the sky already aflare with the city's nocturnal life. Outside there, she thought, skyscrapers, advertisements, telephones, wireless aeroplanes, movies, motors, and all the rest of the 20th century. And on the other side of the door, something I can't explain, can't relate to them, something as old as the world, as mysterious as life. Nonsense, what am I worrying about? There hasn't been a letter for 3 months now, not since the day we came back from the country after Christmas. Queer that they always seem to come after our holidays. Why should I imagine there's going to be one tonight? No reason why, but that was the worst of it, one of the worsts, that there were days when she would stand there cold and shivering with the premonition of something inexplicable, intolerable, to be faced on the other side of the curtain panes. And when she opened the door and went in, there would be nothing. And on other days when she felt the same premonitory chill, it was justified by the sight of the grey envelope. So that ever since the last had come, she had taken to feeling cold and premonitory every evening, because she never opened the door without thinking the letter might be there. Well, she'd had enough of it, that was certain. She couldn't go on like that. If her husband turned white and had a headache on the days when the letter came, he seemed to recover afterward. But she couldn't. With her, the strain had become chronic, and the reason was not far to seek. Her husband knew from whom the letter came and what was in it. He was prepared beforehand for whatever he had to deal with, and master of the situation, however bad, whereas she was shut out in the dark with her conjectures. "I can't stand it another day," she exclaimed aloud as she put her key in the lock. She turned the key and went in, and there, on the table, lay the letter. She was almost glad of the sight. It seemed to justify everything, to put a seal of definiteness on the whole blurred business. A letter for her husband, a letter from a woman, no doubt another vulgar case of old entanglement. What a fool she had been ever to doubt it, to rack her brains for less obvious explanations. She took up the envelope with a steady, contemptuous hand, looked closely at the faint letters, held it against the light, and just discerned the outline of the folded sheet within. She knew that now she would have no peace till she found out what was written on that sheet. Her husband had not come in. He seldom got back from his office before 6:30 or 7, and it was not yet 6. She would have time to take the letter up to the drawing-room, hold it over the tea-kettle which at that hour always simmered by the fire in expectation of her return, solve the mystery and replace the letter where she had found it. No one would be the wiser, and her gnawing uncertainty would be over. The alternative, of course, was to question her husband, but to do that seemed even more difficult. She weighed the letter between thumb and finger, looked at it again under the light, started up the stairs with the envelope, and came down again and laid it on the table. "No, I evidently can't," she said, disappointed. What should she do then? She couldn't go up alone to that warm welcoming room, pour out her tea, look over her correspondence, glance at a book or review, not with that letter lying below and the knowledge that in a little while her husband would come in, open it and turn into the library alone, as he always did on the days when the grey envelope came. Suddenly she decided she would wait in the library and see for herself, see what happened between him and the letter when they thought themselves unobserved. She wondered the idea had never occurred to her before. By leaving the door ajar and sitting in the corner behind it, she could watch him unseen. Well then, she would watch him. She drew a chair into the corner, sat down, her eyes on the crack, and waited. As far as she could remember, it was the first time she had ever tried to surprise another person's secret, but she was conscious of no compunction. She simply felt as if she were fighting her way through a stifling fog that she must at all costs get out of. At length she heard Kenneth's latchkey and jumped up. The impulse to rush out and meet him had nearly made her forget why she was there, but she remembered in time and sat down again. From her post she covered the whole range of his movements, saw him enter the hall, draw the key from the door, and take off his hat and overcoat. Then he turned to throw his gloves on the hall table, and at that moment he saw the envelope. The light was full on his face, and what Charlotte first noted there was a look of surprise. Evidently he had not expected the letter, had not thought of the possibility of its being there that day. But though he had not expected it, now that he saw it, he knew well enough what it contained. He did not open it immediately, but stood motionless, the colour slowly ebbing from his face. Apparently he could not make up his mind to touch it, but at length he put out his hand, opened the envelope, and moved with it to the light. In doing so, he turned his back on Charlotte, and she saw only his bent head and slightly stooping shoulders. Apparently all the writing was on one page, for he did not turn the sheet but continued to stare at it for so long that he must have reread it a dozen times, or so it seemed to the woman breathlessly watching him. At length she saw him move. He raised the letter still closer to his eyes, as though he had not fully deciphered it. Then he lowered his head, and she saw his lips touch the sheet. "Kenneth!" she exclaimed, and went out into the hall. The letter clutched in his hand, her husband turned and looked at her. "Where were you?" he said in a low, bewildered voice, like a man waked out of his sleep. "In the library, waiting for you." She tried to steady her voice. "What's the matter? What's in that letter? You look ghastly." Her agitation seemed to calm him, and he instantly put the envelope into his pocket with a slight laugh. "Ghastly? I'm sorry. I've had a hard day in the office. 1 or 2 complicated cases. I look dog-tired, I suppose." "You didn't look tired when you came in. It was only when you opened that letter." He had followed her into the library, and they stood gazing at each other. Charlotte noticed how quickly he had regained his self-control. His profession had trained him to rapid mastery of face and voice. She saw at once that she would be at a disadvantage in any attempt to surprise his secret. But at the same moment she lost all desire to maneuver, to trick him into betraying anything he wanted to conceal. Her wish was still to penetrate the mystery, but only that she might help him to bear the burden it implied. "Even if it is another woman," she thought. "Kenneth," she said, her heart beating excitedly, "I waited here on purpose to see you come in. I wanted to watch you while you opened that letter." His face, which had paled, turned to dark red. Then it paled again. "That letter? Why especially that letter?" "Because I've noticed that whenever one of those letters comes, it seems to have such a strange effect on you." A line of anger she had never seen before came out between his eyes, and she said to herself, "The upper part of his face is too narrow. This is the first time I ever noticed it." She heard him continue in the cool and faintly ironic tone of the prosecuting lawyer making a point. "Ah, so you're in the habit of watching people open their letters when they don't know you're there." "Not in the habit. I never did such a thing before. But I had to find out what she writes to you at regular intervals in those grey envelopes." He weighed this for a moment, then, "The intervals have not been regular," he said. "Oh, I dare say you've kept a better account of the dates than I have," she retorted, her magnanimity vanishing at his tone. "All I know is that every time that woman writes to you—" "Why do you assume it's a woman?" "It's a woman's writing. Do you deny it?" He smiled. "No, I don't deny it. I asked only because the writing is generally supposed to look more like a man's." Charlotte passed this over impatiently. "And this woman? What does she write to you about?" Again he seemed to consider a moment. "About business." "Legal business?" "In a way, yes. Business in general." "You look after her affairs for her?" "Yes." "You've looked after them for a long time." "Yes, a very long time." "Kenneth, dearest, won't you tell me who she is?" "No, I can't." He paused and brought out, as if with a certain hesitation, "Professional secrecy." The blood rushed from Charlotte's heart to her temples. "Don't say that, don't." "Why not?" "Because I saw you kiss the letter." The effect of the words was so disconcerting that she instantly repented having spoken them. Her husband, who had submitted to her cross-questioning with a sort of contemptuous composure, as though he were humouring an unreasonable child, turned on her a face of terror and distress. For a minute he seemed unable to speak. Then, collecting himself with an effort, he stammered out, "The writing is very faint. You must have seen me holding the letter close to my eyes to try to decipher it." "No, I saw you kissing it." He was silent. "Didn't I see you kissing it?" He sank back into indifference. "Perhaps." "Kenneth, you stand there and say that to me? What possible difference can it make to you? The letter is on business, as I told you. Do you suppose I'd lie about it? The writer is a very old friend whom I haven't seen for a long time. Men don't kiss business letters, even from women who are very old friends, unless they have been their lovers and still regret them." He shrugged his shoulders slightly and turned away, as if he considered the discussion at an end and were faintly disgusted at the turn it had taken. "Kenneth!" Charlotte moved toward him and caught hold of his arm. He paused with a look of weariness and laid his hand over hers. "Won't you believe me?" he asked gently. "How can I? I've watched these letters come to you. For months now they've been coming. Ever since we came back from the West Indies. One of them greeted me the very day we arrived. And after each one of them, I see their mysterious effect on you. I see you disturbed, unhappy, as if someone were trying to estrange you from me." "No, dear, not that. Never." She drew back and looked at him with passionate entreaty. "Well then, prove it to me, darling. It's so easy." He forced a smile. "It's not easy to prove anything to a woman who's once taken an idea into her head." "You've only got to show me the letter." His hand slipped from hers and he drew back and shook his head. "You won't?" "I can't." "Then the woman who wrote it is your mistress." "No, dear, no." "Not now, perhaps. I suppose she's trying to get you back and you're struggling out of pity for me. My poor Kenneth. I swear to you she never was my mistress." Charlotte felt the tears rushing to her eyes. "Ah, that's worse then. That's hopeless. The prudent ones are the kind that keep their hold on a man. We all know that." She lifted her hands and hid her face in them. Her husband remained silent. He offered neither consolation nor denial, and at length, wiping away her tears, she raised her eyes almost timidly to his. "Kenneth, think. We've been married such a short time. Imagine what you're making me suffer. You say you can't show me this letter. You refuse even to explain it." "I've told you the letter is on business. I will swear to that too." "A man will swear to anything to screen a woman. If you want me to believe you, at least tell me her name. If you'll do that, I promise you I won't ask to see the letter." There was a long interval of suspense during which she felt her heart beating against her ribs in quick admonitory knocks, as if warning her of the danger she was incurring. "I can't," he said at length. "Not even her name." "No." "You can't tell me anything more?" "No." Again a pause. This time they seemed both to have reached the end of their arguments and to be helplessly facing each other across a baffling waste of incomprehension. Charlotte stood, breathing rapidly, her hands against her breast. She felt as if she had run a hard race and missed the goal. She had meant to move her husband and had succeeded only in irritating him. And this error of reckoning seemed to change him into a stranger, a mysterious, incomprehensible being whom no argument or entreaty of hers could reach. The curious thing was that she was aware in him of no hostility or even impatience, but only of a remoteness, an inaccessibility far more difficult to overcome. She felt herself excluded, ignored, blotted out of his life, but after a moment or two, looking at him more calmly, she saw that he was suffering as much as she was. His distant, guarded face was drawn with pain. The coming of the grey envelope, though it always cast a shadow, had never marked him as deeply as this discussion with his wife. Charlotte took heart. Perhaps after all she had not spent her last shaft. She drew nearer and once more laid her hand on his arm. "Poor Kenneth, if you knew how sorry I am for you." She thought he winced slightly at this expression of sympathy, but he took her hand and pressed it. "I can think of nothing worse than to be incapable of loving long," she continued. "To feel the beauty of a great love and to be too unstable to bear its burden." He turned on her a look of wistful reproach. "Oh, don't say that of me! Unstable!" She felt herself at last on the right tack, and her voice trembled with excitement as she went on. "Then, what about me and this other woman? Haven't you already forgotten Elsie twice within a year?" She seldom pronounced his first wife's name. It did not come naturally to her tongue. She flung it out now as if she were flinging some dangerous explosive into the open space between them, and drew back a step, waiting to hear the mine go off. Her husband did not move. His expression grew sadder, but showed no resentment. "I have never forgotten Elsie," he said. Charlotte could not repress a faint laugh. "Then, you poor dear, between the three of us—" "There are not," he began, and then broke off and put his hand to his forehead. "Not what?" "I'm sorry, I don't believe I know what I'm saying. I've got a blinding headache." He looked wan and furrowed enough for the statement to be true, but she was exasperated by his evasion. "Ah, yes, the grey envelope headache." She saw the surprise in his eyes. "I'd forgotten how closely I've been watched," he said coldly. "If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go up and try an hour in the dark to see if I can get rid of this neuralgia." She wavered, then she said with desperate resolution, "I'm sorry your head aches, but before you go I want to say that sooner or later this question must be settled between us. Someone is trying to separate us, and I don't care what it costs me to find out who it is." She looked him steadily in the eyes. "If it costs me your love, I don't care. If I can't have your confidence, I don't want anything from you." He still looked at her wistfully. "Give me time." "Time for what? It's only a word to say." "Time to show you that you haven't lost my love or my confidence." "Well, I'm waiting." He turned towards the door, and then glanced back hesitatingly. "Oh, do wait, my love," he said, and went out of the room. She heard his tired step on the stairs and the closing of his bedroom door above. Then she dropped into a chair and buried her face in her folded arms. Her first movement was one of compunction. She seemed to herself to have been hard, unhuman, unimaginative. Think of telling him that I didn't care if my insistence cost me his love. The lying rubbish. She started up to follow him and unsay the meaningless words. But she was checked by a reflection. He had had his way after all. He had eluded all attacks on his secret, and now he was shut up alone in his room, reading that other woman's letter. She was still reflecting on this when the surprise parlour-maid came in and found her. No, Charlotte said. She wasn't going to dress for dinner. Mr. Ashby didn't want to dine. He was very tired and had gone up to his room to rest. Later she would have something brought on a tray to the drawing room. She mounted the stairs to her bedroom. Her dinner dress was lying on the bed, and at the sight the quiet routine of her daily life took hold of her, and she began to feel as if the strange talk she had just had with her husband must have taken place in another world, between two beings who were not Charlotte Gorse and Kenneth Ashby, but phantoms projected by her fevered imagination. She recalled the year since her marriage, her husband's constant devotion, his persistent, almost too insistent tenderness, the feeling he had given her at times of being too eagerly dependent on her, too searchingly close to her, as if there were not air enough between her soul and his. It seemed preposterous, as she recalled all this, that a few moments ago she should have been accusing him of an intrigue with another woman. But then, what? Again she was moved by the impulse to go up to him, beg his pardon, and try to laugh away the misunderstanding. But she was restrained by the fear of forcing herself upon his privacy. He was troubled and unhappy, oppressed by some grief or fear, and he had shown her that he wanted to fight out his battle alone. It would be wiser, as well as more generous, to respect his wish. Only how strange, how unbearable to be there in the next room to his and feel herself at the other end of the world. In her nervous agitation, she almost regretted not having had the courage to open the letter and put it back on the hall table before he came in. At least she would have known what his secret was, and the bogey might have been laid. For she was beginning now to think of the mystery as something conscious, malevolent, a secret persecution before which he quailed, yet from which he could not free himself. Once or twice in his evasive eyes she thought she had detected a desire for help, an impulse of confession, instantly restrained and suppressed. It was as if he felt she could have helped him if she had known, and yet had been unable to tell her. There flashed through her mind the idea of going to his mother. She was very fond of old Mrs. Ashby, a firm-fleshed, clear-eyed old lady with an astringent bluntness of speech, which responded to the forthright and simple in Charlotte's own nature. There had been a tacit bond between them ever since the day when Mrs. Ashby Senior, coming to lunch for the first time with her new daughter-in-law, had been received by Charlotte downstairs in the library, and glancing up at the empty wall above her son's desk, had remarked laconically, "Elsie gone, eh?" adding at Charlotte's murmured explanation, "Nonsense, don't have her back, two's company." Charlotte, at this reading of her thoughts, could hardly refrain from exchanging a smile of complicity with her mother-in-law, and it seemed to her now that Mrs. Ashby's almost uncanny directness might pierce to the core of this new mystery. But here again she hesitated, for the idea almost suggested a betrayal. What right had she to call in anyone, even so close a relation, to surprise a secret which her husband was trying to keep from her? Perhaps by and by he'll talk to his mother of his own accord, she thought, and then ended. But what does it matter? He and I must settle it between us. She was still brooding over the problem when there was a knock on the door, and her husband came in. He was dressed for dinner and seemed surprised to see her sitting there with her evening dress lying unheeded on the bed. "Aren't you coming down?" "I thought you were not well and had gone to bed," she faltered. He forced a smile. "I'm not particularly well, but we'd better go down." His face, though still drawn, looked calmer than when he had fled upstairs an hour earlier. "There it is. He knows what's in the letter, and has fought his battle out again, whatever it is," she reflected, "while I'm still in darkness." She rang and gave a hurried order that dinner should be served as soon as possible, just a short meal, whatever could be got ready quickly, as both she and Mr. Ashby were rather tired and not very hungry. Dinner was announced and they sat down to it. At first neither seemed able to find a word to say. Then Ashby began to make conversation with an assumption of ease that was more oppressive than his silence. "How tired he is! How terribly overtired," Charlotte said to herself, pursuing her own thoughts while he rambled on about municipal politics, aviation, an exhibition of modern French painting, the health of an old aunt, and the installing of the automatic telephone. Good heavens, how tired he is! When they dined alone, they usually went into the library after dinner, and Charlotte curled herself up on the divan with her knitting, while he settled down in his armchair under the lamp and lit a pipe. But this evening, by tacit agreement, they avoided the room in which their strange talk had taken place, and went up to Charlotte's drawing room. They sat down near the fire, and Charlotte said, "Your pipe," after he had put down his hardly tasted coffee. He shook his head. "No, not tonight. You must go to bed early. You look terribly tired. I'm sure they overwork you at the office." "I suppose we all overwork at times." She rose and stood before him with sudden resolution. "Well, I'm not going to have you use up your strength slaving in that way. It's absurd. I can see you're ill." She bent over him and laid a hand on his forehead. "My poor old Kenneth, prepare to be taken away soon on a long holiday." He looked up at her, startled. "A holiday?" "Certainly. Didn't you know I was going to carry you off at Easter? We're going to start in a fortnight on a month's voyage to somewhere or other, on any one of the big cruising steamers." She paused and bent closer, touching his forehead with her lips. "I'm tired too, Kenneth." He seemed to pay no heed to her last words, but sat, his hands on his knees, his head drawn back a little from her caress, and looked up at her with a stare of apprehension. "Again, my dear, we can't. I can't possibly go away." "I don't know why you say again, Kenneth. We haven't taken a real holiday this year. At Christmas we spent a week with the children in the country." "Yes, but this time I mean away from the children, from servants, from the house, from everything that's familiar and fatiguing. Your mother will love to have Joyce and Peter with her." He frowned and slowly shook his head. "No, dear, I can't leave them with my mother." "Why, Kenneth, how absurd! She adores them. You didn't hesitate to leave them with her for over 2 months when we went to the West Indies." He drew a deep breath and stood up uneasily. "That was different." "Different? Why?" "I mean, at that time I didn't realize—" He broke off as if to choose his words and then went on. "My mother adores the children, as you say, but she isn't always very judicious. Grandmothers always spoil children, and she sometimes talks before them without thinking." He turned to his wife with an almost pitiful gesture of entreaty. "Don't ask me to, dear," Charlotte mused. It was true that the elder Mrs. Ashby had a fearless tongue, but she was the last woman in the world to say or hint anything before her grandchildren at which the most scrupulous parent could take offence. Charlotte looked at her husband in perplexity. "I don't understand." He continued to turn on her the same troubled and entreating gaze. "Don't try to," he muttered. "Not try to. Not now, not yet." He put up his hands and pressed them against his temples. "Can't you see that there's no use in insisting? I can't go away, no matter how much I might want to." Charlotte still scrutinized him gravely. "The question is, do you want to?" He returned her gaze for a moment, then his lips began to tremble, and he said, hardly above his breath, "I want. Anything you want. And yet—" "Don't ask me. I can't leave. I can't." "You mean that you can't go away out of reach of those letters?" Her husband had been standing before her in an uneasy, half-hesitating attitude. Now he turned abruptly away and walked once or twice up and down the length of the room, his head bent, his eyes fixed on the carpet. Charlotte felt her resentfulness rising with her fears. "It's that," she persisted. "Why not admit it? You can't live without them." He continued his troubled pacing of the room. Then he stopped short, dropped into a chair and covered his face with his hands. From the shaking of his shoulders, Charlotte saw that he was weeping. She had never seen a man cry except her father after her mother's death, when she was a little girl, and she remembered still how the sight had frightened her. She was frightened now. She felt that her husband was being dragged away from her into some mysterious bondage, and that she must use up her last atom of strength in the struggle for his freedom and for hers. "Kenneth, Kenneth," she pleaded, kneeling down beside him, "won't you listen to me? Won't you try to see what I'm suffering? I'm not unreasonable, darling, really not. I don't suppose I should ever have noticed the letters if it hadn't been for their effect on you. It's not my way to pry into other people's affairs. And even if the effect had been different, yes, listen to me. If I'd seen that the letters made you happy, that you were watching eagerly for them, counting the days between their coming, that you wanted them, that they gave you something I haven't known how to give, why, Kenneth, I don't say I shouldn't have suffered from that too, but it would have been in a different way, and I should have had the courage to hide what I felt, and the hope that some day you'd come to feel about me as you did about the writer of the letters. But what I can't bear is to see how you dread them, how they make you suffer, and yet how you can't live without them and won't go away, lest you should miss one during your absence. Or perhaps, she added, her voice breaking into a cry of accusation, perhaps it's because she's actually forbidden you to leave. Kenneth, you must answer me. Is that the reason? Is it because she's forbidden you that you won't go away with me? She continued to kneel at his side, and raising her hands, she drew his gently down. She was ashamed of her persistence, ashamed of uncovering that baffled, disordered face, yet resolved that no such scruple should arrest her. His eyes were lowered, the muscles of his face quivered. She was making him suffer even more than she suffered herself. Yet this no longer restrained her. Kenneth, is it that? She won't let us go away together. Still he did not speak or turn his eyes to her, and a sense of defeat swept over her. After all, she thought, the struggle was a losing one. You needn't answer. I see I'm right, she said. Suddenly, as she rose, he turned and drew her down again. His hands caught hers and pressed them so tightly that she felt her rings cutting into her flesh. There was something frightened, convulsive in his hold. It was the clutch of a man who felt himself slipping over a precipice. He was staring up at her now, as if salvation lay in the face she bent above him. Of course we'll go away together. We'll go wherever you want, he said in a low, confused voice. And putting his arm about her, he drew her close and pressed his lips on hers. Charlotte had said to herself, I shall sleep tonight. But instead she sat before her fire into the small hours, listening for any sound that came from her husband's room. But he, at any rate, seemed to be resting after the tumult of the evening. Once or twice she stole to the door, and in the faint light that came in from the street through his open window, she saw him stretched out in heavy sleep, the sleep of weakness and exhaustion. He's ill, she thought. He's undoubtedly ill. And it's not overwork, it's this mysterious persecution. She drew a breath of relief. She had fought through the weary fight, and the victory was hers, at least for the moment. If only they could have started at once, started for anywhere. She knew it would be useless to ask him to leave before the holidays. And meanwhile the secret influence, as to which she was still so completely in the dark, would continue to work against her, and she would have to renew the struggle day after day till they started on their journey. But after that everything would be different. If once she could get her husband away under other skies, and all to herself, she never doubted her power to release him from the evil spell he was under. Lulled to quiet by the thought, she too slept at last. When she woke, it was long past her usual hour, and she sat up in bed, surprised and vexed at having overslept herself. She always liked to be down to share her husband's breakfast by the library fire, but a glance at the clock made it clear that he must have started long since for his office. To make sure, she jumped out of bed and went into his room, but it was empty. No doubt he had looked in on her before leaving, seen that she still slept and gone downstairs without disturbing her, and their relations were sufficiently lover-like for her to regret having missed their morning hour. She rang and asked if Mr. Ashby had already gone. Yes, nearly an hour ago, the maid said. He had given orders that Mrs. Ashby should not be waked and that the children should not come to her till she sent for them. Yes, he had gone up to the nursery himself to give the order. All this sounded usual enough, and Charlotte hardly knew why she asked. And did Mr. Ashby leave no other message? Yes, the maid said, he did. She was so sorry she'd forgotten. He'd told her, just as he was leaving, to say to Mrs. Ashby that he was going to see about their passages, and would she please be ready to sail tomorrow? Charlotte echoed the woman's tomorrow, and sat staring at her incredulously. Tomorrow? You're sure he said to sail tomorrow? Oh, ever so sure, ma'am. I don't know how I could have forgotten to mention it. Well, it doesn't matter. Draw my bath, please. Charlotte sprang up, dashed through her dressing, and caught herself singing at her image in the glass as she sat brushing her hair. It made her feel young again to have scored such a victory. The other woman vanished to a speck on the horizon as this one, who ruled the foreground, smiled back at the reflection of her lips and eyes. He loved her then. He loved her as passionately as ever. He had divined what she had suffered, had understood that their happiness depended on their getting away at once and finding each other again after yesterday's desperate groping in the fog. The nature of the influence that had come between them did not much matter to Charlotte now. She had faced the phantom and dispelled it. Courage, that's the secret. If only people who are in love weren't always so afraid of risking their happiness by looking it in the eyes. As she brushed back her light, abundant hair, it waved electrically above her head, like the palms of victory. Ah, well, some women knew how to manage men, and some didn't, and only the fair, she gaily paraphrased, deserved the brave. Certainly she was looking very pretty. The morning danced along like a cockleshell on a bright sea, such a sea as they would soon be speeding over. She ordered a particularly good dinner, saw the children off to their classes, had her trunks brought down, consulted with the maid about getting out summer clothes, for of course they would be heading for heat and sunshine, and wondered if she oughtn't to take Kenneth's flannel suits out of camphor. But how absurd, she reflected, that I don't yet know where we're going. She looked at the clock, saw that it was close on noon, and decided to call him up at his office. There was a slight delay. Then she heard his secretary's voice saying that Mr. Ashby had looked in for a moment early and left again almost immediately. Oh, very well, Charlotte would ring up later. How soon was he likely to be back? The secretary answered that she couldn't tell. All they knew in the office was that when he left he had said he was in a hurry because he had to go out of town. Out of town! Charlotte hung up the receiver and sat blankly gazing into new darkness. Why had he gone out of town? And where had he gone? And of all days, why should he have chosen the eve of their suddenly planned departure? She felt a faint shiver of apprehension. Of course he had gone to see that woman, no doubt to get her permission to leave. He was as completely in bondage as that, and Charlotte had been fatuous enough to see the palms of victory on her forehead. She burst into a laugh, and walking across the room, sat down again before her mirror. What a different face she saw! The smile on her pale lips seemed to mock the rosy vision of the other Charlotte. But gradually her colour crept back. After all, she had a right to claim the victory, since her husband was doing what she wanted, not what the other woman exacted of him. It was natural enough, in view of his abrupt decision to leave the next day, that he should have arrangements to make, business matters to wind up. It was not even necessary to suppose that his mysterious trip was a visit to the writer of the letters. He might simply have gone to see a client who lived out of town. Of course they would not tell Charlotte at the office. The secretary had hesitated before imparting even such meagre information as the fact of Mr. Ashby's absence. Meanwhile, she would go on with her joyful preparations, content to learn later in the day to what particular island of the blest she was to be carried. The hours wore on, or rather were swept forward on a rush of eager preparations. At last, the entrance of the maid who came to draw the curtains roused Charlotte from her labours, and she saw to her surprise that the clock marked 5, and she did not yet know where they were going the next day. She rang up her husband's office and was told that Mr. Ashby had not been there since the early morning. She asked for his partner, but the partner could add nothing to her information, for he himself, his suburban train having been behind time, had reached the office after Ashby had come and gone. Charlotte stood perplexed. Then she decided to telephone to her mother-in-law. Of course, Kenneth, on the eve of a month's absence, must have gone to see his mother. The mere fact that the children, in spite of his vague objections, would certainly have to be left with old Mrs. Ashby made it obvious that he would have all sorts of matters to decide with her. At another time, Charlotte might have felt a little hurt at being excluded from their conference, but nothing mattered now but that she had won the day, that her husband was still hers and not another woman's. Gaily she called up Mrs. Ashby, heard her friendly voice, and began, "Well, did Kenneth's news surprise you? What do you think of our elopement?" Almost instantly, before Mrs. Ashby could answer, Charlotte knew what her reply would be. Mrs. Ashby had not seen her son, she had had no word from him, and did not know what her daughter-in-law meant. Charlotte stood silent in the intensity of her surprise. "But then, where has he been?" she thought. Then, recovering herself, she explained their sudden decision to Mrs. Ashby, and in doing so gradually regained her own self-confidence, her conviction that nothing could ever again come between Kenneth and herself. Mrs. Ashby took the news calmly and approvingly. She too had thought that Kenneth looked worried and overtired, and she agreed with her daughter-in-law that in such cases change was the surest remedy. "I'm always so glad when he gets away. Elsie hated travelling. She was always finding pretexts to prevent his going anywhere. With you, thank goodness, it's different." Nor was Mrs. Ashby surprised at his not having had time to let her know of his departure. He must have been in a rush from the moment the decision was taken, but no doubt he'd drop in before dinner. 5 minutes' talk was really all they needed. "I hope you'll gradually cure Kenneth of his mania for going over and over a question that could be settled in a dozen words. He never used to be like that. And if he carried the habit into his professional work, he'd soon lose all his clients. Yes, do come in for a minute, dear, if you have time. No doubt he'll turn up while you're here." The tonic ring of Mrs. Ashby's voice echoed on reassuringly in the silent room, while Charlotte continued her preparations. Towards 7 the telephone rang, and she darted to it. Now she would know. But it was only from the conscientious secretary to say that Mr. Ashby hadn't been back or sent any word, and before the office closed she thought she ought to let Mrs. Ashby know. "Oh, that's all right, thanks a lot," Charlotte called out cheerfully, and hung up the receiver with a trembling hand. But perhaps by this time, she reflected, he was at his mother's. She shut her drawers and cupboards, put on her hat and coat, and called up to the nursery that she was going out for a minute to see the children's grandmother. Mrs. Ashby lived nearby, and during her brief walk through the cold spring dusk, Charlotte imagined that every advancing figure was her husband's. But she did not meet him on the way, and when she entered the house she found her mother-in-law alone. Kenneth had neither telephoned nor come. Old Mrs. Ashby sat by her bright fire, her knitting needles flashing steadily through her active old hands, and her mere bodily presence gave reassurance to Charlotte. Yes, it was certainly odd that Kenneth had gone off for the whole day without letting any of them know. But after all, it was to be expected. A busy lawyer held so many threads in his hands that any sudden change of plan would oblige him to make all sorts of unforeseen arrangements and adjustments. He might have gone to see some client in the suburbs and been detained there. His mother remembered his telling her that he had charge of the legal business of a queer old recluse somewhere in New Jersey, who was immensely rich but too mean to have a telephone. Very likely Kenneth had been stranded there. But Charlotte felt her nervousness gaining on her. When Mrs. Ashby asked her at what hour they were sailing the next day, and she had to say she didn't know, that Kenneth had simply sent her word he was going to take their passages. The uttering of the words again brought home to her the strangeness of the situation. Even Mrs. Ashby conceded that it was odd, but she immediately added that it only showed what a rush he was in. "But, Mother, it's nearly 8 o'clock. He must realize that I've got to know when we're starting tomorrow." "Oh, the boat probably doesn't sail till evening. Sometimes they have to wait till midnight for the tide. Kenneth's probably counting on that. After all, he has a level head." Charlotte stood up. "It's not that. Something has happened to him." Mrs. Ashby took off her spectacles and rolled up her knitting. "If you begin to let yourself imagine things, aren't you in the least anxious? I never am till I have to be. I wish you'd ring for dinner, my dear. You'll stay and dine? He's sure to drop in here on his way home." Charlotte called up her own house. "No," the maid said. "Mr. Ashby hadn't come in and hadn't telephoned. She would tell him as soon as he came that Mrs. Ashby was dining at his mother's." Charlotte followed her mother-in-law into the dining room and sat with parched throat before her empty plate, while Mrs. Ashby dealt calmly and efficiently with a short but carefully prepared repast. "You'd better eat something, child, or you'll be as bad as Kenneth." "Yes, a little more asparagus, please, Jane." She insisted on Charlotte's drinking a glass of sherry and nibbling a bit of toast. Then they returned to the drawing room, where the fire had been made up and the cushions in Mrs. Ashby's armchair shaken out and smooth. How safe and familiar it all looked. And out there, somewhere in the uncertainty and mystery of the night, lurked the answer to the two women's conjectures, like an indistinguishable figure prowling on the threshold. At last Charlotte got up and said, "I'd better go back. At this hour Kenneth will certainly go straight home." Mrs. Ashby smiled indulgently. "It's not very late, my dear. It doesn't take two sparrows long to dine." "It's after 9. Charlotte bent down to kiss her. "The fact is, I can't keep still." Mrs. Ashby pushed aside her work and rested her two hands on the arms of her chair. "I'm going with you," she said, helping herself up. Charlotte protested that it was too late, that it was not necessary, that she would call up as soon as Kenneth came in. But Mrs. Ashby had already rung for her maid. She was slightly lame and stood resting on her stick while her wraps were brought. "If Mr. Kenneth turns up, tell him he'll find me at his own house," she instructed the maid as the two women got into the taxi which had been summoned. During the short drive, Charlotte gave thanks that she was not returning home alone. There was something warm and substantial in the mere fact of Mrs. Ashby's nearness, something that corresponded with the clearness of her eyes and the texture of her fresh, firm complexion. As the taxi drew up, she laid her hand encouragingly on Charlotte's. "You'll see, there'll be a message." The door opened at Charlotte's ring and the two entered. Charlotte's heart beat excitedly. The stimulus of her mother-in-law's confidence was beginning to flow through her veins. You'll see, Mrs. Ashby repeated. The maid who opened the door said no, Mr. Ashby had not come in, and there had been no message from him. "You're sure the telephone's not out of order?" his mother suggested, and the maid said, "Well, it certainly wasn't half an hour ago, but she'd just go and ring up to make sure." She disappeared, and Charlotte turned to take off her hat and cloak. As she did so, her eyes lit on the hall table, and there lay a grey envelope, her husband's name faintly traced on it. "Oh!" she cried out, suddenly aware that for the first time in months she had entered her house without wondering if one of the grey letters would be there. "What is it, my dear?" Mrs. Ashby asked with a glance of surprise. Charlotte did not answer. She took up the envelope and stood staring at it as if she could force her gaze to penetrate to what was within. Then an idea occurred to her. She turned and held out the envelope to her mother-in-law. "Do you know that writing?" she asked. Mrs. Ashby took the letter. She had to feel with her other hand for her eyeglasses, and when she had adjusted them, she lifted the envelope to the light. "Why?" she exclaimed, and then stopped. Charlotte noticed that the letter shook in her usually firm hand. "But this is addressed to Kenneth," Mrs. Ashby said at length in a low voice. Her tone seemed to imply that she felt her daughter-in-law's question to be slightly indiscreet. "Yes, but no matter," Charlotte spoke with sudden decision. "I want to know, do you know the writing?" Mrs. Ashby handed back the letter. "No," she said distinctly. The two women had turned into the library. Charlotte switched on the electric light and shut the door. She still held the envelope in her hand. "I'm going to open it," she announced. She caught her mother-in-law's startled glance. "But dearest, a letter not addressed to you, my dear, you can't." As if I cared about that now, she continued to look intently at Mrs. Ashby. This letter may tell me where Kenneth is. Mrs. Ashby's glossy bloom was effaced by a quick pallor. Her firm cheeks seemed to shrink and wither. Why should it? What makes you believe it can't possibly? Charlotte held her eyes steadily on that altered face. Ah, then you do know the writing, she flashed back. Know the writing? How should I, with all my son's correspondence? What I do know is... Mrs. Ashby broke off and looked at her daughter-in-law entreatingly, almost timidly. Charlotte caught her by the wrist. Mother, what do you know? Tell me, you must. That I don't believe any good ever came of a woman's opening her husband's letters behind his back. The words sounded to Charlotte's irritated ears as flat as a phrase culled from a book of moral axioms. She laughed impatiently and dropped her mother-in-law's wrist. Is that all? No good can come of this letter, opened or unopened. I know that well enough, but whatever ill comes, I mean to find out what's in it. Her hands had been trembling as they held the envelope, but now they grew firm, and her voice also. She still gazed intently at Mrs. Ashby. This is the 9th letter addressed in the same hand that has come for Kenneth since we've been married. Always these same grey envelopes. I've kept count of them because after each one he has been like a man who has had some dreadful shock. It takes him hours to shake off their effect. I've told him so. I've told him I must know from whom they come, because I can see they're killing him. He won't answer my questions. He says he can't tell me anything about the letters, but last night he promised to go away with me, to get away from them. Mrs. Ashby, with shaking steps, had gone to one of the armchairs and sat down in it, her head drooping forward on her breast. Ah, she murmured. So now you understand. Did he tell you it was to get away from them? He said to get away, to get away. He was sobbing so that he could hardly speak. But I told him I knew that was why. And what did he say? He took me in his arms and said he'd go wherever I wanted. Ah, thank God, said Mrs. Ashby. There was a silence, during which she continued to sit with bowed head and eyes averted from her daughter-in-law. At last she looked up and spoke. Are you sure there have been as many as 9? Perfectly. This is the 9th. I've kept count. And he has absolutely refused to explain? Absolutely, Mrs. Ashby spoke through pale, contracted lips. When did they begin to come? Do you remember? Charlotte laughed again. Remember? The first one came the night we got back from our honeymoon. All that time? Mrs. Ashby lifted her head and spoke with sudden energy. Then, yes, open it. The words were so unexpected that Charlotte felt the blood in her temples, and her hands began to tremble again. She tried to slip her finger under the flap of the envelope, but it was so tightly stuck that she had to hunt on her husband's writing table for his ivory letter opener. As she pushed about the familiar objects his own hands had so lately touched, they sent through her the icy chill emanating from the little personal effects of someone newly dead. In the deep silence of the room, the tearing of the paper as she slit the envelope sounded like a human cry. She drew out the sheet and carried it to the lamp. Well? Mrs. Ashby asked below her breath. Charlotte did not move or answer. She was bending over the page with wrinkled brows, holding it nearer and nearer to the light. Her sight must be blurred, or else dazzled by the reflection of the lamplight on the smooth surface of the paper, for, strain her eyes as she would, she could discern only a few faint strokes, so faint and faltering as to be nearly undecipherable. I can't make it out, she said. What do you mean, dear? The writing's too indistinct. Wait. She went back to the table and, sitting down close to Kenneth's reading lamp, slipped the letter under a magnifying glass. All this time she was aware that her mother-in-law was watching her intently. Well, Mrs. Ashby breathed. Well, it's no clearer. I can't read it. You mean the paper is an absolute blank? No, not quite. There is writing on it. I can make out something like mine. Oh, and come. It might be come. Mrs. Ashby stood up abruptly. Her face was even paler than before. She advanced to the table and, resting her two hands on it, drew a deep breath. "Let me see," she said, as if forcing herself to a hateful effort. Charlotte felt the contagion of her whiteness. She knows, she thought. She pushed the letter across the table. Her mother-in-law lowered her head over it in silence, but without touching it with her pale, wrinkled hands. Charlotte stood watching her as she herself, when she had tried to read the letter, had been watched by Mrs. Ashby. The latter fumbled for her glasses, held them to her eyes, and bent still closer to the outspread page, in order, as it seemed, to avoid touching it. The light of the lamp fell directly on her old face, and Charlotte reflected what depths of the unknown may lurk under the clearest and most candid lineaments. She had never seen her mother-in-law's features express any but simple and sound emotions: cordiality, amusement, a kindly sympathy, now and again a flash of wholesome anger. Now they seemed to wear a look of fear and hatred, of incredulous dismay and almost cringing defiance. It was as if the spirits warring within her had distorted her face to their own likeness. At length she raised her head. I can't, she said in a voice of childish distress. You can't make it out either. She shook her head, and Charlotte saw 2 tears roll down her cheeks. Familiar as the writing is to you? Charlotte insisted with twitching lips. Mrs. Ashby did not take up the challenge. I can make out nothing. But you do know the writing. Mrs. Ashby lifted her head timidly. Her anxious eyes stole with a glance of apprehension around the quiet, familiar room. How can I tell? I was startled at first. Startled by the resemblance? Well, I thought... You'd better say it out, Mother. You knew at once it was her writing. Oh, wait, my dear, wait. Wait for what? Mrs. Ashby looked up. Her eyes, travelling slowly past Charlotte, were lifted to the blank wall behind her son's writing table. Charlotte, following the glance, burst into a shrill laugh of accusation. I needn't wait any longer. You've answered me now. You're looking straight at the wall where her picture used to hang. Mrs. Ashby lifted her hand with a murmur of warning. Shh. Oh, you needn't imagine that anything can ever frighten me again, Charlotte cried. Her mother-in-law still leaned against the table. Her lips moved plaintively. But we're going mad. We're both going mad. We both know such things are impossible. Her daughter-in-law looked at her with a pitying stare. I've known for a long time now that everything was possible. Even this? Yes, exactly this. But this letter, after all, there's nothing in this letter. Perhaps there would be to him. How can I tell? I remember his saying to me once that if you were used to a handwriting, the faintest stroke of it became legible. Now I see what he meant. He was used to it. But the few strokes that I can make out are so pale. No one could possibly read that letter. Charlotte laughed again. I suppose everything's pale about a ghost, she said stridently. Oh, my child, don't say it. Why shouldn't I say it when even the bare walls cry it out? What difference does it make if her letters are illegible to you and me? If even you can see her face on that blank wall, why shouldn't he read her writing on this blank paper? Don't you see that she's everywhere in this house, and the closer to him because to everyone else she's become invisible? Charlotte dropped into a chair and covered her face with her hands. A turmoil of sobbing shook her from head to foot. At length a touch on her shoulder made her look up, and she saw her mother-in-law bending over her. Mrs. Ashby's face seemed to have grown still smaller and more wasted, but it had resumed its usual quiet look. Through all her tossing anguish, Charlotte felt the impact of that resolute spirit. Tomorrow, you'll see. There'll be some explanation tomorrow. Charlotte cut her short. An explanation? Who's going to give it, I wonder? Mrs. Ashby drew back and straightened herself heroically. Kenneth himself will, she cried out in a strong voice. Charlotte said nothing, and the old woman went on. But meanwhile we must act. We must notify the police. Now, without a moment's delay, we must do everything. Charlotte stood up slowly and stiffly. Her joints felt as cramped as an old woman's. Exactly as if we thought it could do any good to do anything. Resolutely, Mrs. Ashby cried, "Yes," and Charlotte went up to the telephone and unhooked the receiver. The end.